Hello. What's up, GB? Flow easy. Check this out, man. Um, Check this out, Flow easy. Hold on. All right, had to make sure I had everything all squared away. Yo, how about I just heard these three amazing beats, and I was driving in my car, Flow, and I was like, these were made to go on the album, man. I know I said I was done, but like that's my plan for the day. If you're on my Facebook, I post my plan. I'm gonna do this live and break this video down here. And then I'm gonna go make these three songs. When I drop the album, then I'm gonna let y'all know the three final songs that I added on the album where you're gonna be like, yeah, you should have added these on. But yeah, we here on a Sunday. I feel you. What's up, my man Caliber? Yo, check this out, man. Y'all know how the YouTube algorithm works. If you watch somebody like Destiny, then it's going to start showing you other people that do similar stuff as Destiny. So it flips over and show Fresh and Fit, which I've already seen Fresh and Fit. And from Fresh and Fit, it flipped over in the middle of the night and it showed me this woman by the name of Just Pearly Things. And this is Just Pearly Things. I guess, well, you saw her pictures on the thumbnail. So she's a white woman that's hardcore red pill, which I thought was fascinating to see a white hardcore red pill. The whole red pill movement that's going on with men. You have a woman that's pretty much supporting that. So the algorithm is showing me a video. I watch another video. I watch her debate things. I watch her make videos on things like, oh, yo, I probably should make a video. Like she did a video where she's talking about Dr. Umar Johnson's controversial Breakfast Club video where he was saying why interracial relationships doesn't work or why he's not in favor of interracial relationships. She went on Kevin Samuels' show. I thought it took some balls for her to call in to Kevin Samuels, and she has amassed quite a following. I think she's close to 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. What's going on, Tanny? I ain't seen you in a minute. My man Manny in the building. So I'm watching her videos. Dang, my girl just called right when I'm live. I'll let her know I'm live. So I'm watching her videos, and then I'm gonna owe an apology to the actual host of this show. I saw a show comes up called The Purple Pill. I guess the Purple Pill, they get people from the red to debate against people on the blue. I don't know. But when I was reading the comments, it made it appear as if Just Pearl and the guy who's the host of the show are hosts of the show. So I'm watching this electrifying video. It was electrifying. If it got me up at 4:00 in the morning, and I don't, y'all know me. I'm not red pill. I'm not blue pill. I'm not purple pill. I don't believe in no titles. I think titles, which this video is going to show. I think when you have kind of titles attached to your name, it forces you to believe in a side, and then that changes the way you think, and it changes the way you handle situations. Whereas if you were no sides and someone just had a different viewpoint, you're open to have a regular discussion, but you're going to see these people are going to be at war with each other. So what made me want to review this video, and at first I was just only going to review the two really horrible parts that I saw. And one part is when a woman by the name of, her name is Emily, she says she says what motivated her to want to be independent and make her own money, coming from a horrible relationship with a guy. That was a really bad part. And I felt like one thing I will say, and I don't like grouping people together, people who are more red pill, they're more confident in why they believe the way they believe, and they are really ready at all points to defend why they feel the way they feel. So if you watch someone who's not good at debating, or you watch someone who's not really good to these discussions, like some of the women on the blue pill side were, it just seems a little bit overbearing, and the red pill was just like giving them. They was giving it to them, and that was one of the parts that made me cringe. Then another part was shortly after that made me cringe was when this girl was saying that why she don't want to have sex, she wants to remain celibate until she gets married. I thought that was very, very bad. And because I thought Just Pearly was a host of the show, I was like, I can't subscribe to this. That was bad. I was about to subscribe. I can't subscribe. But I was wrong. She is not a host of the show. She's a guest on the show, as I kept watching. She actually flew all the way there from England. So the host is just the one guy in the middle who's smiling at all of this, and he's loving it because he knows, to be honest, he knows it's going to get him some views and everything, which ain't nothing wrong with that. This is a business. This is what we're here for. But nah, this is cool. Shout out to Just Pearly, from flying from England to Texas to be on a guy's show who only had 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's pretty dope, because a lot of times when people become large, they have a large following, they forget some of the, they don't want to, there's nothing in it for them, so they typically wouldn't fly to a situation like that. So shout out to her to want to do it. But I just wanted to let y'all know what's going on before I review the video. I'm not going to review just the part that got me a little upset. I think to give you guys more context, I'm going to go through the thing. The guy who hosts the show, The Purple Pill, he said he going to watch my video and he going to make a video reviewing what I'm saying, which is awesome. And some of the women who was on the panel know that I'm doing this live. They may pop in at any moment, or they may leave a comment later after they watch it. So I did reach out to some of the women that were on the show, and they know that I'm about to review this. So without further ado, let's begin. Man, I can't wait for Manny, Caliber. I can't wait for y'all to hear these 3 songs I'm about to do, bad. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it right here. Okay. So the host is in the middle in the gray shirt. And I think if you're looking at the screen, starting with the black woman, the woman going that way should be more blue pillish. And then Pearly, the white woman with the red hair, and the 2 black guys are more red pillish. Or red pill. They consider themselves red pill. Pearly even says if she marries a guy who's not real red pill, she'll convert him over, which I thought was a contradiction. How can she convert a man over to being red pill? Because if he red pill, he would run that shit and he wouldn't want a woman to make. I don't know, man. I'm confused on it. I don't know. Y'all tell me. Let me put my headphones in.
Hi, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Purple Pill Pod, episode 5 of the dating show, the number one show in the world for dating. Please make sure to like, subscribe, go follow on my podcast, Instagram, TikTok, tag below. DM me on the Instagram if y'all are ever interested in wanting to come on the show. I need more singles all the time. Shout out to my producer JR tonight, back in the building after a week away, and we got Donnie doing operations manager. I appreciate y'all. And then,
just so we clear, I do take the comment back that I was like, yo, I'm not subscribing to this. Because I watch a lot of horrible stuff. We know I don't like Annalicia, and she's becoming a regular on Destiny, and I subscribe to Destiny. So just like one little controversial topic seems pretty premature to say that you're not gonna subscribe. So I'll click the subscribe button. I sign right here. Support this guy because he really had nothing to do with it. He's just the host. I just assumed that Pearly was the host.
Cornerstone
that I do nothing with, so just want to put that out there. I'm a realtor and a florist.
Okay, nice. Okay, and everybody, y'all, their Instagrams are also tagged below, already in the description. So if anybody wants to find them that way, you can also find them that way. Why don't y'all introduce your name, your age, your education level, and what you do for work? Even though I think we already know the last part of that.
Okay, my name is Pearl. My education level is I'm in school to get my master's, and I'm a YouTuber.
Okay. What about you, man?
All right, what's up, everybody? I'm Don. I have an MBA in business strategy and innovation. I work at a tech company in Austin, Texas, and I'm also a content creator.
Nice, man. What about you?
I'm Austin Holloman. I'm 23. I have a high school diploma and a barber's license.
Everybody's heard this from you for the third time now on the dating show.
I got it scripted now. And tomorrow's my last day as a barber, and I'm a YouTuber.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
So why don't you tell everybody what's going on and why you're not going to be a barber anymore?
I'm jumping out on a leap of faith going to Thailand.
Album was supposed to drop December 21st. I'm still trying to hit the December 21st mark, but I got to make 3 songs today. I've never made 3 songs in one day in my life. And because of how passionate I am about the topic, I throw my whole brain into it. it's rare that I've made 2 songs, and I got like, man, I'm 42. I've been doing this since I was 17. I got like over 10,000 songs, and it's very rare that I've done more than one in a day. So let me try to get this out. Also, y'all make sure y'all follow these people. Go look at them. I went and looked at their individual stuff as well too. I would try to check people out.
And then I'll stay in Brazil permanently.
Wow.
All right.
That's awesome.
Nice, man. No, so everybody go support him, please. So because he needs to live his life out there the best way he can. So everybody, please go support him.
Yeah, I got to get away from y'all.
You don't even know me yet.
Yeah,
Come
what
on.
the heck? Come on,
I
man.
already know. I already figured you out.
Oh, all right.
Now we're assuming things already.
Trust me, I get.
And see, I'm gonna let them get their shit off. There we go. Right there is one of the first examples of why I don't like putting a title to me. I don't like calling myself Republican, Democrat, conservative, red pill, blue pill. This guy is on this show. They've only introduced themselves, and he's already starting. Like, I already figure I don't like you guys, and he's gonna be the most, between him and Pearl, but he's gonna be one of the most antagonizing people there. Now don't wrong. I'm not here to cape for nobody. I'm gonna point out, especially the 2 women that I reached out to, Katie and Emily. I'm gonna point out what they do. I think they're gonna start it off being too defensive, and I'm gonna tell you why I think that they're defensive starting it off.
All right.
Wow.
Well,
see.
normally to start the dating show, we'll ask some more about y'all. We'll just do a little bit. I'm not gonna do as much as I normally do because I want to get into some really juicy conversations. Just really quick, I just want to know what hobbies does everybody have? Like, what's your best hobby? Just for the people watching, since you're single, you know, they might be like, hey, I got that same hobby. I would love to hit that girl up over that.
Yeah, I'm into content creation. That's definitely my biggest hobby right now. I got my degree in musical theater, so I like going to plays, theater, movies, any kind of like, and anything in the entertainment field. That's my jam.
Okay.
I like to date a lot of musicians, so if you play an instrument, I love that.
For me, love working out. I love being out and about. I need to travel more, so Brazil sounds pretty nice.
It's not for women.
Oh, it's not
No.
Brazil.
No.
Oh,
It's
already
just for-
coming in hot. I see. It's
it's just
okay.
for
I'm used
men.
to it.
There's
Um,
literally a song
Safety
about a
Lines?
woman
We'll get
that
to
was.
that.
Anyway, I was sharing. But yeah, I just like working out, being with my family. I'm a big Jesus.
Look at the slow little seeds where the tension is already being built. The guy being a little bit antagonistic, and now it set the tone. Look, if you look at Emily, her arms are already folded. If you look at Katie, who's talking now, it's like, anyway, the little butts in and stuff. Just from, they haven't even started anything. It's 4 minutes in, right after the intro, and that sets the tone. Now, if you are here for controversy, like if this is my show and I like the controversy, this is amazing. But if some people who really want to hear these topics or are looking at different ways that they may want to change their life, is very off-putting to know that you're setting the tone to have a very combative stage. It just depends on what you're trying to do.
Jesus supporter, and I know that's why I'm here to kind of bring a different viewpoint on dating. So happy to share and kind of maybe bring a different perspective than maybe what we're not used to here.
Oh, that's good. What about you? What's your best hobby or your biggest one?
Okay, I'm gonna keep it short. I just really like floral design. It's not. I do own a business, but right now it's basically my hobby.
Okay.
So, and I like working out as well. But
Hey, yeah, that's the best way
yeah.
for a business to start. You need to love it.
Yeah.
So what about you? What's your hobby other than, you know, what you do?
A lot of people don't know this, but I do freestyle.
Ooh.
No way.
Yeah, I do. I do.
You know that anytime somebody says that, we need to have you drop a
wonder how
bar
tall
as soon as you say it.
Pearly is. She
As
seems
soon as
pretty
I
tall.
say it,
Yeah, since you said that, you have to drop a bar. Anytime somebody says that, we're always gonna say drop
I
a
low
bar.
key want to fast forward
Hey,
this.
what's up? I'm the new sensation. Hey, what's up? I'm best in the nation. Hey,
Okay. Shit, I could not have pulled that out of my ass like that. I would have been stone cold on the spot for that one.
So I want to put out like a little claim here, you know what I'm saying? And I'm about to generalize what I notice about people who consider themselves a quote unquote red pill. All right, this side that you're seeing with the host, those got the 2 black guys and Pearl, they're like red pill, right? I want you to just check out their confidence. They tend to have a lot of confidence in what they say and don't too much worry about things. which I think can be a great trait to have. I'd rather have that and then know when to use it than to not have it, because you're going to see a difference in body language from the red pill side to the blue pill side. The blue pill side, to me, on this particular video, they are going to look annoyed, a little like they don't really know how to defend themselves or why they feel the way they feel. And when you're going against people who are strong in their belief and have that confidence that you should have, it gives away a different kind of optics. That's not good. A good optical look if you're blue pill on this particular video.
I would say I'm better at guitar. I do play and sing too, but freestyle is like fun.
Okay,
That's cool.
that's a good hobby to have, honestly.
Yeah.
What about you, bro?
Me, anything fitness or sports related. So I really like skiing, go karting, working out, anything fitness related.
That's cool.
Okay.
Another positive thing I want to say about red pill people, when you talk to somebody red pill, 99% of the time their advice about anything health related is solid and good. And I think it's good that, you know, especially young Black men are having a focus on that and making it important in their life and putting that message out there. I'm telling good things about red pill because, you know, I'm going to break down the negative things that I don't like. I don't want nobody saying I'm biased. One of the gifts I love about not pitting myself to each side is that I can go and pinpoint and look at the good things that anybody says, regardless of how, whatever title they give themselves. So I've never heard a conversation with someone who considers themselves a red pill that don't give good advice about working out and being physical and health, you know. So that's one good thing, but don't worry. It's going to be a lot of bad I'm about to cut down.
Okay. What about you, bro?
I like traveling. Of course, I said I'm a barber, but I really like controversy a lot, so I like to debate.
Very
Talking.
clearly.
Yeah, talking is very fun.
But it's legit debates. I'm not just debating just to debate. So
Yeah, like not just talking.
yeah, and I'm about to shut you down.
What's up,
Me
Princess?
specifically, or
Thanks
all
for
of
All
joining
three,
us.
y'all.
Why are you coming in
Let's
so
go
hot,
ahead to
though?
the juicy.
I like that.
I was
Come
listening
on.
to y'all's conversation.
What was the conversation?
Don't say
Yeah, no, so
First question.
so this is already getting juicy. I want to know what beforehand triggered you or made you feel this way, and
Very
and
triggered.
I want to know. I want you to take it out right now. I want to hear it.
I heard her say misogynist.
Uh-huh.
We need to leave that word out of here today.
Okay.
Facts.
Okay, but so let's talk about that word a little bit more.
It's new.
So do you like why did you use that word? Like, do you think there's a lot of misogynists today?
Okay. Well, first of all, let me just clarify what happened.
Mhm.
I came in asking, what does the red pill movement mean?
Mhm.
Okay, that's literally what I asked.
Yeah, like what do we think that it means?
What does it mean? Because I grew up in the 90s and I watched The Matrix when it came out back in the 90s. So not to date myself, but I'm dating myself on purpose. And when what I saw from that movie was Neo was given a red pill and a blue pill. And it was either you go back to this virtual reality that has been created for you, or you take this other pill that's going to take you into reality and it's going to suck,
Mhm.
but take this pill instead. And that's what he does. I don't remember which one he takes. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. So then I asked her, okay, but can you clarify? Because that seems pretty self explanatory. Taking a pill that's going to be explaining or opening up, broadening out your mind about what you're not used to or what you're not comfortable accepting. You've grown up accepting a certain reality. So then the red pill is about broadening up your mind, right?
Mhm.
And then what we then started talking about was how the red pill movement has turned into a misogynist view.
Like man against woman views instead
Right.
of just like the unspoken truth about life. It's kind of like about relationships and men and women, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's all we were saying. We were just
Right.
kind of clarifying.
There was never any
before we got on
accusations
here.
that
Mhm.
occurred.
Well,
I know.
I think the red pill guys take it a little bit offensive because red pill is supposed to be just a rule set, I guess you could say, or
Mhm.
something to kind of it's not supposed to be like an ideology is what Rolo.
Shout out to my man Humble King in the building. Hey yo, why does it say Humble King Reloaded? You not on your main channel yet? I like sitting and watching Humble King stuff, man. I get a lot of pleasure out of watching smaller creators, man. I don't know what it is. I guess, you know, it's not like I don't want to shit on large creators because we all want to be large creators. I want to wake up one day and have 1 million subscribers on one of my channels. So it's not like that, but like, I don't know, like there just seems some kind of a relaxed honesty that comes when people are very small, I guess, because you haven't been through a ton of stuff that makes you kind of modify how you maneuver online. So I like watching smaller creators, man, and they interact more with their audience too. So y'all make sure y'all support Humble King, man. I don't know what channel he want. He got 2 channels. So here's the thing, like so far what they're talking about with the red pill and all that stuff, like, right? When you label yourself, it just makes it makes people more lean towards what is the overall optics on one part versus the actual ideology of what this group actually means. And then you're gonna have bad people who associate their names to that group. And you get a lot of douchey behavior when you see this in the red pill. So that's why it's a little bit off-putting. Even if it's something that's off-putting to me, the advice I would give people is, I don't give a fuck what negative I feel. If I meet you or we have a discussion, I'm only listening to the words that's coming out of your mouth there. I may have a negative overview of what you call yourself, but it don't matter to me. I only care about the words that are coming out of your mouth. Pearl is representing Pearl. Chef Don with the blue, he's only representing Chef Don. I will look at him as Chef Don. I'm not gonna look at him as Red Pill, and I'm only gonna talk about what his actual viewpoint. So that way, it's not you limit yourself. You limit yourself to being rebuttal, because when you start saying generic shit, and y'all know how much I hate generic shit, you just open yourself for someone to come in and critique you, and then y'all get into a back and forth, and it takes you off the actual discussion. But that's how I feel like when she's saying like there's a massage. This is how extreme viewpoints can be wrong. He's wrong to say don't even bring up the word misogynist. Why not? What if she gives an example of misogyny in detail? She should be able to bring it up if she feels that way, as long as she can back up what she says behind it. Now, how could she be wrong to just say all of them are misogynists? Because I can point out things that some of the stuff that they say that they're right on certain topics of being red pill. But like, yeah, and Pearl is going to bring this up on a whole nother subject, but it would kind of be like to say that there isn't douchey behavior amongst the guys who represent themselves as red pill online, as you're just being dishonest.
But would say the guy that mostly created, he would say it's what's the word? It starts with a P.
Thanks, boo.
Praxology, yes. So that's why he might have felt some type of way when you said that, because it's not supposed to be a movement in that way. It's not supposed to be an ideology,
That's
Well,
what we were clarifying
Right.
with each other.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Pearl. Sorry.
Well, I think it's just a lot of people like call it misogyny when it's not. And so yeah, that's
So let's define misogyny before
Right.
we start
the
everything.
hatred of women.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Were you all
Yeah, a lot of
saying
people
like
hate women.
the red pill is like rightfully so misogynist, or were you saying like people are labeling that wrongfully?
My question was, what is the red pill and why has it turned into a misogynistic ideal? That was my question. I never made any accusations. Like when I sat down, literally.
Check people, she said the hatred of women. I could have just continued to stream and just like, okay, misogyny, the hatred of women. So if I don't see where they hate women, then they're wrong to call the red pill misogynist. But instead, I looked up the definition of misogyny. It says the dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women. So all I have to do is find one of those three. It doesn't have to be hate. It could be the ingrained prejudice against women. Just want to throw that out there. Like, check people on what they say.
Earlier was just asking a question.
Pearl or Austin, one of y'all take over on this
Well,
one.
you said why has it turned into a misogynist ideal? So you think it's misogynist?
From what I'm aware of and from what I've seen so far.
Clips. What's on?
Yeah,
I
some
guess
of the-
the
Yeah.
on there.
Some of the clips I've seen
Can I have an example?
reeked of misogyny.
Can I have an example?
Just putting the fat comment the other day, that was inappropriate. I don't know why we made that comment or how we thought that was okay.
What was the
Which
comment?
comment?
If you're over this amount of weight, no man's ever gonna love you.
How is that misogynist?
What's a realistic comment?
That would be fattest, maybe.
How's that
Are
a
you talking about
comment,
me?
though?
What was the
I don't
weight?
know. I don't know. I just saw clips. I haven't like tuned in live yet.
Okay, I
but-
didn't say no man's ever gonna love you.
Okay.
I
What
said-
did
I
you
said-
say?
I said no
'Cause it was
one-
rude either way.
I said no one looks good over 300 pounds.
And that's a personal opinion.
Yeah, but it's rooted in data. Like if you look at
How-
Yeah, you look good when you battle people who not built like or haven't had the experience to debate and defend themselves. I want to go back and check your exact words that you said. You said no one looks good under 300 pounds, and you said that there's data to support that no one looks good under 300 pounds. No one looks good over 300 pounds. That is very subjective, and there's zero data to support that. No one looks good over 300 pounds when we got BBW websites, and your rebuttal back will be, well, John, I'm going to show you statistics to show that those numbers are low in this niche environment. I don't need a low number when you say no one. I just need one dude that love a little thickness, love a little big mama body. I just need one dude out of the almost 8 billion people on earth. That's what you do. You take your data and your facts and you twist the words and make it more extreme than what it is. Because you're going to now show example of how most men prefer women that are smaller than that. And on that, you be correct. But you just said no one looks good over 300 pounds. That is incorrect.
That was a personal opinion rooted in data.
because we were talking about general opinions on the world and the way that the world views you. So if you look at dating app data, fat girls get less swipes.
Well,
Okay.
okay, but that's your personal experience.
No,
Well, that's not
no,
hers. That's the data's experience.
Yeah.
But okay, but
Data
the
from
data.
what?
But this is apparently
Dating
skewed data.
apps.
The app? What app? Bumble, Hinge,
I don't know.
whatever.
Any
I'm
of 'em.
Tinder.
Can I
Yeah,
say
list
something?
No,
of
but see,
apps.
but now that's
Guys,
generalizing.
I'll list apps if you don't know.
And
We'll
and
list
so
them,
and
and
I'll
I'd
give you
agree that it's all of
I'll
them.
give you the context of the conversation. Like a lot of times as women, like we don't live in reality, and I don't really understand why. Like in general in society,
young.
thin people get more attention. Thin people tend to be better looking. I'm not the skinniest girl around, but I can say that girls that
Maybe
are
in a
thinner than me
Western
are
I can
society.
hold on
tend-
real quick. I can also say having all friends who have their
Also, too, come on now, like if you know something is true, you're gonna waste time, and at the end of this long time wasted, you're still gonna be wrong. Men do prefer smaller women if you're looking at data and you're looking at numbers. Like what? But you gotta stay focused on what you're there. What are you really trying to defend? Are you there to defend that? Hey, you can get a man to while you're overweight, while you're not meeting the societal norms. Then, if so, you can let her have that viewpoint. You don't have to debate her. She's gonna beat you every time because she's correct on the numbers. Just let her have that. Be like, yeah, you're right. But in men more preferring smaller women, let me show women out there who may be of larger size, who may got a thyroid issue and it's physically impossible for them to lose weight. Let me build confidence and self-esteem in them and show them how it's still possible that they can get men as well too. And then you win. There's no way that she can combat that. But you're gonna go down this rabbit hole that she got you on, and it's just at the end of the day, you're gonna be wrong.
beautiful, have the best bodies,
Mhm.
are fit.
Mhm.
When we go out, I talk about this all the time. It's
Mhm.
usually I would be like, because all of them are really like usually most of my friends are Hispanic.
Mhm.
I had to talk to
Usually.
myself and be like, dang, maybe it's like
What'd you
because
say?
I'm black
Usually.
and they're Hispanic, like maybe that's why they get chosen. But really, it's because, like you said, if you
What's
come,
up,
if you
Ems, boo?
appear more fit,
Mhm.
that's just kind of what guys want.
Mhm.
Personally, I don't go for I go for a guy who looks more fit and health wise.
And that's all personal opinion, baby.
Ems, you're gonna have to start texting me because I just don't be in my DMs on Instagram like that no more, man. Because I don't know. Only social media I'm in love with is YouTube. When I post on Instagram, it's sort of like I got a duty I got to put up or something new. I don't really be caring about that stuff no more. So it'd be like maybe once every 2 weeks I'll check the DM and I'll be missing stuff. So you got to text me now.
No,
Look
but
at that.
I'm just saying in Dallas, when we go out to the club and stuff, guys aren't going for me. Like they're going for my friend who's more fit.
Facts caliber.
Like more. But that's just
And that might be
my
an
truth.
issue with men.
I also now want to
But why-
also
but
give
see,
my
but-
personal
But why,
experience.
but why
here.
are you shaming men for their standards? Because this is the thing. This is like a common shaming.
I'm not
taboo.
shaming.
Like,
I
because you
just
said that's
disagree.
I'm gonna
an issue
piggy-
with that's an issue with men. That's what you said.
I'm gonna
And so you're
piggyback on
I'm
her.
not
immediately you're
shaming them. I
immediate
just disagree. with that.
because you're saying that that's an issue with men. That is shaming. That's shaming language.
Okay.
And so you're basically
Well-
when men say this is my standard, and then you say, oh well, it's an issue with men, and it's
Didn't
not.
you just shame someone for making a comment of like, oh, if you're a fat girl, not gonna get.
I could play devil's advocate here with the red pill, try to tell women that they need to lower their standards. And if you lower your standards, you have more option. If I'm playing devil advocate, why is she shaming men? Why would you consider that and that's not shaming women? So can't she say, well, maybe since there's an abundance of guys who don't know how to get women, so they're turning to these red pill like things, maybe if they lower their quote unquote standard to more look at women who have more weight on their body, wouldn't that increase their options as well too? It's all like subjective, bro. Like you can't have one without the other. If you saying that if she's shaming men on their standards, then like you're shaming women on their standards too when you put up these red pill ideologies.
Get swipes, isn't that shaming?
No, it's not shaming.
Isn't that
It's based on data. It's based on what
Okay.
men tend
well,
to like.
The data
And
seems
so
a little
the other thing that we
Okay,
took
I'm
out
gonna
of
call you
context
today,
in
Em.
the
Well, I'll
conversation
text you
like
first.
fat.
I'll text you.
Do you?
Okay.
I'm not shaming fat people, but would you like to be fat yourself?
No.
I mean, I take care of myself.
Would you like to? Yes or no?
Would you like to be fat?
No,
I don't
would
mind
you
it.
like
It
to-
Yes
depends
or
on the
no?
context.
Yeah, I'll
No,
be
in the
fat.
context,
That's a
he's
yes.
asking you.
Yeah, I'll be fat.
Yes or no?
But nobody
Yes.
wants.
You
to
would
be
like
fat.
to be fat?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, she won't let go. See, this is what people mess up. No one. I don't even want to deal with absolutes. So I won't say no one. It's different kind of people, but like, come on now. We know the majority of people. You would not rather be overweight. But what is his point? Is his point to say that if you because you're saying that women can have options, you want to instill optimism and positivity that if you are overweight, then you can find a man. Is it then what he's saying, his question is irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? You can say, no, I wouldn't rather be fat. He can't say, well, there you go. Because that's not the actual topic. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta see which path people are trying to take. And if you I dislike what they're saying, so I'm just gonna go against everything. And these people are on panels and they debate, and you're not one of those people, then it's gonna make you look bad at the end of the day.
You would like to?
No.
Yeah,
Or-
that's
or
how
you
God
wouldn't
If
mind.
she's
created me.
happy,
So that's
If
all
she's
she's
happy.
all
But
she's
he
saying
said,
is
"Are you
on a
happy?"
balance.
One heart attack away from death.
All she's
And you're
saying.
close to
That
heart
doesn't-
attack.
Okay, Em.
I'm not.
Weight does
Where's
not
the
determine
facts
if
on
you're
that?
gonna have a heart
Let's,
attack or
let's
not.
let him
Here,
finish.
clear the mics
I
really
was an
quick.
EMT. Thanks though.
All she's saying is on a balance of probabilities. Men
Stop.
would rather go with the more fit woman than the bigger woman.
okay,
It's
excuse
Define
me.
that's
fit.
that's
Excuse
not
me.
that.
Okay,
I need
we
to
know
speak.
what-
I need to
We
speak
know
now.
what fit means.
No, everyone's
we
definition of
we
fit
know
is different.
no.
Let me say
no,
something. We
the-
need to wait our turns.
No.
That's what I was gonna say. First of all, I was invited on.
I mean, that's possible real name, Kevin, but that's not true. I don't think that just because you're overweight, you settle. I don't think you wouldn't know the people I know, so I have to say somebody who's famous because your rebuttal would be, well, they're famous. You know, I don't think Jill Scott. There's a lot of men like Jill Scott. I think Jill Scott is fucking beautiful as hell. I don't think that she's settled in every relationship she's been in because she's overweight. I don't think that she didn't get the man that she didn't prefer because she's overweight. I don't feel that way. Queen Latifah, I can name a lot of people. And if you were here in Atlanta, you knew the women I knew. I can give you real life people, so you can't say because they're celebrities. I can show you a lot of attractive women who are overweight who didn't settle. You know,
to this podcast as a guest to share my opinion. Let me share my experience
She's
and
gonna
my opinion on
piggyback on
something.
me.
Okay, yes.
What?
yeah, nobody
Initially-
wants to be fat.
Yeah, I
Okay,
was
so
talking.
I
never got
lived
to
in
finish.
Egypt.
I never.
I
got to
lived in
finish.
Egypt for 4 years. All right. In the Middle Eastern culture, women that are bigger, okay, are actually desired over there.
I actually think this black woman on the panel right there is fucking beautiful. She's as beautiful as Jill Scott. You know, like that black woman face right there on the panel. She's as beautiful as Jill Scott's face. You know, like, so you know,
All right. So we are right now talking about our Western experience
Correct.
of beauty standards.
That's where we at.
Yes.
We are currently here, but we are now also generalizing the whole world about saying that, oh, only thin women get attention.
But-
That's not true across the world in a
we're-
general sense.
nothing's
Excuse me, I'm
true.
not done.
You
So
cut me
when
off as well.
okay,
Nothing's true across the world.
This is not a fair debate.
Yeah.
all right.
You've
So
cut me
in
off
my
multiple times.
experience, when I was living over there, the men actually desire a woman that is bigger because that means that they're being fed, they're being taken care of. That is a woman that is of the household that knows to take care of her family.
But
Well,
this
sound
is-
like she
but
got
this
a
is-
man
Now
already.
I'm
But
done.
Got
but
your
this
real
is the
name,
thing, when
Kevin.
you're looking for the exception and not the rule, and this is what women always do. Whenever we don't like an uncomfortable truth about the world, we say, well, in this one remote part of the world, there's an exception.
I think you're wrong. I don't think that's something that women do. Why would you put that on women? Men do that shit too. Men are gonna do this shit on this panel today. That's just something humans do. But like, you're right in your data to say that, like, even if you collect around the world, like, most guys are just gonna want like a smaller woman than a really, really overweight woman. I think we're still lost on the actual point. What does that mean? That is a fact. That is a fact that nobody can get around. That's a fact that I don't think that Emily should have went out on. But like, what are you trying to get at underneath that?
Rather than the rule.
Okay.
But in most countries across the board, people prefer thinner women.
In your experience in the Western society. Now
No,
you're
actually,
generalizing. Right
actually-
now you're generalizing.
So actually, no, that's not necessarily true. I grew up like traveling to different countries. I've lived in Germany. I've been to India. I live in England right now.
Mhm.
So I'm pretty cultured. I grew up with nannies from across the world. I grew up with Russian nannies, South African nannies, Brazilian nannies. It was the same. So yeah.
So back to what stemmed this whole conversation. You labeled it misogynist, and then you went and said, well, that's kind of sucks. Well, that doesn't feel right. This is all feelings. You haven't told us why
Well-
it's misogynist, because we can flip the script, and the same thing is true with men as well. So it's not like we're attacking women. This holds true for men and women. You're just
Of all the three red pill people, the guy in the flower shirt, Pearl, and then Chef Don, I think in the blue wave cap. I like Chef Don the most. He's the most. I don't like anything anybody says, but like, he's the most, sticking to the viewpoints and laid back. He's the least antagonistic. And of the blue pill side, I like the way the black woman comes off consistently across the entire thing. She comes off very, very mature, and she's not triggered. I do think Emily and Katie are triggered because I don't know. I don't think that they've been on a lot of panels like everybody else has who's up there. And I think that this is their first big rodeo where they're trying something and they're feeling like a little out of their comfort zone. So like I said, I'm gonna name some stuff that they're doing wrong, but I think the worst thing that's gonna happen is gonna be what the red side are gonna do to Emily and Katie on one particular topic around the 1 hour mark.
labeling it as misogynist because you don't like the way that it feels towards you.
Well, fat phobia, that comment just kind of threw me off. To be honest, I've only watched clips of this podcast, but the clips that I have seen in regards to dating have been misogynistic.
Well, I want to ask you a question. You said the bigger women are more desired by men in Egypt. Why again? You said because they're being fed, right?
Because that means that they're coming from a household that they're being taken care of.
Who's taking care of them?
Typically a man.
So what man wants a woman that already has a man? I don't wake up in the morning and say, I want a woman that is already married and being fed.
He's
You'd
basically
be
saying
surprised.
I think I want.
If we go to science, it's not even small or bigger. It's more hip to waist ratio. And the science behind that is wider hips tend to get off a signal that a woman is ready to bear children. That is the science part of it. I think what happened here, and I'm be honest, what I'm saying, with Emily, I just think that Emily went down a wrong rabbit hole and she don't want to let it go. And so these red pill people come on these panels a lot, like the black guy in the flower shirt. He said he'd been on here 3 times. They're just more better at arguing and discussion and debating. So when you leave a hole open where you're wrong, they're going to eat that shit alive and just keep exploiting you That's why I say when you go on just you got to learn when to let shit go. And I think Emily should have let this go about 5 minutes ago.
On a single woman, yeah.
So you're saying why are we comparing single women that are bigger getting chosen?
I just think that made too much sense.
I'm not trying
like how easy that was for you to say, London Link. You know how to say that, but Emily don't know how to defend herself that well. But if she keeps going on panels like this, she'll learn. Like right now, I feel like you're gonna see. Hopefully, you see what I saw. I see Emily as being defensive right now, but as we go along, she's gonna be the one asking questions, being more open-minded and less antagonistic. But them red pill dudes, the flower shirt guy and Pearl, they not gonna let go. They like a fucking pit bull with a bone. They're gonna keep digging.
Yeah, I know what I'm just saying. So you're saying like, why are we comparing ourselves to married women if we're we're in a culture right now we're single?
Well, that's like me saying I'm attracted to women that have wedding rings as opposed to ones that don't.
Okay.
Like I said, well, being in that position and being around my friends who get chosen over thicker women, really it just motivates me to get in the gym. So I feel like it's like
that's the crazy thing is weight you can change. Like you can change that shit.
Nobody's saying that bigger women are just worthless. What they're saying is on a balance of probabilities. If you look at X woman that's fit, and we're going based off of the doctor's definition, we can't say there's no definition. If we go and look at statistics, we can say what falls in what range. There's a full range of weight.
Man, in 2022, I done been with a woman about 120 pounds, super nice breast. I done been with an overweight woman who got that super insane curvature that if she walk, everybody gonna go look. You're just gonna look. And she was overweight. She had that curve, that waist went in and that thing came out like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like I done been with different. I'm talking about this year alone. I say that was the most I was attracted to. I was like, good Lord. I done been with all 10 different kind of body types in 2022, man. Like, I don't know. Everybody got their own taste. This is the beautiful thing that I hate about debates like this right here. It is irrelevant to me if we live in a world that you can get what you want. You know what I'm saying? Even because the red pill like to argue the lower percentage. Like, all right, you're overweight, you drop your percentage with men. Even if you're dropping your percentage, it's just so many millions of men. You still can get what you want. You can go and log and make a BBW profile on the BBW app, and it's gonna be all kind of men flooding your inbox that like BBW. So I can see if we living in a society that the percentage like it is having an effect or is mattering, but you still can get what you want. Or, like the red pill say, you can work out too.
Weights. So
I was just asking. Wait, can I just get just a general from the men? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you guys prefer thinner or fat? So would you rather a girl that's 120 or 300 pounds?
120.
just curious.
120.
120 or 300.
My honest answer is I prefer curves. If it's a smaller woman with curves, awesome. It's a bigger woman with curves. I don't like the straight up and down if I had to choose, but I'm answering this question based upon sex, just having sex with a woman. If we're talking about dating a woman, you're only going to get close to date me with what's up here. Because to me, when you go through a bunch of crazy shit and crazy women and drama and all this stuff, the biggest thing that matters to somebody like me is peace of mind. You fuck with my peace of mind, you gotta get the fuck out of here. I don't care how small or how big you are. When it comes to dating, and if I show my dating history, none of my women, they don't look alike. So my life reflects on what I'm saying right now. But so if we're not gonna go on dating because you just want my physical answer, I'm just gonna look at sex. I'm more attracted to curves. If I get a small, skinny woman, I typically would not want her to be in shape. And you can be small and not be in shape because you grab that ass and it's that little skinny, hard booty. I really like that sexually. You don't give me small, like grab it in the hand, go in the ass. Like you be like, damn, she's skinny, but she got that goddamn thing. So you have that, you're not all the way in shape. You just blessed to be small, you know what I'm saying? With a great metabolism, I guess. But like I like I like the shit that make women women. You know what I'm saying? I like curves. I don't give a fuck if it's bigger or smaller.
100. 120 or 300.
120.
What about you guys? 120 or 300?
120. 120. Man, speak for yourself.
Do you like
Okay.
fit or y'all like fit women, like skinnier women? Because I feel like there's a difference between thick and fat. Like
if you overweight, I want the smaller shoulders, and if you overweight, I want a fucking pear. I like a pear. Give me a pear. The pear when it come down and it come down like that right there. If you overweight, I don't want overweight, but it's the yield sign when they like it just look the booty look like a little like messed up and it just get wide at the shoulders. I like the give me the pear. I'm good.
Like thick and overweight, there's women who just carry more weight, and they're still fit. They still work out. So it's like, are y'all just saying, period, women who are overweight, women that's what y'all don't like? You don't like women who's like just way past coming back, if that makes sense. Like she's kind of like you said, y'all are referring to a 3.
Based on looks, I would take all 4 women on the panel on the first date. I actually think that Emily looks more attractive on her Instagram than she does on this live right here. But like just based on just actual looks, but this is why personality matters, because people gonna say some shit that be like, nah, I don't want to go on a date. But just on looks alone, I would go on the first date with all 4 of the women on the panel. And they're all shaped different.
300-pound woman, but not every bigger woman's 300 pounds.
I don't like borderline fat though.
Okay.
Yeah, she weighs more than me, but I'm a skinny guy, so that's easy to.
Me personally, she's got to be in the gym, so I don't like the
Shout out
the
Finichi.
twigs per se,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't like the larger women.
Yeah,
I kind of like, we're both in the gym. We probably like women that are in the gym.
Also, muscle weighs more than fat. So if you say, "Oh, I don't want a woman who's over 200,"
Yeah, but
she could be bulked
we're
out.
talking about the
you-
flabs and all that.
No, I mean, you brought up the clip, and in the clip I said 300 that you said was fat phobic. And
Yeah.
that's
It's a little.
at
I think-
300 pounds,
Scared.
it's muscle.
Phobia means.
I mean, I
scared.
don't know. You're just throwing out random numbers and seeing what
What is she scared of?
sticks. And so,
No,
like,
no, I
beauty
used the
is
number that you
subjective.
gave.
Yeah.
beauty is
Well, we're in the United
beauty-
States, so let's stick to this country.
I'm around like 195.
If not,
Let's
just
put
move
that
to a
out
different
there.
country,
All right, but in this country, there's a
So-
lot of migrants that come here as well, so keep that in mind.
and they become Americanized.
Okay, that's
a
also
word.
generalized.
So if we were
I don't like to speak for nobody on thought crimes. I can't stand when people do thought crimes. To me, thought crimes, you trying to say what somebody else think. You know what I'm saying? So take this with a grain of salt. In my opinion, with Emily's body language and her arms folded and stuff like that, I think that Emily may view herself as being on the quote unquote larger side. So this is a personal thing to her. And I think that that's why she's a little bit upset and she won't let go of this topic. But just always remember what the world we live in. It doesn't matter. Like Emily is not ugly. She's like an attractive woman in the face. Like she'd be able to get guys. So it's okay. It's okay even if they say that. One good thing I want to say about the red pill, they'll sit. Like Pearl will sit there and let you say negative stuff about her, and she won't give a fuck. Pearl is a white woman, the redhead right there who dates black men. And she listened to Dr. Umar Johnson tear down how it's wrong for black men to date white women. And her reaction on that video, she didn't give a fuck. She was just sitting there smiling and cool. I think that's an admirable trait to take into any debate, because you don't want anything to trigger you to get you off of what you're there, your purpose to be there for, and your viewpoints.
Generalized.
Yeah.
So I just made that shit up. Americanized. You never heard that.
Yes, of course I've heard that.
Okay, so that's a thing. That means they adapt to this culture, Americanized.
But that doesn't mean that they always carry, oh, my beauty standards that I grew up with are going to change immediately because I came to this country.
It doesn't, but they become Americanized.
I want to know, actually, why are you moving to Brazil?
Oh, I became
The
Brazilian.
women there are
guys.
You're beautiful.
Oh
Yeah,
my
there's
God.
a lot of
like
curves
seriously
over there.
Brazilian, like women, I think beauty's
Well, the
subjective,
thing is,
and everyone's so
the-
beautiful in their own way.
Well,
Period.
that's not true.
You can
Bullshit.
weigh
It is
110
subjective.
pounds,
Okay,
210
well, you asked me a
pounds.
question.
Beauty is beauty.
What
period.
about what
You
about
are
for
very
what
rude.
about, what about for men?
My name's Katie.
What about for men, Katie?
You're very rude.
What
Katie.
about
You
men?
need to
What
let
about for men?
one
She
person at
hasn't
a
said
time.
anything rude to you.
You asked me that question. I didn't get a
Yes.
chance to answer it. I said
If I
became
don't jump in,
Brazilian.
I think I won't be able to say
See,
anything. So
this
I'll-
is a
I'll work
horrible-
on it.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Table. I'm fit.
Mm-hmm.
In Brazil, they have a fit culture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In this culture, 80% of the women are overweight.
Where are the facts on that?
That is a
You
fact.
can Google it.
Well, I am an exercise.
Hey man, that man should be able to do whatever he want to do and live the life, whatever he want to live. I'm just talking about the red pill ideology. You know what I'm saying? Where you don't make excuses. If according to the ideology, why would you move to Brazil? If you can get the women that you want to get, why does it matter if 80% of the women in the country are overweight and only 20% fit the physical appearance of what you like? Shouldn't you be able to go on the 20% with you being a red pill alpha male and get the women that you want? What is alpha about leaving the country you were born and raised in to get vagina? Again, I'm not critiquing his lifestyle. I support this man doing whatever he want to do. I'm critiquing the ideology of the red pill. The fuck you got to leave a country for to get you some pussy, nigga? Shit.
Exercise science major also, y'all. So look,
That's good. I didn't know that. That's a good fact.
a lot.
Kevin
Our
Sanders
whole
taught me that.
country, our worst disease is heart disease,
Breast
and that comes from obesity.
Yeah.
So let's just.
But I want to go back to to the question that I asked him. Why do you want to? So you said that you're going to Brazil, but before that, where are you stopping?
Well, they don't interrupt me when I'm talking either. In
Thailand.
Brazil.
He's going to Thailand.
So why are you going to Thailand first?
Just to visit.
Okay, and then you're going to move to Brazil. And what was the purpose? Why did you choose?
I went to Brazil in February. I ain't been the same since.
Okay.
I loved it.
That's cool, man. He has a right to live
Why
it.
don't you tell them, like what?
I support his decision to go to Brazil. Do whatever you think gonna make you happier than life. Support to that brother. I just don't understand how that matched the ideology, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? And now y'all saw me critique the Saint and Sinner. I'm gonna say something good about the Saint and Sinner. I'm just saying with this whole alpha male, we put women in a place, all that bullshit y'all be talking. You gotta leave the fucking country to get you the women that you like, nigga. Not only that, but you're complaining. And again, this is me critiquing the red pill. If I just remove the red pill and just look at the settings, you're wrong if you cut people off. She's triggered. She's wrong to cut him off. Let that man get his shit out. But going back, leaving that to critique the red pill, you can't stop a woman from y'all ideology. You can't stop her from cutting you off, bro. I saw Annalicia, who y'all know I don't like, run her mouth real hard at the Saint and Sinner when there was debate. You know what the Saint and Sinner did? He said 1, 2, 3, and she got quiet. He did her like a fucking child. He said 1, 2, thank you. I couldn't do nothing but admire him. Like, damn, that shit worked in a digital online debate. He was able to do that shit. He showed more red pill to y'all ideology than you do. He's like, yo, I'm going to calmly make her be quiet. And Annalisa, got real quiet and stood there and said, I'm sorry. That's a red pill action according to your ideology. But you'll sit up there and complain. I'm just saying, like, a lot of times when I be seeing these niggas, they actions don't be matching the ideology they put out. That's all I'm saying. The shit don't be matching to me, bruh. Don't be matching to me. It looks like you want to go to a place where it's easier to get what you want, and it's easier in your favor, your odds, or where maybe women are more submissive to let you do it easier, which would go against the ideology that you guys fucking preach.
What are the women like there compared to here?
Yeah.
Well, they would. I wouldn't have to say, "Hey, wait your turn." That's the first thing. Second, they're in the
Whatever
gym.
makes you happy, bud.
Again, these are very general.
Third,
You just interrupted.
general.
them.
I'm talking about y'all. Third, their hygiene is very good on average compared to the average American woman.
Okay. Do you know that it's mostly comprised of?
I ain't looked this up. I don't know the facts. I just do know, like, when I was in high school, 90s and in 2000, when they did to do the survey, that most countries complained that Americans took showers way too much. You know what I'm saying? A lot of countries they'll take showers, but they'll go with the natural human sense, and they actually would laugh and be like, Americans are always scrubbing and wiping it away. I don't know how shit are now, but I know that was based in fact. So I don't know if things have changed now, but it's interesting that he said that about hygiene.
The Aborigines people in Brazil, correct? Like,
I don't care about that. I'm just talking about what I experienced.
okay, in your
Yeah,
experience in the small city that you probably went to, what was it? Sao Paulo? Or, like, where did you go?
I went to Rio, but I'll be staying
Okay,
in
Rio.
Salvador this time. And Rio is not a small city, just 6 million people.
I
that live there.
apologize. That was me assuming. I didn't know what city you went to. So you went to Rio, right? So you went
Yeah.
to a major city over there. Have you visited the rest of the country?
No, I mean,
Okay.
how many
So there
how
we
many
go.
how many days are in a year?
Why is that relevant?
Well, I mean, I want to know how quick you think I can do that.
I'm not okay. I'm going back
This is-
to you
I
making
want you to donate me some money
generalizations.
for me to travel through that whole country.
I want you to donate to me to put up with your
I mean,
attitude.
I'm gonna do it. I
Okay.
don't need a donation.
When you don't let go of something that's wrong, they're gonna dog walk you. He's gonna dog walk you because Emily should have been let this go. He's just gonna anything she throw up because she's trying to dig and still find other ways to justify when the data doesn't match. Well, Emily needs to realize the data doesn't have to match. You can be your size. Man, you know how many women Emily size right now and married and shit in relationships and shit in America? You don't need that justification, boo-boo. You good. You good. Even with you being a lesser percent of what men are attracted to. You good. Because inside of that percentage, there's a lot of fucking men who like women who shape like you.
I'm just being smart ass because if you want me to travel the whole country in 8 months, that's not cheap.
Of course not. I
Better
never
start
said that it
saving
was.
then.
Yeah.
Well, it was a very smart remark.
Well, you've been making very smart remarks all night.
Hey, speaking of smart remarks, everybody go like the video.
Please.
I like your shirt though. Where's your shirt from? To like.
Christopher Walken, what's going on? Watkins, what's going on, my dude? I think the white woman have a lot of option. Pearl, because Pearl has almost 800,000 subscribers. She's very popular. And even though the red pill teaches, I don't give a fuck how much money a woman make. That's the biggest thing. They see a woman like that, they're gonna want that clout. So I think that she has more options than she would have not had she not had a YouTube channel. And she's going around to all these platforms around and on different panels and shit. She's been on Fresh and Fit panel. She been on Kevin Samuels. You know what I'm saying? Like she has way more options than she would have had she not had that. And based upon what they're saying about society, and since the other white girl Katie works out, Katie's gonna limit her options later. We're gonna get into that. But even when you look at the black woman, and even when you look at Emily, I'm telling you, like, I don't see where they would have a problem getting men. I don't see an issue where in the United States, in the country that he's asking her to stick to, man, so many men are married to women that look like that.
Lighten it up a little bit.
From the United States.
I meant the store. Oh, Express? Okay. All right.
I like Express.
Yeah.
I
It's a
dig
nice
that shirt
floral
too, bro.
design. Moving on.
Their denim's nice.
No, so I wanted to also talk about something specific tonight. I wanted to talk about the gender pay gap. If we think that it's at a good point right now where it's even and men and women are doing, like feminism has done its job and it's right there even, or has it gone too far?
I'm gonna be real with y'all. This whole topic boring to me on the gender pay gap. I may skip through this because I remember I couldn't wait for this part to be over with. But after the gender pay gap, that's when it's gonna get good. That's when the big debates and arguments gonna come in. But you're gonna learn about people's personalities here. So I'm gonna play some of this.
Are women killing men, or are men still killing women? Like, what's the gender pay gap to everybody here? We're gonna start this time with you. Go ahead with you, and then we'll do the ladies, and then we'll go around.
Okay. Okay. For the record, I do know a few statistics. Okay, so if we're going based on, say, a man and a woman both start the same career at 20 years old, and assuming they have a 40-year career span, Asian women, I feel like, well, to answer your question,
when you go on panels like this and you want to get on topics like this, you got to have your numbers and your facts ready. Because I'm going to tell you, in order for Pearl, the white redhead, to be on these red pill guys, and she is ready for this topic. She's ready she's in kill mode on this whole discussion on gender equality. You'll see.
I'm not completely 100% sure what it's like at this exact moment. So I just want to let everybody know that, just so you know.
What do you mean, the pay gap?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's 80 cents to the dollar currently.
Okay, so Asian women, I just know Asian women, they can
in the United States,
they can retire when they're 65. White women around 71. Black women around 85, and then Hispanics, they can retire by.
Sorry to get somebody off topic, but I just want to take the time out to be petty because sometimes I can be a petty motherfucker. Y'all see this fake profile right here? They follow me around on all my channels, typing this bullshit in. I'm gonna break down what they really feel. They don't care about the Jessica Reed documentary because I've already posted that not only me and Jessica Reed, but me, Jessica Reed, and Star, we all had a big discussion and we know every single detail. And I already put it out there of when Jessica Reed will get her documentary in her own hand. This is someone who wants to hide under a fake account and try to think that it can control me. The reason you know it's not about being effective, because you know I go against the grain. No one will ever fucking tell me what to do. Ever. Like, this shit just don't work for me. And I done block you on all of my shit and you come back in. This is about somebody wants to be a troll. They don't really care. And what's sad about this is that they act like the Jessica Reed story is about rape. It's about rape. Why would you hide behind something that serious that happens to that woman and use that as your way of, I just hate John and want to make him look bad? You can't make me look bad. I'm going to tell you why. Because when Jessica Reed drops it, no one's going to give a fuck about you or your little shitty comment. No one's going to care. They're just going to watch it. Guess who else is going to watch it? You. You're my fucking slave. It don't matter when that motherfucker come out. You're going to sit and watch my work and how beautifully I helped Jessica Reed to tell her story. So if you don't mind backing off of my nuts, could one of my mods kick this motherfucker out?
By the time they're like 95. Wow. So if that gives y'all any insight.
I've never heard that before. Yeah, that's crazy.
So,
no, a good answer. So what about you?
Well, I do know when it comes to filling out job applications, for those that are in the minority communities, if you don't have all the requirements, they won't apply. And so that's typically African American community, Hispanic, and they just don't get the same opportunities that white people do. Like straight up, like, and I have a whole nonprofit that works on helping those disadvantaged and marginalized communities, inner city kids. I was a teacher, so that's where my passion is. But kind of looping it back, there is an issue. Women's sports, we're seeing a lot. They're taking a stand, voicing their opinion. Obviously, men's sports is dominating, but there's some amazing athletes in the WNBA.
Do you watch the WNBA?
Yes. I haven't been to a game yet,
soccer?
Though,
Are you fully aware?
Who's your favorite player?
Oh, not
Bird.
that again.
Sue Bird.
Oh my God.
Sue Bird.
Well, a lot of people just don't watch it.
I thought you were gonna say
Are you aware of how a business operates?
We're just answering questions.
I know,
right
but
now.
are you aware of you
Yeah.
mentioned
Watch
like
this.
women's sports?
Watch this.
So in a
I'm aware.
business,
Are
if
you
you're in a
aware?
deficit, do you keep paying people more money based off of a company in a deficit?
I'll get back. I could do some research and Google it and
Do
get
you
you
even
an
know what that
answer.
means?
Yes, I do. I don't appreciate the condescension.
So if a business
If we're
is
gonna have a
making-
mature conversation, you don't need
business
to be
is-
Mature
condescending.
conversations are one person at a time.
but there's nothing
We're
to
all
research.
sharing
There's nothing to research. It's a
one at a
pretty
time.
it's a pretty simple question. Like if you have a business and you made negative $10 million, would you
Okay.
go out and pay somebody $10 million?
Again, I'm not gonna answer subjective, random questions just so
That-
you can prove a point
But that's
and
how
be attacking. We're gonna share and then we'll loop back to you.
Katie is 100% right. I let that sink in because I'm a troll. I like to trigger people. They're like, what? The numbers and stats he's saying about the WNBA is correct. How dare you? Listen, this is why I don't like titles. If I walk in the room and I don't say a title, you're going to listen to my detailed points. If I walk in the room and say I'm a liberal, your brain is already triggered to start bringing up negative, what you call snowflake opinions, and pit me to those before I even open my fucking mouth. He would be correct. Chef Don would be correct if Katie is arguing that we all should watch the WNBA. All Katie said was that there are great players in the WNBA and she likes it. But what does he do? Because he feels he's on a particular side, he starts spewing out the same shit that the red pill or that would spew out on the topic of the WNBA. And you would spew those things out if a person was trying to go against that, but she wasn't. She just said she liked the fucking WNBA. This is why I don't like size, and this is what size do to a brain. He's so used to debating people on this and bringing up those numbers that as soon as he heard the letters WNBA, he was ready to come with what he always does. But that's not what she was saying.
So you could share.
All right, yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
go
That's
ahead.
the
Let me
host
know
right there.
what you think about the pay gap. Do you think it's, well, you just said 80 cents to the dollar?
Yeah, that's according to, because again, I didn't know what the topic of this podcast was going to be until last night. So I did very minor research
Mhm.
and just on Google. So let me just state that. And according to the minor research that I did on,
But now that I'm here and I'm thinking about it, it's something else other than them having vaginas that people don't watch the WNBA, because motherfuckers love women basketball in high school. Motherfuckers love women college fucking basketball. It's something else the WNBA has to do to try to help market and earn a profit from the WNBA. But like, is it really just women? Like yes, more people gonna watch men basketball, men college basketball, than they're gonna watch women college basketball. But in those numbers of how women college basketball is lower than men college basketball, in the lower numbers, motherfuckers is watching March Madness for women. They really watching March. So why are they watching March Madness for women, but they not watching the WNBA playoffs? They both have vaginas. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm asking for real. Like, I don't know. Yeah, but it's not solely that they have vaginas. If motherfuckers loving that shit on other levels.
on Google, I found that it right now it stands at 80 cents to the dollar. And it was in 1963 that it was Kennedy who helped pass the bill in Congress to pass the Equal Pay Act, the EPA. And it wasn't until the 90s when they were trying to get the Paycheck Protection Act to pass, or the Paycheck the PFA. I can't remember. Anyway, and it wasn't until the 90s and it did not pass. So it's been how many years since the 60s? And back then it was between 53 cents to the dollar. And mind you, it wasn't, and again, this is very minor research. I'm not an economist.
We watching other sports that women do. You know what I'm saying? We watching Venus and Serena in tennis. You know, and I just think that it's something else besides having a vagina in the WNBA that's wrong. You know, I think they really need like a fucking super Michael Jordan is like person. Like I just said, in tennis, you do have a Venus and Serena. You do have these women in other categories that's gonna be the jump starting point for people to go watch. Then years and decades ago, Lisa Leslie did some kind of a regular one-handed dunk. It need that super polarizing person that people like, yo, you see this shit? You know, we need a goddamn female Steph Curry that's just blazing them bitches up with amazing shots and all of that stuff. Because that's not really 3-pointers to me is not physical. That's mental. That's your aim and getting that shit, you know, being accurate. But like, I don't know. I'm speaking from ignorance. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, we watch women in other sports. We even watch women in basketball, just not the WNBA. So the WNBA needs to look at this problem and see, within the confinements of knowing that they're going to be lesser number than men's sports, in knowing this information, what do we got to do to maximize to get people to watch the WNBA?
I only know a little bit of the little research that I did, so please don't come at me of that. You know, women finally came into the workforce very late in life compared to men. And it wasn't until after World War II or during World War II that women finally came into the workforce and started being taken seriously. And when they finally had that taste of independence is when they wanted to be able to get
Yo, that's a
equal
good point.
chances,
Y'all
equal
read what
pay
DJ
for the
Travo
same
just
amount
said.
of
That's a
the
good point.
same kind of work that they were doing when the men were out fighting. And then when the men came back and they were all disabled, they still had to be the main breadwinners for the family, for the family unit. So I just think equality, and now again, so then it's been since the 60s, right? So now we're in 2022, and we're still suffering from that pay gap. And as she was mentioning, there is
In my day, when UConn was kicking ass, we talking about women's college basketball, like no dude had a problem watching that shit. Like when UConn was in that, bro, like a guy more flipping the channel land on that, he more watched that game. Definitely way more than the fucking WNBA.
is a difference also in pay gap in races as well.
Okay.
That's all I got to say about that.
Okay. Well, everybody, please like the video. We got a bunch of people up in here. Please like.
I would like to critique myself. I would like to call myself out, and I'm not being sarcastic. It was something I was thinking about in this segment. When I watched this whole gender pay gap segment shit, I really didn't give a fuck. And that made me a hypocrite because, you know, we have issues and plights that we go through as Black Americans. And sometimes we get frustrated that people don't even care to look into it or care to do the research and what's going on. And here I stand and I don't care to do the research. I don't care. So it's like I'm literally being a hypocrite because I'm like, this doesn't have anything to do with me. Do I know if there's a pay gap? Like when the red pill says there's no pay gap, I don't know if they're right. When the blue pill say that there is a pay gap, I don't know that they're right. And I don't even care to look into it. So I'm like, how do you expect the world to change? You care about your plight. You have to change as a person and be the example of what you want to be. So I will start doing my research. I will start looking into this until all sides are saying, so I can have an actual opinion about the pay gap between men and women in our country. I just, you know what I'm saying? How can I expect people to care about my shit when I'm in this scenario? I'm the white man. I'm the white man, and they talk about the pay gap shit, and I'm like, somebody saying Black people being shot or being done wrong by the police, and then I'm the white man in this scenario. I'm like, hey man, all I know is the clips I see. Shit looks straight to me. Maybe that person was bad, and they don't care to do that research. So when I was watching this, that's the biggest part that I pulled. That like, yo, I probably need to change as a person as well too.
Like it up. This is the most we've ever had. Thank y'all for showing up. Really quick, I'm gonna ask this question, but then Pearl, I want you to go in on the gender stuff or the pay gap. Okay. Question to the blonde: does she hold a WNBA season ticket and buy the players' jerseys?
Do you want to buy me one?
I hate fucking statements like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is another example. What's her name? Pearl is about to use this as an excuse to cut Katie down, right? But like, I feel if someone asked a question this dumb and it was to somebody on the red pill, she would not have cut that person down because that person was red pill. It is stupid to throw out there that if you don't have a season ticket to something, you don't support it. I fucking love the UFC. I love mixed martial arts. I've been writing articles for mixed martial arts. I've done Brazilian jiu-jitsu. And I have a fucking I don't have a UFC fight pass. I don't pay for that shit. And even if I did, it is irrelevant if you do or not. We all know it's simple that you can really like something and you don't have to buy and pay for all of that shit. That's stupid. The intelligence that Pearl has, she knows that question is fucking stupid. But the issue is that girl Katie is not red pill. So I'm not even looking at how stupid that question is. I'm just going to use it as a point and make fun.
Do you want to go together?
It'd be pretty cheap. You could just get
I'll
one.
go with you. Honestly, like I really want to go to some football games. Really want to go to some b-ball games. Hey,
that's what
I'm happy
size
to
do to
support
people.
women.
Women's.
So hey, if you want to go together, hit me up.
Yeah,
and she says she'll pay.
Woo!
I got you. I have enough money.
Leo Moore.
If you're broke.
Leo Moore.
You probably are.
Leo Moore said, and who is paying for women's, here, click it again, JR. And who is paying for women's OnlyFans?
It depends. Who's watching? I'm actually.
We never
I don't
said we
understand
didn't
what that
appreciate
question has
that.
to
I
do
don't
with
have an
anything.
OnlyFans, but I'm
Somebody
sure women
explain to me?
appreciate you men for paying for that OnlyFans monthly. Thank you on their behalf.
Here, we're gonna go back and let Pearl. I want to hear because I honestly don't know a lot about the gender pay gap either. I just learned a lot from them, so I'd love to hear this side.
Yeah, I think in 2022, any girl that complain, I'm not talking about race because that's the first thing people always bring in. I'm talking about female to male. I think in 2022, if you're complaining about the pay gap as a woman, you're probably just lazy. I have never had a problem getting the same pay as a guy.
That makes me cringe, and this is an example of why, if you're extreme on anything, you're gonna be wrong, because there's nuances to everything. What Pearl is saying right now, what she was saying, like just the whole philosophy on focusing on trying to work hard. You know that we have it harder in America as Black American men. Inside of it being harder, I'm still gonna do the best I fucking can. I'm not gonna sit and make an excuse. Both things can exist at the same time. It can, in fact, be harder. But in that, you look at the guys when they focus on themselves and when they put all their effort into making it, because their brain is set on this at all times, they're going to do better than someone who only makes an excuse. However, I can work as hard as I can. I can be the best I can. I can be a fucking millionaire, and I still can say that it isn't equality in the way that you live in America as a Black American male or a white American male. Both things can exist at the same time. When you think it's only one way or the other way, you're an extremist, and you're gonna be fucking wrong. To say that if any woman complains about the pay gap, how the fuck can you say that when you're not at every single woman's job? You don't know what's going on in there. So when you put this blanket statement over and some real shit is going on at this new tech company where they aren't doing right by their female employees because you have this ideology, you're triggered every time someone opens their mouth to say it. You don't even want to hear evidence. You've already deemed them as being fucking lazy. You automatically open yourself to be wrong. That's why I like to hear people's viewpoint. I like to hear people say why they feel the way they feel, because I could be wrong to put out that blanket statement. When you're extreme about any topic, you're opening yourself to be fucking wrong. But again, as I said earlier, the red pill side, they come with such confidence. If you're not equipped to debate against that, it makes you look like you're wrong. You got to know what you're talking about when you go on these panels. You got to know how to articulate and be able to say why you feel the way you feel.
One issue is that women don't ask for raises. So 60% of women have never asked for a raise and they quit before they ask for a raise. So how can we be afraid, or how can we be mad that we don't get paid as much if we don't ask for more money? Second thing I would say is that, you know, we work less hours. So they do studies where they see how many hours a girl works, and we actually get paid more when you account for hours worked and the industries we choose. We'll talk about equal pay when it comes, or equal, you know, they want us to be in like the 1% and all that stuff, but they never talk about the positions like plumbers, bricklaying, any of the hard jobs women don't want to do. So we get paid less because we don't like to do hard jobs or ask for raises.
I feel like also women are like obviously mothers. So, and I feel
to help to big up what Pearl is saying, because she was saying some good shit. In my anecdotal experience, women are kicking men's asses out here, especially in Atlanta, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? You go, when I talk to these women, or I talk to these registered nurses, these beautiful fucking women in their 20s making over $100K a year, got their own house. They are looking at portfolio. They got their shit together. They're just single. Hey man, don't nobody get mad at me. This is happening in real life. This is real. But like when I be talking to them, it be crazy because they'll be like, you know what I'm saying? His car broke down. I'm like, why you dating these crazy ass men? You make $100K a year. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like the dates and shit they've been on are fucking losers. But when you looking at what's going on in the world now, women got their shit together. Women making that moolah. Women got a lot of ducks in a row over their male counterparts. And I think that's something that the red pill do agree with on certain panels. I know I've heard this on Fresh and Fit too, but women got that shit locked. I can say in Atlanta, Georgia, at least.
like who gets called when something's wrong with the kids or something needs to be done at the house. The woman usually goes and takes care of that. So like you said,
what's wrong with the house?
No, I'm saying like the men, you know, if they do like she said, men put in more hours.
What you said, if something's wrong with the house, who gets called?
No, you know what I mean? Like usually your husband or your man is the provider. So you wouldn't be like, oh, hey babe, can you leave your providing job to go to the house and meet with the guys who are checking the roof? Usually he would send his wife to do that. It's, you know, it's just kind of that type of thing.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Can I jump on what she said actually? Because she brings up a really good point. Women actually are not asking for raises because we've been conditioned to not rock the boat. We've always been told, you know what, stay quiet, don't really make any noise. Like maybe eventually you'll get a promotion if you're well behaved, you keep your mouth shut and always do what you're told.
Yeah,
That's why.
It sounds like an excuse to me. I've always been able to go ask for a raise if I wanted a raise, so I have no sympathy.
And that's great.
I have no sympathy, and I'm not going to blame society if you're too scared to ask for a raise. Grow a pair, ask for a raise.
And I agree.
It really depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to be controversial and just amass a big audience for being polarizing, then how Pearl said that is fucking awesome. She will definitely accomplish her goal. The information, fucking just ask for a raise. You did your hard job. You did everything right. Like, this is something that came with my ex-wife. She moved all the way to the top of her company, but like, I used to always push her. She was always afraid to, like, to say that mindset, it does exist. I think you'd be more efficient at trying to get your message across to women who do feel, because I think Emily is right. It is ingrained in a lot of women, but I just think it would be more efficient to change people's mind if you didn't deliver it in such a douchey way. As I said, how people of the red pill go. As extremely douchey how Pearl said what she said. And again, what she said is right. Just fucking ask. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got, but I don't know, man. Like, I remember this viral clip about 15 years ago, very long time. Y'all may have saw this clip. It was this military guy. You knew this motherfucker was a Marine. He had the box fucking face, the fucking haircut, white guy. He was a Marine guy. And he had the first like super viral video, and he was just dogging this shit out of fat people. I don't know if y'all saw that shit. It was like 15 years ago. He was dogging the fuck out of fat. You fucking, and it went millions, hundreds of millions, all across Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and shit. The facts that this guy was saying was correct. But like, damn, he beat the fuck out of fat people. The pushback to that is that somebody can say, like, well, here's this one guy who's overweight, and he saw that message and he started working out. But if we are looking at numbers like the red pill say, human beings are social animals. We are social animals. You will amass a larger percentage of people to listen to you if you didn't deliver things in such a douchey way. Most people who watched that viral clip just watched it because he was an asshole, and they were just shocked at how he was saying this correct information and facts about people being overweight. But he would have literally pushed more people into that gym had he not done it that way.
Agree with you 100%. I think that should be the attitude for women. We should all be taught to think like a man, to be thinking like, okay, because that men have always been told, you know what, you deserve that, you should ask for that.
But it's not society, it's gender differences. We're more agreeable. So
correct.
if you
Correct, I agree.
but that's not society, that's innate. Because what they do is they take women from countries that are more free and less free, and the pay gap increases with the more freedom we have.
Are we talking about corporate jobs?
Yeah.
I just want to clarify real quick, because most of the jobs before I was self-employed.
Yeah, but like that kind of fucked me up. Is that, yeah, if you offer more freedom, then the pay gap increases. But what does that have to do with you saying that women are more agreeable? I thought after putting out a claim like that, you're going to show an example of something of how women are just more agreeable than men.
I did like hospitality, like serving jobs. And obviously, as a woman in a serving job, I make way more money than the boy servers.
Yeah, and that's the other thing.
So I can't really like debate at the same time, because I'm like, now I make my own prices, but before I was making more money than the men in my job because I worked hospitality and stuff like that. So
yeah, in certain industries, women definitely.
You guys should know by now how I talk. I mean, it should be no surprise. I do sales, and I'm very fucking good at sales. but they're just, life isn't fucking fair. To me, I make 90% to 95% of my money from women. So I go and I make a comment like, I don't want to go to this event because there's going to be nothing but men there. But when I say that shit to someone who works for the same company I work in, they're a woman, they like, I sell 95% of my shit to men. Men buy more from women. Women buy more from men. That's just how the world works. And you just navigate with it. You know what I'm saying? I may go to this event, but instead of, if I go to that event, I'm not going to sit there and be mad. She kicking ass because this is all men here at this event. I'm just going to try to do the best that I can do. I listen to what she's saying, even though I can't do what she does. You know what I'm saying? But like, the world isn't fair. You have to navigate in the world as it exists, not learn to not like I say this on all my shit. You have to learn to live as the world exists, not as the world should be. I should, and to the red pill point, you're not going to get anywhere in life like that. You just got to fucking make no excuses and go for it, given the options that you have.
Dominant, even in like barber versus hair salon, like women hairdressers make more money.
I think a good way to kind of encourage women to ask for raises is like for society, when a woman's asking for a raise,
learn your worth.
When a woman's asking for a raise, don't be like, oh, she's being aggressive, because men are praised for doing that. Oh, good for you, man, for asking for that raise, for doing that. Then let's praise women for the same thing as well.
We get praised all the time. Again, like,
we're making generalizations.
If you ask for a raise,
if
you get asked for a raise, like, honestly, nobody's gonna call you aggressive. Like, that's just bullshit.
You don't know
excuses.
that.
No, excuses.
You don't know that.
I do want to say, my mom's coworker, she asked for a raise about a few times, like more than a few, and she actually got honored her raise like about, I think, like 3-4 times. But she's still asking for a raise over and over. Like, so they did call her aggressive, but also she did get a raise 3 times, and she doesn't deserve a raise, but she was called aggressive for
they might call the men aggressive too, but the men say, okay, screw you, I'll go get another job.
I believe you're being willfully ignorant, Pearl, if you're going to sit up here and debate that if a woman tries to do something the same way a man does, that they don't oftentimes look at her as being aggressive. This is more with Black women. Like, Black women are like trying to learn how to say things in a different way than even another woman of a different race would, because they're quick to go and put that stereotype that they're being aggressive. To say that this doesn't exist in American society, you're being willfully ignorant.
Never talk about it again.
What?
We don't hear from the men when they get called aggressive. Like you said, they'll go find another job.
Yeah, like they're not going to sit there whining. They just say, okay, screw this, I'll go to another company and get my pay.
I want to give my experience on. I actually made more than a man in a sales job that I was at. I was making $17 an hour compared to my guy counterpart. He was making $15, and the only reason why I was making $2 extra an hour was because I spoke Spanish. So I had to do on the phone. I had to speak both English and Spanish on this job. Well, I was told very clearly to never say how much I was getting paid at this job. I was told to keep my mouth shut, don't say anything. And they specifically told me the starting rate for this job is $15 an hour. So I would appreciate, and I would hope that you honor code, that you don't talk about it. Okay. Months went by. I didn't say a word. And it wasn't until, I slipped up. I was in, taking a break, and, this guy had been there maybe a year longer than me, and he was still only making 15. And I said, oh yeah, no, and 17 an hour, that's really good compared to, what, and it just slipped out, right? Human error. And I kid you not, about 2 months later, I got fired.
It's a conflict of interest as well, because it's just kind of like, yeah, you're bilingual, but then it starts, he's going to the boss's office like, why is she doing AB?
Spoiler. I was very surprised on this whole segment that no one on that entire panel brought up, of course, you're going to make a couple bucks more if you're bilingual. That's literally on job applications now. If you go on Indeed and you see something about bilingual, they're going to pay you more because you have a more rare skill set. that they may need that could bring their company more profit. So I don't understand what her being bilingual has to do with male versus female pay. And she's going to prove me right, because at the end of this, she's going to say the same pay was offered $2 more to a male that was bilingual. This whole segment should have never been said, but it's going to open some can of worms.
And he did. And he did, and he actually made a scene about it that I actually walked away because I felt so uncomfortable. He made me cry in front of the whole sales floor.
Facts.
And he was saying, like, how
Facts,
dare
Flo.
you have, because you're already showing off with your Spanish skills. So why is it that you have to actually make more than me because I wasn't gifted, I wasn't blessed to speak 2 languages. Why is it that I have to make less than you?
That guy, Emily, is a dumbass. Everybody knows if you got a job and then you both do the same thing, except for you're bilingual, to have a special skill set that can bring more in, you're probably going to get paid a couple more bucks. Everybody knows this shit. He's being a whiny little bitch. The red pill isn't going to call him out because you're not red pill. And this is, again, what's wrong with titles. They should say that right now, that man is being a whiny little bitch, the same way that Pearl was saying, stop making excuses. He's making a fucking excuse. What Pearl should be saying right now, what those other 2 black men should be saying right now, since if they want to be consistent on their red pill viewpoint, they should call this man out for making fucking excuses. You see how people only do stuff when it pertains to the other side, except for the actual viewpoint they say that they believe in? If so, it will be clear across the board. Instead, they're sitting there and look at Pearl staring at her, because Pearl know that this woman isn't red pill. She's just waiting to find something else to pick her apart about, when this dude is just making fucking excuses. And if he had a real fucking problem, just go learn fucking Spanish. Like she's saying, like, yo, stop whining and just go ask for a fucking raise. Stop whining and just go learn fucking Spanish. But they're not going to do that. And this is why I think when you put yourself to a side, it changes you, turns you to a fucking hypocrite.
And I was like, because I'm actually doing double the work. Don't you, like, why are you shaming me for A, my value, B, my experience? And I cried in front of everyone because he did that so publicly. And again, I tell you, 2 months later, they found a way for me.
You should not have cried. Why would you cry that a man is being a fucking bitch boy and he did it publicly? He embarrassed himself publicly, crying about how much. When I went to Geico, I started working at Geico. I don't work there anymore. Like right after I got out of the Air Force, right? And I started way at the bottom in glass claims, getting someone to use Geico's glass company instead of going out to use their own. That was a sale. Getting someone in a state that has free glass claims to only get a glass repair, because Geico spends less money on glass repair. So in the state of Kentucky, you get a free windshield if something happens to your windshield, so you don't have to pay your deductible. That's the only state I remember. So I was so good at my job. I was in claims as first started out my sales career. I was so fucking good at my job. The Geico company rule is you have to be there for 6 months to get a promotion. And they offered me for a promotion in 5 months to go to the actual claims department, all claims department, instead of just glass repairs. And people were fucking heated. They was talking shit. He ain't fucking been here 5 months talking all this shit. You think I cried, Emily? Fuck those motherfuckers. If you had my skill at sale, they would have moved your motherfucking non-skilled ass up as fast as they moved me. I moved up in that company all the way to just direct sales, where I walked into the job interview and said, who's the top salesperson on this floor? I'm going to wipe them the fuck out. I broke the fucking company record of most sales in a day within my first week of actually being a salesperson in insurance. And I came all the way from glass repair because I had a skill set. You think somebody who's hating on me, I'm going to fucking cry? Now stay your ass in the fucking glass department and I may come down and visit you. Like, why would you let somebody else bring you down, Emily?
To be let go. And that, to me, I've always carried that because I was actually very proud that I was like, wow, I'm actually making more than my male counterparts, this is really exciting. Like, hey guys, maybe the pay gap isn't real. You know, that's what I was thinking. And then that happened to me, and I was like, wow, what a coincidence.
But I think that's more like you disobeyed what they said. And I know it's on accident, but like they told you not to. Like it's just like they
And this is a comment I really hate that Pearl made because you know what I'm saying? Y'all so alpha and you see this guy being a bitch boy, you totally bypass that. And you tell her, you went against the company's rule. Yo, fuck that shit. When was it a rule you can't say how much you get paid? What company you can't say how much you get paid? That was wrong of that company to do that. It was wrong of that company to even ask that. You can say how much you fucking get paid to anybody. You know what I'm saying? What's up with women taking up for women and shit? Why not saying like that's fucking foul for the company to fucking do that shit? Like I wouldn't work for a company like, hey, you can work here, but you can't tell anybody how much you make. How about fuck you? I can say whatever I want to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying nothing bad about the company. I'm not putting the company down. I know the social media rules, but I can say how much I make on the job I get. I work with the company I work for. That's crazy to me.
They told you that there would be a consequence if you did that, or they said not to, and then you did
I accept
it.
that. I accept that 100% that was definitely my fault. However, I think that there should.
Hell yeah! Not only did I say that in the job interview, Flo. And we going back. This is like 2004. It's a long ass time ago. You know, I'm 42 years old. But I was young. I was 24 years old. I was a fucking hothead. Like y'all can't fuck with me. I'm finna take the top salesperson out. But I went to the top sales guys. They got their little parking spaces in front of the building with the signs on and shit. They think they all that. And they wouldn't talk to nobody. They look down upon people. They wouldn't speak to me. I wouldn't ever try to speak to them. They ain't say nothing. But when they came in that day and they saw 15 policies sold, 20 policies sold in a day. The number just kept going up. And then they was like, yo, your 8-hour shift over with, but you can work overtime. I can work overtime. 25 policies sold in a day. When they saw that name, John Rhymes, on the board, and they went and looked, who the fuck is that guy? I was sitting right back at my desk, chilling like this right here. Oh, you didn't want to speak to me before. Oh, now I'm cool, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Hard work pays off, man.
Should be so that we have equality of the workplace. Why can't we have open transparency of payments if we're all doing the same job?
I
right?
hire people. I'd rather not do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Like I said, I feel like that's a conflict of interest. And then like what happened, they were trying to avoid that scene. Like everybody knew, obviously, you deserved the $2. You had your credit from your bosses. You know, like you didn't need credit from your coworker. Well, that's probably, I feel like that's how, as like, you know, that's how they.
But I think the problem is people start to get entitled because they feel like exactly what happened in that situation. So if I'm hiring 5 people and I know this guy's the most productive, right? And I know he deserves more money, or she, whoever it is. And let's say I pay them $75,000 a year and I pay someone else 50. When they find out about the gap, the other person might feel like they're just as qualified and they might feel like they do just as much work. But I'm the boss. Like I'm the boss. I see who actually does the most work, and that's why you can't have pay transparency, because you have people that feel like they're worth more than they are.
And I think on that note, though, wouldn't it be nice for
Another example of why I don't like titles. Pearl finally said what I was saying. She's basically saying that guy felt entitled. She don't like entitlement. Red side don't like entitlement. Great. But look at her calm, nice demeanor about this guy doing bitch boy shit. And look at how strong and antagonistic and laughing she are at these women. Because the people she needs to make look bad are these women. And to Pearl, I can't agree that somebody else was being a bitch boy if my goal is to make y'all look bad. So the energy is different. Can we not agree on that? Look how calm she just said that this guy was just being, you know what I'm saying? But look how hard she come at them on other things. She wouldn't do this if there were no sides or titles. This is how it changes people.
everyone to know going into the job, okay, this person right here actually is making a little more because they have an extra skill that I don't have. Why don't I go out and learn that extra skill so that I can be price matched with what that other person is?
That sounds nice. And I think if I was like when I was on the other side, I might have agreed, but like people just start to get entitled. And even if they're a whole hell of a lot less productive, like it's night and day, it's like people just have this ego And it's like, you can't,
And I
even
agree.
even with that guy, like everyone else probably could have said she deserves more money.
She's bilingual.
She's better.
You're
But
not.
even when they have that, like that's not even just a guy thing. Like that's just a human thing.
I think also it was the shock. I think and this is just me putting myself in his shoes for right.
Pearl, what fucking company are you working for that it's a shock that the bilingual person is making a couple more bucks? Every place I know, if you're bilingual, they're paying you a couple more dollars than the person who's not. Like that's like 95% of America. Like if you are bilingual, that why are these people so shocked? Emily, what company was this?
Right now, I think it was more the shock of him learning that I was making, and he was there longer than me.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm
Facts,
saying
Flo.
I think it would be more fair for everyone on the floor and everyone in the job to know how much each person is making.
So if that happened, you probably wouldn't have got the 17 to start.
No.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean, because like I'm thinking of it from the employer's point of view. Like if I have
Pearl, I've watched enough of your videos in one night to know that you are an intelligent fucking woman. You really don't think that that's shady of a company to want to hide that? Why are all these other companies not hiding on Indeed? Go to Indeed, put bilingual. Go look at all the jobs that come up. They're gonna get paid a couple more bucks. So why does this company wants her to shut the fuck up and hide it? Come on, Pearl. You know this is some shady fucking tactics from whatever company she talking about. Oh, she's not red pill. You can't say anything that'll make her look good.
have this one guy, maybe he's like a mid employee, right? So like he's making 15 an hour, and I bring in this new girl, and I'm like, oh, she's so much more productive. She's gonna make my life so much easier. She deserves the 17. No matter what, he's still gonna feel some type of way because he's been there longer.
Sure.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that men and women's pay should be equal?
Thank you.
I absolutely do.
So why did you say you were happy when you were making more than your male counterparts?
I knew that was
Okay.
coming.
You get that
She opened herself up for that. I knew that shit was coming.
from the comments?
I did, and that was a good point. And I'm asking you now.
I agree. Okay. And here's the thing. I agree that everyone should be making the same amount. However, like
No, they
I
shouldn't.
mentioned, I was actually doing double.
No, they should not. And I don't even need to use bilingual. If a motherfucker is giving me better results and working harder, he should not make the same as everybody else. Fuck that shit. If that's a red pill talking point, I'm red pill on that shit. The motherfucker that give me the best and help me to my company to produce larger numbers is gonna get paid the more money.
Double the work. I was actually having to speak in the Spanish language and the English language. And not only that, in my particular sales in the Spanish division, I had to actually explain what it was that I was selling. So not only was I selling, I was also having to describe what it was that I was selling. Whereas in the English department, everyone knows what a home security system is in the United States. But in other Latin countries, a home security system is literally the dogs of the house. And so to have to explain this, so like literally I had to spend an hour on each phone call. So it was really exhausting work just to like talk about that. So yes, to answer your questions, I believe that everyone should be making the same amount. And here's another example. They ended up hiring another dude, and he was also making 17 an hour. So we were both doing the same job. He was making 17, I was making 17, and he was speaking Spanish.
All right. So this whole point I've been taking up for you, Emily, I'm gonna have to go against you now. What was the point of this entire thing? If they paid you $2 more because you're a woman that was bilingual, and then they paid a man $2 more because he was bilingual, what the fuck does this have to do with the pay gap between women and men? You went on this long segment about the pay gap between being bilingual, which is another skill set, over not being bilingual. I'm just fair down the line, bruh. Don't shoot me.
Well, no, here, I'm gonna get to you in just a second, bro, so we can keep doing the same thing. But let me read some questions, and everybody get the likes up. Let's get 100% engagement, please. We got more people than we've ever had watching. This is a bomb-ass show. Thank you all for coming. Please share it out to everybody else. We got a question from Gail. She says, question for ladies. If there is a wage gap and men are so misogynistic, why aren't more companies hiring only women? If your statement is true, it's profitable to hire just women.
Hold on. Why aren't more companies
But you're also
hiring only women? Why aren't
who
more
said all
companies?
men are misogynist?
That's a great ass question for the commenter. If I wanted to pay devil's advocate again, I have no viewpoint on this. I have not done my research, so I don't know if there's a difference in pay gap or not. That's why I was mostly quiet on this segment. But if I just want to be an asshole and play devil's advocate, what if they are paying women more because they feel like they're prejudiced and they don't feel that women can produce a better outcome than men? So even though they're paying men more, it's better to pay them more and get a better return on profit that would negate that difference of increased pay that they give men. When someone says something like that, all you need is one example. So I gave one example. Again, I don't believe that. I've not done any research on the pay gap differences. I'm just playing devil's advocate and answering this question.
Though, are we making assumptions, Gail? Now,
Men are
can you
so
rephrase the question?
misogynistic. So
I'm sorry.
She said, question for Lays, if there is a wage gap and men are so misogynistic, why aren't more companies hiring only women?
Great question. We should hire more women.
I agree.
Me personally,
Why not?
I feel like if I'm doing more, I should be making more. I wanted to double back before I answer this question because I feel like, there should be. I don't agree per se. It's like we shouldn't have a wage gap at all because just like she said, more women are getting hired, and it's like I said, women do make more money. She's like Pearl said, women do dominate, and there's women who make way more money than men do, and it's just kind of like at this point, I don't want to say women are like lazy, but I mean, if you want to make more money and I feel like maybe instead of our priority being the home, like maybe it should be more work. If we want to, I don't know I don't know. And maybe that's not said right, but
I'm a steal a comment here from Mary. It says pay should be based on productivity and skills, not gender.
yeah, I
So
agree.
that's a good
You
statement.
like
And
that
I
comment?
think for the most part it is. I think women just don't want to do like the most stressful jobs that are worth more money. And I can see it in my company. Like I pay my recruiter double what I pay my personal assistant. My personal assistant tried to be my recruiter for a week.
Mm-hmm.
She hated it. She was like, you could give me double the money and I do not give a shit. Like, this job's horrible. It is.
Mhm.
Recruiting for pot. Oh my gosh, you know the
Yeah,
struggle.
yeah, I
She
know.
knows the struggle. And it's like women don't want to do stressful jobs. We would rather just and women I think are better at like more organizational stuff. So she's really good at being like a personal assistant. But unfortunately, like one is more valuable to me than the other.
Yeah, and I worked at a warehouse this year, actually at Target warehouse, and I can attest to that. Like because the pay gap was obviously the men on the side where they're moving pallets and unloading trucks, they're making like 24, and then I'm like packing online orders, I'm making 18, 19, but my back was hurting, hips were hurting. I'm like, I can't do this long. And then men come home and they're like,
It's
beat
nothing.
up, horrible. I'm like, so you're right. Like a lot of women don't want to do manual labor. I personally don't want to do manual labor for too long. I will if I have to, but I mean, I was willing to make 18 instead of 24. So
I'm confused too, London. At this point, I don't know. At this point, there's certain things, even though you talk to people who do research or they may be intelligent, there's a difference in experience of life when you're talking to 20 people in their early and mid 20s. I'm 42 years old. So like, I think that they're confused about their own viewpoints that they're talking about now. So I'm confused as well too, London.
wasn't like unloading trucks.
And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. Like when I say that when women are like, I'm saying the ones that are using the pay gap as an excuse, they're just lazy. But like the girls that actually work hard and are trying to do stuff, they understand why men make more money.
Yeah.
And I think just to clarify, I think you're talking about a specific job with the same skills and the same kind of like work performance, correct?
What do you mean?
Like what you're saying, like repeat what you just said.
Which part?
I think basically
all
she's
of it.
like asking like, you believe that men and women should make the same if they're equal in stance. They
Correct.
Work the same,
Yeah.
everything.
I just wanted to make sure that that's what you were trying to say.
I mean, I think men and women should be paid if they do the same job and work the same amount of hours and ask for raises the same. But unfortunately, those things are not the same.
There you
go.
Okay, here, I'm gonna just do this one question real quick before we go to you, bro. Question to Pearl: as a boss, you're also speaking from a place of entitlement.
I'm saying the ones that are using the pay gap as an excuse, they're just lazy. But like the girls that actually work hard and are trying to do stuff, they understand why men make more money.
Yeah.
And I think just to clarify, I think you're talking about a specific job with the same skills and the same kind of like work performance, correct?
What do you mean?
Like what you're saying, like repeat what you just said.
Which part?
I think basically
all of
she's
it.
like
There-
asking like, you believe that men and women should make the same if they're equal in stance. They
Correct.
work the same.
Yeah, yeah,
everything.
yeah.
Mhm.
I just wanted to make sure that
I-
that's what you were trying to say.
Oh,
I mean, I think men and women should be paid if they do the same job and work the same amount of hours and ask for raises the same. But unfortunately, those things are not the same.
There you go.
Mhm.
Okay, here I'm gonna just do this one question real quick before we go to you, bro. Question to Pearl: as a boss, you're also speaking from a place of entitlement.
As a boss, I'm speaking from a place of entitlement. How?
That was a stupid ass question. You earn the right to be a boss, and it takes a lot to be a boss, and you're taking a lot of risk. And you most of the time when you're a boss, you're starting off in the hole where you're losing money, and you're taking this risk to come up. That was just a stupid ass question.
I don't see that at all, man. She had to work
don't
to
think
get
so.
to where she's at. Anybody that's a boss probably. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's trust
Look
fund
at-
babies that
I mean-
start businesses with their parents' money, but a lot of people
Bosses
work to get to that.
bosses also have a budget. So it's kind of like you're going to pay your employees, like you said, with the work that they're putting out. You don't have just endless amounts of money to pay everybody equally and what they think they deserve. Like you said, it really goes by, obviously, if you're getting paid more, the boss behind the scenes sees the production that you have more production than the next
Actually,
person.
I pay my employees before I even get paid. So it's
Yeah.
because YouTube's like delayed.
Facts.
We all know. Yeah.
All right, so I want to hear, what do you think about the pay gap, man? Do you think that it's too much in one favor of the other? What do you think?
I think that there are a lot of studies that have been done to kind of like debunk the wage gap. I definitely don't think that men should be paid more on the dollar than women by any means. But in this one study that I looked at, they did it. The average of all men working in all male jobs, and then the average of all women working in all women jobs, and that's where that average came out to, right? So like women traditionally aren't engineers. Women traditionally aren't construction workers.
Mhm.
Women traditionally don't put 60, 80 hours in of work. That's why you see, marriages failing, because the woman is like, yo, when are you going to come home? Like, I'm sitting here at home waiting for you. Men aren't sitting at home waiting like, yo, when are you going to come home? Right. So that is a lot of the reason why there's that wage gap. And then there are also a lot of outside factors, right? So like whenever she mentioned like underprivileged, and this goes back to like race, right? A bunch of underprivileged people, right? That's because of the area that they're in. But whenever you look at the wage gap, we're looking at monetary. It's not factoring in where you come from, who your parents are, right? What you were taught. So there are a lot of outside factors that affect that whenever you look at it completely monetarily, it doesn't completely line up. Like I don't think
This guy's an example of someone who, while I disagree with his points, I like that the way he carries himself, and he is the far least douchiest person. And he's an example that you can get your point across, and you don't have to be a total dickhead. So I respect Chef Don. I think his name with the blue. I respect dude, even though I disagree with him on a lot of things. Here's something though I'm noticing about life. Remember I told y'all like these men are not getting their shit together like women are getting their shit together. Women are really getting their shit together. And so they are getting these raises. They are getting these bigger jobs. They are having better jobs than men now. So what I don't want from the red pill, I don't want the red pill to sit up here and say that while the majority of men are in power now in these situations, that when it reverses, and it's the women that's doing the hiring, I don't want to hear no fucking excuses about like there's no wage gap and the women are making more than men, they're doing better than me. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I don't hear none of that fucking excuses, none of that, because we men, we got to get our shit together like these women are getting their shit together.
think it's $1 to 80 cents, because exactly like that person said earlier, technically, if women are getting paid 80 cents for exactly the same work that a male is doing, it would be dumb for me to be like, hey, let me just hire as many men as possible. And then so true with we're in 2022, right? There are a lot of agendas moving forward to hire minorities and women. And I see it in my field a lot. Like I come from a very diverse company. There are people that look like me, people from all different walks of life, right? There's a lot less white people than
That's good.
than I saw 5 years ago. Yeah, it's awesome, right?
Yeah.
But we can't go back and say, oh, in Europe it's a lot of white people, or in 1999 it was a lot of white people. We have to talk about what's going on current day and what we're doing to move forward.
I agree.
What about you, Austin? How do you feel about it?
I would agree with him. I really don't give a damn about this pay gap shit, man. I think it's all bullshit, if you ask me.
And it's really generalized. Like it's really hard to like
it's
be
bullshit.
specific on certain things.
It's just bullshit.
All right. Well, another thing that I really wanted to check. Well, here I got Rod asked.
I'm gonna give my opinion on I forget what it's called. What they're gonna say, affirmative action. I'm gonna give my opinion on that. My detailed opinion on that.
Question for the ladies: what is the outcome of your endeavors in making more money and/or equal to a man? What is your ladies? What is the outcome of your endeavors in making more money and/or equal to a man?
That was a dumbass question. Like the way that that's worded is very fucking tricky. So look at their faces. Look at all of their reactions. And this motherfucker, so I'm gonna tell you what I think. You know what I'm saying? I think the person who wrote that question was trying too hard to appear to be intelligent. Just ask how you fucking feel, man. But just listen to how that question is worded.
We'll start with you. Yeah. Question. Yeah. Outcome of your endeavors in making more money. What do you wish to get out of your life with making more money? Because you're very career driven. You know.
I feel like for some reason I'm not understanding the question. It's not that I'm dumb. I'm really not understanding.
I think I understand.
Can you go?
Okay, so I want to double back to how I said I made more money than men at my serving job. I think the plus of that would of my outcome, like the outcome that came of that, me making more money than men in a restaurant setting. I wasn't coming to work complaining about not making enough gas money or money to eat, or like the men were making $50 in tips and I was making 200 in a few hours. So it's just kind of like, I don't know if that really answers your question, but
I feel like what his question was meaning, it's a little bit
what does that
confusing.
mean? Yeah.
But we'll just go to this next one, Gail. Question for the panel: Is diversity of color good? Can you click that again for me, bud? Is diversity of color good or diversity of thought? As a person, wouldn't you be offended knowing you got a job based on gender or race, not merit?
So this is when I'm gonna let them speak and I'm gonna give my opinion on affirmative action. But I just want to give shout out to the Purple Pill podcast on the subject of when that person said that like you feel entitled when you start a business. All those microphones cost money. That backdrop to set up that whole scenario. This guy going in the hole. He only has 4,000 subscribers. That means he's not getting paid a lot. Matter of fact, this was a polarizing live or podcast where he got big numbers. He got 55,000 views on this one right here. Shout out to him. But like he's looking for these big moments so he can propel in business. He's going in a whole shit. My bad. I hit my little camera here. But he's going in a hole first before he's going to make any money. So this is why it's wrong to say I only use this as a prop. I don't even use this camera. I just put something in the background, but I don't know. I put it up here. But he's going in a hole first before he makes a profit. So shout out to him. And the fact that he's flying people out there from another country, he's going in a hole again further. You lose money before you make money. So to just shout out to this guy, only 4,000 subscribers to go into his business and believe in himself so much to want to come up from this and actually earn a living from YouTube off this.
Affirmative action for you.
Yeah, that's
Clean Black Sneak. You said they dull. It's about to heat up. It's about to heat up.
a good question. You know, that that's tough because on one hand, I want if I'm given if I'm given the door open to me because of affirmative action, I'm going to take it because that's an opportunity that was finally open to me that probably wasn't open to me before. And of course, there is maybe a guilt factor to that, I think. And but wouldn't you want to try to prove yourself because you're going to get fired, right? If you're not performing the job to the degree that you were hired for, I think.
So the misconception a lot of times about affirmative action, when you going online and you going on Indeed.com, you go on these places, you fill out a job, all you see is a job opening and you apply and you go to a job interview, you give the best you got. So I need that to have my viewpoint. That's ignorance. You don't know affirmative action is going on. You see a job, you post for it, and you hope for the best based upon your skill set and how you do in an interview. She said, I'm going to take it. You're ignorant. You don't know that this is affirmative action or anything. You just feel like you got the job over somebody else. So there's something in the background that propelled you to get a job, and you were ignorant of this going on. Wouldn't you say in the 1960s, 1970s, or whenever you can keep going to now, depends on your belief, that companies were going to hire a white person over a black person? Now, the white person that went in, they went into their job, they filled out their job application on paper back then or however you want to go, and they're ignorant to the fact that they're likely to get hired just because of their white, because of the society they live in. They're ignorant of the fact of the advantage they have, just as someone will be ignorant of the fact of the advantage they have of affirmative action. There's no affirmative action thing on the fucking Indeed application to tell you, hey, you're a minority. This is the spot. We got you, bruh. So you're just going in and trying to fight for a job. Now, this is how I look at shit. If a white person is better at a job than me and you only hire me because I'm black, I don't want the fucking job. I don't want the job. I'm that nigga. I'm better than everybody sitting inside this fucking waiting room to go into your office. And when I go in there, I'm going to show you with my resume, with my intellect, with everything that I'm better than that person is. I don't want that job. But let's make it even. Let's say there's a white man and he is 100% equal to me. You look down our resume, we are the exact fucking same. We look at the fucking community work we do. We look at ourselves as a person, and there's nothing different between us. So he's not better than me. I'm not better than him. We're even. And they say they want to hire me because I'm black, and they want to show diversity in there. I'm going to take that fucking job. You know why I'm going to take that job? Because at this point, we're only looking at sales. All we're looking at is sales. This company feels that we would look better in a better light if we hire more minorities. But when we hire these minorities, we're not just picking someone because they fucking suck the color of their skin. Me, John, was exactly equal to this white dude. This goes against the red pill ideology because the red pill feels don't make no fucking excuses. Live in the world as it is, not in the world as it should exist. That's what you motherfuckers go around preaching. That's what I go around preaching. I'm living that life. I'll be the white man in the example. How I can be the white man? If they got a lot of black people at this job and I'm 100% equal to this fucking Mexican woman, we're the exact same. There's no way to choose between us, but they look and they see they have more black men in that office than this Mexican woman, and she's going to get the job only because she's Mexican. She's not better than me, but I'm not better than her. We're even down the line, so they want to look and put more Mexicans in there. Cool. I'm all cool with them hiring her over me. I'm not going to make no excuses. I'm going to go and look for the next job opportunity. That's how I feel about affirmative action. I don't want nobody. I don't want to get a job over nobody if they better than me at that job. If they better than me at that job, they should get it. But if we both even and they want to increase more black men in their company, fuck you, my nigga. I'm taking that job, and I'm taking that job with pride. I dust all you motherfuckers off. And it could have been me or that other dude, and they needed a spot to show diversity in the company. I don't have a problem with it. And I would fucking debate that against anybody.
So sure, there's going to be a little bit of guilt personally. If that were to happen to me, and they open the door for me that would have normally been closed, of course I would walk through proudly, and I would try to work twice as hard to prove my worth so that I'm not fired right after. I think that answers that question.
There's a question up there, Jada God. He said he means
Talking to it.
he said he means plans. What are your plans with the money you receive?
Yeah.
Since making more money is so important to you.
That's subjective, right?
So something in the red pill space is they like to talk about how women trying to make their own money or make more money than men.
Mhm.
That's a very negative thing because a man likes to be the head of the house. He likes to make the most money. So I think what he's kind of trying to ask is, if your goal is to make more money and stuff like that, is that in line with your end goal? Are you going to try to get a man with that money? Like, what's your goal with going and becoming a boss and making more money? Are you trying to have kids? Are you trying to have a family one day? Are you trying to find a boyfriend? What is it really?
Depends on the person.
I just feel like I want to bring to the table what I want my man to bring to the table. Like, I feel like I can't ask my man to make A, B, and C and be this wealthy provider if I can't also provide if he's down.
They're about to get into the part that triggered me. One of the two subjects that triggered me with Emily. And yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's my goal with my money. It's not that I want to outdo my husband. It's just I really want to bring to the table what I expect my husband to bring to the table, because not everything's good all the time. Like with your man, like, he could be wealthy and then one day lose everything, and then I'm just sitting there like.
And you're ready to provide.
Yeah, and I want to be able to cushion that and make sure
it's a good backup.
Okay. Absolutely.
That's really how I
feel.
For me, I'm single, so for me, making money, working, I work hard. I'm a hard worker. I've had hands in different sectors, education, medical. I'm a hard worker, and I want to save that money to purchase a home for my future family, and I am able to support myself. I support myself financially. I do.
This is a little bit where you leaning into a little bit of misogynistic, because the red pill teaches like work hard, make no excuses, make all the money you can. So if they teach that, and these women are saying that they're going out and they're trying to do this thing, it makes you want to ask, why won't they want them to do it? Because they just want the men to go out and do this. They don't want the women to do it because they want the women to sit back at home and not work and take care of their children and shit like that right there. Which is fine for you to date, but to put this ideology out and try to make another woman look bad for her wanting to be single and earn the most money she can for herself is fucking crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And I'm not talking about Pearl's definition of misogyny. I'm talking about the actual definition of misogyny.
Do not rely on anybody. I do not rely on any man. It's just me. And if I know my future husband, he's out there somewhere. I don't know where he is. But if I do make more than him, I don't see that being a problem. And, I'm not looking for a man that has a lot of money. For me, it's all about character first. Because a guy could have, millions and be a jerk, and I don't have time for that, and I don't have a desire for that. So there's nothing wrong with being a strong, independent man, making that money, strong, independent woman. It's attractive to me personally. If I see a man who's working hard, out there making money, supporting himself, if he has children, he's supporting those children too. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. We need to be financially independent.
This man keeps saying how men don't care about us because of our money, but men, I feel like it's to answer his question, it's when I'm single, it's not about a man. Like, I'm just hustling because I want to hustle. Like, I know men don't care what we bring to the table. That's apparent. It's just, I mean, I don't think it's a problem that women want to make
I don't care
some money.
Thinks.
Like, I'm single. Like,
You're telling her she's fucking fat. You're telling her she's overweight. You're telling her she's less attractive and shit. You're telling her there's a small chance she's not gonna get a man. And then you're telling her she's wrong if she goes out and try to make as much money as she can for herself while she's single. You motherfuckers is pathetic, man.
I'm high maintenance. I like to get my lashes, toes, nails, and I don't ask a trick or somebody to pay for my stuff. So I want to have my own money. That's all that really is.
Okay. So what about you? Like, is there an end goal to you make more money? Like, what do you think?
It's okay, I'm used to it.
So personally, the reason
Red pill. Hey, beautiful black woman on this stream. How about you lose some fucking weight, get in shape, and get in the fucking kitchen, cook all my food, take care of all my children, and let me fuck any woman that I want, and I don't want to hear nothing from you. I mean, am I wrong with the red pill people? Am I wrong in my statement? Is that the advice that would basically help her out? She needs to lose weight, and she needs to marry a guy that she's gonna let fuck whoever he wants to, because men have these sexual urges that they can't get over, even though you're supposed to be an alpha male and be in control of yourself. Maybe I need to be on one of these fucking panels.
I want to be independent and this is going to get a little bit personal. The reason why I want to be financially independent and not have a man ever, I don't want to rely on a man, is because I am the product of that. I am the product of a woman having to depend on a man to survive financially. And I was raised to believe that I will not have worth. I will not be able to have the independent freedom, or do anything that I want to do in life without the support of a man. And that, I think, is one of the reasons I'm single. Okay. And I've done a lot of work on myself. I've gone to a lot of years of therapy. Never married, don't have kids. And I think I admit that one of the reasons why I'm still single is because I kept going for the wrong men. I kept going to the men that would try to save me. I was always, and we've always been taught to look for a Prince Charming, right? That's what we're taught with Disney. And so I was always looking for someone to save me, take me.
This is the subject that triggered me. Watch it play out.
Out of my parents' house. I want, like, provide for me. And they kept using me. I kept getting,
Using you for what?
for my body, for
How's he saving you if he's using you?
because I was letting it happen.
What is this?
But what is he saving you from? You said you went for the man that saved you, but he used you at the same time.
Right. And
you
that's
kept
why I'm
getting
saying.
what?
And that's why
I
I'm
can't
saying.
save money and use it at the same time.
I think she said a
No,
man.
no, no.
She goes for
So,
the.
so I'm
That was-
just curious. Was he spending money on you? Is that what you meant when you
Mhm.
said?
Yeah, he
So-
was providing for my rent, providing for everything. I was
But-
living
That's
with
an
him.
equal
and so
exchange.
then how are you getting used for your body if he was paying money?
I didn't know how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it first. All right, it's gonna go so long out. I'm gonna miss certain key points. So I'm just gonna fucking do it first and say my opinion on this subject right here, right? I just don't think that both of those black guys, Pearl, and this time I'm going to include the host of the show because he's going to insert himself in this. I just don't think that they're dumb enough to not understand that when this woman is saying, and it's partially Emily's inability to articulate how she feels. That's what I think the issue is. She's saying that like she was in a relationship. The dude paid her rent. He was paying for stuff right there. But the red pill, once you have an ideology, you don't hear shit else. It blinds you. Their ideology is, I don't like that women try to ration sex or think that they want to put off sex or whatever. If a man is doing this right, he'll give that man some fucking pussy. So since that's their viewpoint, it has either they're willfully ignorant, meaning they know exactly what she means, or it has blinded them that they don't know what she means. But what she's saying is that this was a horrible relationship. This dude did not love her as a person. This dude did not care about her as a person. The right things inside of a relationship that you need outside of someone paying your fucking rent. I just don't believe these four people are just that dumb that they couldn't understand what this woman is saying. But they're gonna act like that. They're gonna throw the whole inside nuances of what makes a successful relationship, and they're gonna keep it extreme. What's so bad about this? He pays you money, give him the pussy. It was incredibly hard for me to watch this part. I was frustrated at Emily because I'm like, yo, I just wish she could articulate how she feels, because every time she says something wrong, because she's not used to being on panels like this, instead of them using fucking common sense, they're just gonna use that to bash this fucking woman and make her feel like she was wrong to leave this man simply because he paid her and fucked her. All right. Now I'll elaborate more and give a real life example of me.
For your rent. Couldn't he say he was being used for his wallet?
No, and therein
Wait,
lies the issue. Because that wasn't my end goal. My end goal was never to use a man. I never wanted. That's what I was trained to do. That's what I thought. I always have wanted to be independent, but the opportunity came for me to move out of my parents' house because he was going to move me out to Kansas City, and I lived with him for a few months. And obviously the relationship became toxic because he
at this point, Why didn't anybody on the red pill side explore toxicity? The reason they're not going to explore toxicity or the details of what could have happened is because they got what they want to already make her look bad. Give that man that pussy because he paid your bills and bought you groceries.
The typical sell you a dream type of man, and you take it, eat it up.
What dream is he selling you? He's paying your rent.
No, her dream. No. She says she was raised on the dream or idea that you need a man to come in and save you. So when that man came in and was like, "Hey, let me move you out. Come live with me."
I thought it was going to be Prince Charming. I thought that we were going to be traveling, and I wasn't purposely selling my body or anything like that.
No, I didn't say nobody. Nobody. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't.
I'm just trying to clarify.
You tried to play that victim role. Nobody called you that.
Okay.
He everybody, 1 second. Get the likes up, guys. We gotta get 100% engagement, please.
While he mentions the lights, I want to take a segue to say what I said earlier. I said that Emily at the beginning came off more combative, but as you go into the scene, she's going to be more laid back, asking questions. You're seeing it right now. But this is when the red pill jumps down your fucking throat. She is changing as she's learning because she hadn't been on debates and shit like this right here. So she's learning live now better ways. But I just don't think that she has it to articulate how she feels. So they're going to take advantage of this.
He was paying your rent.
And subscribe.
I was living in his apartment.
And what else was he providing? Everything.
Food, everything, all of it. He was providing
and you
entertainment.
Think he used you for sex?
I mean, that was your man.
I felt as if I wasn't living to my fullest potential because I was living off of his means.
So how did
So you want to be independent and you don't want to give up sex. So that's why you're single.
And you were taught that way. He didn't grow up.
If somebody's giving you
what you were raised.
Explain yourself. I want to know what you're trying to say. I want to know what you're trying to say.
Can I clarify something?
He's taking care of everything, and you think sex is too much of a trade-off?
Did you feel used when you felt?
Well, you said he was using you for your body.
You can be manipulative and use someone.
It depends on the conversation. If you move somebody into your place and that you're only fucking them, but you sold them a dream or something else, you don't want to talk to them. You don't want to communicate with them, which she's going to go into detail and talk about. They don't care about those nuances. How that is a toxic fucking relationship. That is manipulation. If you give someone the expectation of more, but you feel like, I'm not going to give you that. I'm going to pay your rent and everything, and I want that ass. How can you alone say that that is a happy relationship? She should have never left. This shit is mad crazy to me.
Manipulated for what?
Body.
Yeah.
Speaking from experience.
That means her parents.
I'm not gonna lie.
You guys act like, come on, we like sex too.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
I love it.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying.
I'm gonna show y'all how easy it is to debate people. Sometimes motherfuckers try too hard. I'm going to read Sir Groves Moore comment. He says, there are many companies that don't like when you share your pay. That's a common for people that work regular jobs. John, you clearly haven't worked a regular 9-to-5 job in a while because it's eternal. I will wake up tomorrow and I will have to be in my office at 8:30 a.m. and then I will get off at 4:30 p.m. I will do this Monday through Friday. I have done this for the past 20 fucking years. I don't even have to go into your details. This is why you guys should not be extremists when you want to jump out the fucking window. How can you take one sentence and say, I've obviously haven't worked a regular 9-to-5 when that's all I've been doing for the past 20 years? You dumb fuck.
We had great sex. Don't get me wrong. Okay.
So you wasn't getting used.
You can, even in a relationship and in a marriage, you can be violated.
But how? She literally said her parents raised her to be that way.
Yeah,
and then,
from the beginning,
so how,
little girls are sold this.
No, and I'm not blaming it on him. I've never put blame on him. I put actually the blame on myself.
Did you feel used when he left? Is that what you're saying?
I'm still so confused.
I'm not doing a good explanation. Listen, how do I explain this? Because this is the first time I've ever explained this, and so that's why I'm a little, shaky on my explanation. I was raised.
I think Emily is shaking on her explanation because she's never been on a panel like this right here before. So she has no experience in these kind of public debating sort of setups. And she's going against people who have done this shit all the time, who are firm in their viewpoints. And so since she's now realizing that after about an hour that they're going to pinpoint everything she says, is shaking her even more. And she's not making smart decisions instead of just being truthful with how you feel. Just roll with that. She's dating some fucking asshole who paid the bills and wanted the pussy and didn't give her the emotional connection that she needed in a relationship.
So, okay, in Venezuela and in Latin countries, really, in any other country, you're always taught as a woman to look for a gringo, to look for the provider. Okay, and that's what happened to my mom. She found this Mormon missionary white guy, and she latched onto him for dear life. They had me here in the United States, and then when we went back to Venezuela, because obviously that didn't work out. When we went to Venezuela, I was always, that's what I saw. That's what I grew up thinking. That's what's normal. I need to go find a man that's going to take me to the promised land, take me back to the States, take me back to where I'm from. And it didn't matter what he was, what he did. Just go towards anything that's going to give you a good financial stable life. And again, yes, there was sex involved, there was other things involved, but that was never a priority. That was
It should
never
have been sex involved.
I'm just
We
confused.
were in a
What did he
relationship.
do wrong? That's why I'm super confused.
No,
So
what
we-
I did
how
wrong.
Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
The only reason I'm confused is because you said the word used, and when you
Yes.
say the word used,
Sure.
it sounds like you're like a victim in this
Of a
situation.
parasite.
But the thing is, like, the more you describe the situation, I'm
Mhm.
like, this sounds great. He was taking care of you. You said great sex.
Yeah.
So how, like, if you were also enjoying the sex, how could you be used?
One thing I don't like about the red pill, make sure I get my words correct, is like how polarizing they make the word victim. The word victim is their enemy. Now, to be clear, I go through horrible shit in my life, been through horrible things in my life, and I can articulate and explain those things that I've been through. And me explaining those things that I've been through doesn't mean that I'm a fucking victim. It's a fact. I did go through those things. The mindset of going through those things is the learning experience to be better and not try to put myself in those situations again. That doesn't mean that I'm a victim, but that word is so polarizing that when the red pill hears it, they get triggered to just go to defend and show you how you're not wrong. Now, slave was a choice. You know what I'm saying? You're a fucking victim. Like, according to them, unless somebody puts a gun in your head, you're still not a victim. But to them, they'd be like, oh, you're still your choice. You still could have tried to run away from the bullet. That they turn this shit into such an extreme level that you can no longer say your life experience and things that you've been through. What if you didn't have the knowledge? What if you didn't have the knowledge and someone had way more knowledge than you and they were like a con artist? They manipulated you. They got you to do some shit. It's easy to say, you was the dumb fuck that did it, but we are not robots. We are human beings. Human beings make mistakes. Human beings do have accidents. Human beings have learning experiences that makes them better as a person. So that's why I don't understand like this polarizing word that they're triggered from, that they go, oh, they said victim. I got to show you how you're not a victim. I got to show you. Oh, he shoved his penis in my mouth. It was horrifying. Why you didn't clench your teeth? You're not a victim. If you'd have closed your teeth, he couldn't have put his penis in your mouth. Like, that's how I feel, to an extreme level, that the red pill take the word victim.
Because he was just using me for company.
That's
I was
what he's
never
supposed
loved.
to be. Y'all in a relationship.
But
I don't want
he
to be
never-
alone.
But here's the thing: he never
So
told me
you're
that he
using
loved me.
Wait, can we clarify to the people in the comments how we spun off and got to this?
No.
conversation?
Let's.
There you go, right there. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, everybody not hardcore like you red pill women like Pearl and shit is, but like, women like an emotional connection. When they talk about some of the 4 love language topics, or reassurance, which is confirmation, or quality time or whatever. She just said, like, she lived in a house with a guy who paid her bills and never once said that he loved her. That is not far-fetched for a woman to want to feel love. And if she was promised these things from this guy and he didn't deliver, all he did was pay the bills and fuck, then yes, something has happened that wasn't true for her to leave that situation.
Go. They can rewind. Go ahead.
There was I fell. How about this? I fell in love with the idea of him, and he never really loved me. He enjoyed my company.
That means he loved you.
No, he never said he
I'm
loved
not
me.
moving nobody in if I don't love
how-
you. That is
how- how
bullshit.
long-
Unfortunately, there's
how long
people
is
out
it?
there who do that.
How long?
Flower shirt guy, you look like a dumbass on that statement. A woman told you a man never said that he loved her, but you said, hey, because me in my life and how I live, which is weird because I'm a pussy that'll go to another country to get pussy. And instead of trying to deal with the odds that I have here in the United States, but I'm supposed to be an alpha male. But because I would only move a woman in and pay her bills and fuck her and not giving her the emotional connection she needs. That automatically means that I love someone. Then that must mean that every man that does this loves someone. You sound like a fucking dumbass, bro. You sound 23 years old, which is the age you are, and you don't have the life experience. And you're going down this assholish route. And you're not going to learn in life because you're going to remove yourself from topics like this because you're just going to go to Brazil and take the fucking easy route. My nigga, I will destroy these motherfuckers.
Did you think you were a slave?
From April, no.
Okay.
From, I want to say April, it was 2015, so it was from April to October. From April
So
to
it was like
October.
6 months?
About.
And who ended it? You or him?
He
Oh,
did.
he ended it.
Mhm.
Okay. So it was more like you were mad you wasted your time.
No, because it was a good learning experience.
Okay, because to me it sounds like a good relationship.
That's what I'm thinking
I
too.
know,
I'm
I'm
so
like,
like
right,
confused
right,
It just
right
sounds
now.
mutually beneficial to me.
A woman tells you a guy paid her fucking bills and he got the pussy and that was it. That's all in relationship. And you guys sit on a panel and laugh at her with all of the nuances and things we subjectively take as being a great relationship because that's what so you're saying that's what you like. You be cool with that, Pearl, and it's cool if you just want to gotta pay your bills and you open your legs and you fuck them and you get nothing else. That's cool for you, but you can't put that weird ass shit on other women who don't feel the way that you feel. This lady just didn't know how to articulate her feelings the way that I know how to do it. But y'all sound stupid as hell. She don't sound stupid. Y'all sound stupid by portraying that this is all it takes for a successful relationship, and you talking about all this fucking women power shit, and you want a woman to sit there and open her legs just because the guy paying her fucking bills. Y'all sound dumb and young as fuck, man. Y'all sound stupid.
This
right, and no. Well, I don't know.
Yikes.
He blocked me.
Yikes.
So
I would have blocked you. If I paid your rent and everything and groceries and all that, and you say I used you for sex.
no. Again,
You can
I know
use
that I'm a
someone
little
for sex
shaky.
in a
Wait.
relationship.
Y'all act like men don't do this. Y'all like men don't. Yo, when I say I'm gonna name my subjective shit, and I'm a fucking man. Real shit. This chick made $200,000 a year talking to me about negotiating between getting a $50,000 and $70,000 raise. That's over $250,000 a year. This fucking woman, super submissive. She would have given me the world. She'd have gave me every fucking thing. Literally said it. Even your children, when you get your children, they can stay here. Oh, you like to do your YouTube stuff? You can have this whole building on my property and I'll pay to turn it to your studio. She lived way past Athens. That's over 2.5 hours away. I just moved back here to be 3 miles away from my children to co-parent. Ain't enough money in the world that was going to get me to move away, especially if I didn't have those nuances in between it. The fact that you want to offer me all of this money and shit when you're just meeting me makes me feel that you just want a man. Any man that would have showed you attention, you would have did it to. So your loneliness is making you put these things out to the world. That's not a woman I want to be with. I want to be with a strong woman. So you can't buy me. Love the curves. Love the body shape. Sexy as fuck. Great sex. But my dick is worth more than that. I can't do this. I wish you well on your search of finding you somebody close by. But it requires more than money and sex for me to have a meaningful relationship. This is real talk, y'all. This happened in real life. I'm even worried that they probably gonna see this shit. But they know I'm telling the truth, and they know what I told them when I broke it off with them. For y'all to sit on that panel and portray that paying bills and fucking is a meaningful relationship, to sit there, all four of y'all on the screen right now, to shame this fucking woman, that shit made me sick.
Was he not providing enough for you? Because earlier in the talk, you said that you wanted to go on vacation.
I wanted the relationship to continue.
You needed emotional support.
And I needed emotional support, and he wasn't giving it.
And was he working too much? Like, why wasn't he able to give the emotional support? Did he get off work and he didn't want to?
Hey, that may be your lack of intellect. You got to take that up with yourself, Ken. But the lady just said that. She literally just said that when she said that he wasn't showing me love, that they talked about that. She literally just said that. So I don't have nothing to do with your interpretation. Also, if a lot of people are understanding where I'm coming from and you aren't, you might want to look at yourself in the mirror again.
Watch a movie with you, or the TV shows you wanted to watch? Like, what was it?
That's all we did was watch TV. Because
so he spent a lot of time with you.
What else did
we
you
were
want to
quiet. He didn't want to talk to me. He just wanted my company.
But that's men. Like men.
Yeah,
and honestly,
but
like
that's excusing behavior.
No,
right?
It's not excusing behavior. It's just understanding the.
That is literally excusing behavior from a woman who's saying that. Oh, let her get her shit out.
Genders are different. Like, what if the guys say like women talk too much? That's like I've been in a relationship where at the time like I felt like it was rude because he was like, I don't want to talk right now. But that's just I learned that's just men. Like men, it's like they want you to be there, but they don't want you there. It's like they want you like down the.
So what should happen? Because I want everybody in life to be happy. If you feel that way, Pearl, you should find you a man to pay for everything, open your legs, fuck him, and be in a room and be quiet with him. But it's far-fetched to me to try to shame a woman who don't want those things when the majority of us know to have a successful relationships, you need more than someone to pay your bills and fuck you, and you sit in the room when the movie is playing and be quiet. How y'all gonna make this woman feel crazy for wanting more than that in a relationship when majority of us want more than that in a relationship? We want an equal partner. If you want that, I'm not gonna shame you for wanting that. That's you. If that makes you happy, I will dap your ass up. Do you like that black guy? He want to go to fucking Brazil or whatever and get the chicks he thinks that are easier and in higher percentage. Do your thing, bro. I'm not gonna shame him about it. I will talk about how that relates to the ideology of being red pill. But y'all can sit up here and shame somebody who wants more when what she's wanting is what a lot of people want in a successful, happy relationship.
In the hall, there's like a Patrice O'Neill.
And that's what I'm saying is that I entered that relationship. We entered that relationship for different reasons. I went into that relationship thinking, oh, this man is going to take me out of my parents' house. I'm going to be able to live a good life.
Be a wifey, maybe.
Yeah. And then he went into the relationship of, well, I'm moving to Kansas City. I've never been there before. I don't want to be alone. And I just want the company. And so there was no real love. And that was a good learning experience for me because now I know, okay, I don't want to be dependent on a man because when he kicked me out, I was literally living out of my car. I didn't have anywhere else to go. Well, and so I learned a good lesson there. And to go back and just to like, spin it. Why I want to be making my own money because that's where we're going back.
You should make your own money. Yes.
I want to make my own money so that I never have to go through that experience again of being kicked out of what I thought was a dream life because I was told you're going to have your dream life if you follow a man. And when that dream fell apart in front of me and I was living out of my car with my cat and literally had to go to job interviews with literally all of my life in my car,
My bad, the mic is muted. I'm gonna read Clean Black Sneaker. I'm gonna wrap it up and go home. So where I think this whole shit is crazy. Clean Black Sneaker says, see, she needs saved. I would change the word from needs to what she's saying, just going off what we know on this podcast. She need dead. She grew up with this mindset that a man is supposed to do everything for her. So she needed saving from this horrible experience that she went through living with a man, and she didn't get the emotional fulfilling that she wanted to, other than having great sex and the bills being paid. She learned that it's best to rely on yourself. It's best to make sure that you go out into the world and you have a great job and you are able to provide for yourself, because the only person you should lean on is yourself. How the fuck is this a bad thing? How? The only reason it's a bad thing is because people chose to have sides. And if you are on their side, then they must find a way to make you look bad. No, she should not have learned this. She should not have went out into the world to have her own career and make her own money. She should have went to the next man that wanted to pay her bills, shut the fuck up, gave him the pussy whenever he wanted to, because that's their ideology. And everybody isn't like that. For mental health, I would prefer her be in a situation where she has control and she can dictate the money she makes without an excuse. Ken Allen earlier said, talking about somebody being a victim or whatever. How is this woman saying she's a victim? She's saying she learned from a horrible situation and took that information to go out, not make an excuse, and make the money for herself. How the fuck is that a victim? How?
I learned a big old lesson. I want to be able to make my money, not have to depend on anyone. Because if that falls apart, I'm on my
Stop
own.
torturing cats.
But the issue is that you make men of the future pay for the mistakes of your past. So
Yeah.
if you go in, like,
I think that's fucked up and sad for women around, that another woman can say, if you go out here and try to make your own money after relying on a man and he left you homeless in your fucking car, then you're making the men of the future hurt, because you aren't letting them pay your bills and fuck you whenever you want without an emotional connection. That's bananas to me. Yay, feminism. That's fucking bananas to me. To me, making someone pay for the mistakes of someone in your past would be if every man cheated on you. So you go into the next relationship and you searching this motherfucker phone all day long and doing all kind of shit and don't trust this guy. That is a clear example of you making a future guy pay for the mistakes of the idiots of your past. But her learning to make her own money and rely on herself, she's not hurting anyone, unless you're a weak person who can't handle a woman that can go out there and make their own money.
Making men of the future pay for the mistakes of your past equals no future.
No,
Because
I just choose better men.
The whole question was like how this started was why we feel like
why we need to make our own money.
What's the cool, like what do we expect out of like
why do we
more
want
money than
independence?
men and stuff? And we were just saying
Very
like,
yeah, she's making her own money now. She's successful now on her own.
When we're single, that's we just want to.
Well, the common sense reason, if you're gonna be single and live by yourself, you need some damn money.
Yeah,
that's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody in the comments said, "Why does this man expect sex?" I think that was a very stupid question.
From my relationship,
this red pill guy will never be on the nuances on anything I said, because they're being taught in the red pill that like, yo, the big thing you want to debate. If you paying for a chick, she gotta give up the pussy and she can't be rationing it out. So he's gonna forever be stuck on that point with his limited life experience, being 23 years old. He cares nothing about anything that was just said. He's just only solely stuck on that point.
You're not.
You got
I
2
don't
hands,
give a
get to
fuck.
work, buddy.
You're not living in my. I'm
Yo,
not paying
I want
all
to
the
hear her
bills.
talk. All she does is ad lib.
She, from what I just heard you say, a man can buy your groceries, pay the rent, and pay everything, and
I'm not living with
he
a
isn't.
man.
No. Look, it's not your turn to talk. He's not obligated to have sex with you. You're gonna sleep in the same bed with him. He's gonna pay all the rent and buy you groceries, but you won't even have sex with him, or you don't feel like he has the right to have sex with you.
No, I just said like I would not live with a man.
But you said no. You don't have the
marriage.
right to have sex with me. That's what you said whenever I brought that
Yeah,
up a minute ago.
my personal value.
So this is the segue into the second one that like made me upset because they're about to shame this girl. This girl is a Christian virgin. Y'all know I'm an atheist, so I should be the last person taking up for her. She's no, not a virgin. She's a Christian that wanted to save herself for marriage, but she made a mistake and had sex with a guy before. One guy. She had sex with a guy, one guy, twice. So they're about to shame her on how she wants to live her life and find her mate.
Values and my personal beliefs, I'm not having sex. My goal is to wait until marriage. Unfortunately, I did not wait. I lost my virginity when I was 24.
Okay, so that's all bullshit.
But
So one
but-
guy's
Why
gonna
are
one
you
guy's gonna
punishing
wait
her
after another
experience?
guy never had to.
the right one will.
So you're gonna punish the right one.
It's not pun- hey, you got two hands.
Yeah, this is an age gap thing. This is a maturity level thing. You know what I'm saying? And the girl, a girl had a fucking goal, and like all human beings, we all make mistakes and we all go off our goal. We all say we want to fucking do this diet and end up fucking cheating and eating a whole goddamn half of a pizza and shit. So I guess once you eat that half of a pizza, you're fucked. You should never go back onto your first goal and learn from that mistake ever. But this is not the triggering part. Like y'all, this is immaturity.
Get to work, Austin.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. No,
I'm
no,
a
no.
self-starter, baby.
So I have to jack off because you lost your virginity.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I'm not gonna date you, so it's fine.
I don't want to date you.
Here you go again. These supposed to be alpha men, and he's saying I have to jack off because you lost your virginity. If you want to date someone and you go into the situation and they're telling you up front they don't want to have sex until marriage, then you would have to jack your dick because they don't want to have sex until marriage, or you could just not pursue this person. But oh my God.
Look,
Yeah, it's fine.
the thing is,
I'm just sharing my personal values. You have your values with dating and sex, clearly. So do you.
the man that
and I
the
have
right
mine.
one has a sex drive, but he has to wait because
I have a
you
sex drive
fucked
too,
up.
baby. Trust me.
So if
Trust
if
me.
So
you
what,
go in,
you gonna
I'm
go
not
fuck?
having
Are you gonna go
sex.
fuck the first guy again?
No, I'm not having sex. Period.
So what are you
Like
gonna
I
do?
don't go out and meet a
She's
guy.
celibate.
And, yeah, I choose celibacy right now until I meet my
So
husband.
he has to be celibate as well.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Why not? There's
That's-
men
that's
out there
you
that
want-
wait.
no,
for
You
their
can laugh all you
dating.
want. You're showing your true colors,
the man,
man.
you
it's
goddamn
not
right. I want to
laughing.
fuck.
Okay.
You goddamn right. I want to
And
fuck.
that's
Because you want to fuck, just go find women that can fuck. It seems from your brain, you have no problem to go into the field of the women that you can easily be successful with in this, since you're ready to leave the whole fucking country for some pussy. Like, just go pursue those women. Why shame her if she wants to be celibate? And we're going to get into how she's limited her options. I'm not lost on that context. I'm just waiting for it to come up, but you'll see.
That's
No, but
you.
here
When I
you
go to
and
Brazil,
that's
I want to
you.
fuck.
That's
That's
you.
not a problem. No, that's a lot of men. Any
That's
man,
great.
any man in this
That's
goddamn room that says he doesn't want some pussy is a goddamn lie.
Okay, that's great.
That
I know
is
I'm
a
in the
fucking
minority.
lie.
Unless they're gay.
I would love to finish a thought. Would love.
It wasn't your turn.
He's changing the topic to turn it to something else. A lot of people do this into debates. The topic was never, do men want to fuck? The topic that she brought up was that she wants to be celibate until she's married. Who cares that if a lot of men want to fuck? Who cares?
You're very rude.
Okay, that,
Men love
you're
to
having
fuck.
six one to know one. I
Passport
guess.
penis.
I would love. I've been listening for the
I'm
longest
rude
time.
as fuck.
I can tell. I can tell.
Hey, get the fucking likes up with
no,
that.
Loki,
yeah.
you've
Yeah, I
just
can
been
tell.
ad-libbing over every single thing that he says. You're like, use your hands. Use your hands. No. Yeah.
When did I say use your hands?
You said use two of them.
Oh yeah, you could. We got stuff to do. We can. I'm a self starter. We're talking about hard work. Let's
Well,
see.
so
it.
I'm
Come
just
on.
saying you're gonna punish you. You said the
It's
white
not-
man, the right
It-
man
I
has to
mean,
wait, but
for
the wrong one
you,
didn't.
For you
That's
in
backwards.
a secular world.
No, that's what you said.
But,
Let
if
me
you were,
finish, bro.
But if you were truly
God
religious, like
dang.
you would have waited, and that's why it sounds like bullshit to men because they're like, oh,
It's sad that an atheist has to take up for religious people. Y'all, like 99% of us are out here fucking. All of us fucking. Everybody in my comment section that has some ass in 2022. Women, clean black sneakers. To the men, solo TV 84. All of us have had some ass. This girl fucks one guy. One guy. How many women go out here and they're like, I want to be in a relationship before I have sex. I just want to get to know a person, and they fuck on the first date. They feel ashamed about it. They take that walk of shame. Everybody do this shit, but because of one guy, Pearl jumps down her throat. If you was really religious, you would have waited. I'm gonna take a wild stab at that. A lot of people on that panel are religion. I'm gonna take a wild stab that a lot of panels that she goes on, these people are religion, and she leaves those panels, and all of those people who are Christian are gonna go out and fuck all these people. She don't have a problem with them. You know why she don't have a problem with them fucking all of these people? Because they're red pill like her. But because this girl is not red pill, she's gonna go to the extreme and say, if you're really religious, you wouldn't have had sex with one guy one time and made a mistake. This is why I don't like sides. She fucked one guy twice.
Okay, well, where was this religion back when you were fucking Tyrone?
Well, wait. So I have a question.
I love the
Or
maturity
Alex,
in this
or
podcast.
Alex.
It's so mature,
so
and respectful.
women-
Wow.
She's just mad because I made a point.
No,
No,
wait.
no.
Can I speak? If you're gonna tear me down, let me speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thanks. I made a mistake, and I'm trying not to get emotional about it. It was a mistake with a man.
Did you feel pressured into it?
I did.
Of course.
Sorry, did not expect to get emotional, but I did feel coerced, which is a form of SH.
I ain't gonna lie, this was extremely cringe to me because you can see that some other shit happened in here that we don't know about. I don't know. Could have been bad or good, and it could go to the extremes. You know what I'm saying? She could have not been pressured at all. She could be lying, for all I know, or she could be telling the truth, or something really bad happened, or some shit. Like I don't know. So like, damn, man, I couldn't sit on a panel with a bunch of fucking people. I just couldn't do that and condemn and just try to laugh and put down some person using cliche black names like Tyrone, Miss Pearl, to shame someone who fucked with a guy twice. That is so low, not morally, but like percentage wise. Man, people, average person then fucked over more than one handful of people, then fucked way more than 5 people. She fucked one guy twice.
Okay, I don't take that. I'm not a victim. I rise above it. I am who I am. It's a testimony. It's a story. For me, I know I'm in the minority as a woman who is choosing to refrain from sex. I have made mistakes. I'm not here to judge anybody at all. I disagree, clearly, but I'm not here to judge you. Like, I'm here to listen and learn new viewpoints from you guys and you
Right.
ladies too.
Judge who?
No, I'm not saying
No,
I'm
no.
not
She
here
didn't
to
say that.
judge.
At
I
the same
just-
time,
did
though,
Did you have sex once or was it more than once?
I don't see how that's.
you don't have to.
But it's just like if it was
it
covered.
is relevant. It is relevant.
Okay,
Hold on.
well,
Did you fuck up one time or many times?
I don't like that word.
Okay, did you mess up one time or many times?
It was twice.
thing.
It was more than once
Gotcha.
with a man who, at the time, I did feel comfortable with.
You
But
trusted him.
So you got
he
coerced
knew-
twice.
Yeah,
on.
and it's-
Yeah.
You
Hold
didn't know
on,
the
y'all.
situation. I could have had alcohol in my system. I could have.
that you chose to drink.
Yes.
But she can also
Yeah, but
decide to change her mind.
someone has
you
alcohol
know?
in their system. You give them right to have their way with them. Isn't that
I mean,
our
you chose
word?
to drink and nobody forced you to drink it, did they?
Oh,
what
so now
about-
we're excusing our work. Oh my
What
god.
about-
Wow,
You chose to drink it.
But if
Yeah,
her,
but
if her man
you can't-
decides to stay,
I think this is another example of when you're extreme and don't look at nuances, right? Because again, when they do this, 2 things can exist at the same time. You can be right in telling someone, because you can't put yourself in these situations, you chose to drink, you cannot drink. That can help you. Don't do it in the future. If you felt that you were drunk and you made a decision that you would not have. At the same time, it does exist that you did something that you did not really want to do when you were drunk. Both of these things can exist at the same time. The problem is when someone is really extreme. You're extreme if you don't want to accept the fact that maybe you shouldn't be drinking fucking alcohol then. So she would be wrong to not accept that part that he said. And he'd be equally wrong to pretend like, that's what I hate when people act like we're robots and we're not human beings. Like he'd be wrong to just say that like people don't make mistakes and shit when they've been drinking. Both things exist at the same time. The reason you guys don't want things to exist at the same time is because you've chosen a side, and if it doesn't align with your side, you go against it. But that's not how reality works.
and be cool with being celibate, is that really her punishing him though? Because I mean, you know,
A sucker. Yes, a sucker would do that.
I don't think he's
Well, but
excusing.
this is it's just like an example. Like that's why women in the church are single, like single and child. I go into any church, it's like a bunch of single childless women that are celibate, and
Okay,
it's like
great.
and
so they want to find.
How long have you left the United States, Pearl? Because you like, I go into a church, there's a bunch of single women that are celibate. Shit, when I go into a church, a lot of them motherfuckers had sex Saturday night before they went in Sunday. A lot of fucking Christians I know out here fucking. I don't know where you from, but you like to use numbers. I'm willing to bet you that you are now saying a minority number to try to use and put off as if that's true. You're saying a minority number. The majority of people out here in this country that identify themselves as Christian are out here fucking. So like, I don't even know why you said that.
And that one
They
man
want-
who'll be cool with, who'll
Yeah, I
be
know,
okay
and
with
they
it.
want
And
to.
there's men
It's
out
so-
there
it's
that
There
I
are.
feel like will be cool with that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think that takes
Mhm.
away from her deciding she wants to, choose celibacy and like,
It's
go
I don't
back to
I don't
ABC.
I know it's okay to want what you want, but what can you get? And like, who's gonna like a 29 for a born again virgin? It's like, what's gonna?
She probably made that decision at
And-
another time.
Yeah, and I'm not a victim from it. I rise above it. I know I'm in the minority for my choices, whether it's a religious choice or not, and I'm fine with
That sentence matters. When you start bringing up numbers, it only matters to the person who does not want to live in a world as if those numbers are real. So if you tell a woman, yo, the fact that men want a lot of pussy and you out here saying that you want to be celibate, you have now dramatically increased your numbers of finding the person to be in a relationship with. That only matters if someone ignores those numbers. The fact, once she says, I understand that I'm going to lower my chances of being in a relationship by being celibate until I'm married, then numbers don't fucking matter because she's doing the opposite of what you guys are saying. She's not making an excuse. She's not being a victim. She understands it lowers her numbers, but at the same time, the majority of the numbers that was thrown away, those wouldn't be guys that she want anyway, because she's also would be looking for a man that's going to be celibate until their wedding day. So the numbers wouldn't fucking matter, and she's cool with that. So at that point, numbers don't matter. Numbers only matter when someone is being so ignorant that they just want to pretend like these numbers aren't a factor.
that. The worst thing in life is not being single.
I don't think you're the
I'd
minority.
rather be single and unhappy. I mean, well, not race wise. No, I mean like
No, I
with
wasn't
my.
talking about that. There's a lot of women playing that game.
No, I mean it.
That
And
born
there might-
again shit.
I'm
there's a
gonna
lot of
speak for
women doing that.
myself. I'm not speaking for other women. I'm not here to make generalizations, but for me, I am refraining from sex.
Exactly,
And
Caliber.
if I never find a man that does that, oh well. I'm not worried about it, to be honest. There's worse things in life than being lonely.
So if
go-
you went
do
to
you
the
have-
car
do you-
dealership,
do you have-
Like what?
Do you have 2.5 million? Are you on track to have 2.5 million to retire by 65? Because
I love working though, so I would probably never retire.
yeah, but what if you get a cancer diagnosis?
Oh, okay.
But that's the thing. Like,
I
as-
generate-
no,
listen,
no, but this
what
is
if-
this
what
is-
if- what if-
no, but the
This is why it's good when you know your shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's saying you got to have 2.5 million. If you ain't got 2.5 million by the time you retire, you're fucked, because she's a young woman that went out and did this numerical research. If I was on that panel, I'd say, hey, Pearl, did you know you can get a $14 critical illness policy that could pay you $250,000, $500,000 if you were to catch cancer? That's it. $14 fucking dollars a month. You don't need 2.5 million. They read these fucking numbers and they run with it, ready to debate somebody. Stay on the internet long enough, you find somebody that can debate your ass back. Because the argument you're putting out here is that fuck being celibate, fuck trying to find lowering your numbers. You need to be with any guy, because when you're with any guy, then you guys together can make 2.5 million by the time you retire. How many fucking couples we got out here in the United States that's not going to have 2.5 million when they retire? They've been together for 30 fucking years. How many couples we got like that? You can just show the numbers. Just because you're in a relationship, you're not gonna have your magical 2.5 fucking million numbers. Matter of fact, maybe Pearl, because she's gonna hit 1 million subscribers soon. Maybe her. Nobody on that fucking panel gonna be doing that shit. Doesn't matter though. All you need to do is make the ones who are not red pill look bad because they don't know how to articulate and defend themselves.
The only point that I'm making is that if you don't get two incomes, if you do stay by yourself, a lot of women are going to be homeless.
Luckily I'm blessed, and I realize not everyone has this, but I do have a family who I'm close with. I'm close to my siblings, my mom and my dad.
So then you
and
become everyone else's problem.
I would not be a problem.
It's
I would
Elon Musk.
gladly take in my sister who
I have a
has
question.
cancer.
So
Gladly.
if you go to a car dealership, right, and they say,
Oh Lord, here we
yeah,
go.
somebody
test
has
drive it, baby.
somebody
I need
has
to test drive it.
somebody has driven this car for 5,000 miles.
Okay.
But we're pricing it as if it's brand new. How would you feel about that? But this person,
Okay.
Are we talking about body count? Is that what we're doing?
I got another example.
I'm talking about a car. I'm talking about a car. If you have to pay full price for a car that's been driven, how would you feel about that?
It's already going to be depreciated because
Well,
it's left
All
alone.
right, so that's how a man feels about a woman that is saying that she is a newly celibate when she's giving it away to somebody else, whether it's whatever you want to label
A good man
it.
is not going to judge her
Well,
for
no,
those kinds of
A
actions.
good man, women judge men off of their futures. Men judge women off of their past. So it has nothing to do with a good woman. That's why women lie about their past.
He means well. He's never rude or anything. Like I said, I like the dude. I just be disagreeing with him. Your analogy does not hold weight. Because who gives a fuck if someone wants to get a car that has been used or not? Like your analogy doesn't make sense. Also, if you're saying that, and this is coming from a guy, let me clarify. I would not date Katie because I'm not gonna wait for marriage to fuck. I'm gonna find somebody. I want to do everything. I want to go experience everything before I jump into a relationship like that. But I'm not a Christian, so I'm gonna take up for her, even though I wouldn't wait to be with her. But if you're saying that men judge women off their past, and you're a red pill, and y'all red pill guys don't only go for virgins, then Katie would have been great for you guys. Her past shows she's only had sex twice with one man. That is an awesome past. So it's not whether what someone has done in their past. You're not looking at her past. You're looking at your immediate future. If you date her, you're not going to be able to fuck. Cool. But that has nothing to do with the analogy that you just said about a car.
Because they know their past is a
Men lie
reflection
about
of
their
their
past
future.
too.
Men
Y'all
do.
judge us off our futures.
But you care
I'm done
about our
talking to you.
futures.
What?
You
You never
care
was.
about our
You
futures.
never-
This is, you guys keep
I'm
having
having a conversation with this guy. What are you saying?
We care about your past is the point, right?
Okay.
So would you ever want to enter a relationship based off of a lie?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Right. So a lot of times women tend to lie about their past
Okay.
because they want to attain the guy that they're interested in.
Uh-huh.
Right. So all everybody else is saying here is her likelihood of finding a man that fits those qualities is extremely low. And if it is,
But she's willing to accept that. I will only debate someone who wants to go against the numbers and not be willing to accept it. It makes no sense to debate somebody who's saying, I understand that I've dropped my percentage of finding that right person for me. What's the point of debating numbers at that point? Unless you want to beat her over the head and make her feel not a woman that you want to date in your life, but she who has nothing to do with your life, you need to make her change her mind so she can go and fuck another guy. There's no reason to bring up numbers when someone has accepted the reality of those numbers.
somebody that fits those qualities, it's
Mhm.
not going to be somebody that she's interested in. Because that's a minute
Mhm.
percentage. We go off of higher percentages, right? So we speak in generalities, right? But the general relates to like the majority percentage, right? So if we're talking like 90%, don't say
I
not
already
all.
lost you. I don't know where the math came
Probably
into
not Randy.
play.
I'm saying
I don't know what's
I'm
going
saying
on.
if we say 90% of men aren't going to take that, right?
Uh-huh.
We're speaking in
Take what?
generality.
Take what?
A woman that claims she's celibate and got taken advantage of twice by the same person.
Men
But-
can't forgive the past, so that's what. Not saying,
Well,
like I just feel like I feel like, look, not maybe 10% of men are actually Christian men who are or religious men. Say that 10% or maybe 2% are the religious men who will be okay.
Then her
with,
dating
you know,
pool
you
is just
being 29.
2%.
Yeah,
Then her
that's-
dating
yeah,
pool is
then
smaller.
That's
no,
nobody's
I
business.
want to give you an example. Sorry.
Lucky for you, I believe in miracles.
But
Well,
the issue is you
bullshit.
guys keep having
Let
like
me-
shaming language. Like you say, if he was a good man, he would be okay with it.
Mhm.
And like that's
But
that's
he's
implying
also using shaming language
that's implying that all the men that wouldn't put up with that are bad men, and they're actually good guys and good husbands. They just wouldn't put up with that shit because
Okay.
it doesn't seem genuine to them.
Well,
Well, it is
And then-
genuine
I'm
for
gonna give
me.
you an example of what you're saying you're doing, and it's similar to the car thing. He stole it from me.
So excited.
So whenever I get a brand new car on a loan, right? How soon do I get that car?
You tell me. I'm just listening.
I'm asking you a question. You ever got a car?
This is
Yeah.
rhetorical. Keep going. What's your point?
I'm not talking to you like you told
He
me.
likes asking questions to put
You-
the other person in a
Then
weaker
answer the
spot.
question.
Can you
Answer
I
ask
the
him what
honestly
the point
don't
is?
know.
Do you get a car? You
Yeah,
don't
I
know
have-
when you get a car when you sign the paperwork.
I've gotten a car before, but paperwork's
How soon
pretty
did you
quick,
get
I
it?
guess.
Right away. It's
I don't
right
know,
away.
42
What's
hours.
the-
Do you
what's
want a
the-
number,
Right,
bro?
right away.
Like,
Right
just
away.
objection
That's how,
say what you
irrelevant.
need to
that's
say,
how
dude.
I know you're gonna be single because you call me a bro.
Okay.
I'm not your fucking bro.
Oh God.
You are.
Now, second,
You're my friend.
what you want is you want to bring that car back and sell it as a used car. You want that same dealership to resell it and make the second motherfucker that signs on the loan to wait 3 years to get the car.
There is a massive difference in the wisdom you get in life through being older, because you can't tell this 23-year-old he's not making sense. He really believes that he's making sense. Like, you're not new anymore because you made a mistake and fuck one guy. We don't live in a world like that. We live in a world where, hey, my name's Katie, and I'm no longer having sex with anybody until I get married, and that's my viewpoint. And I'm gonna go and try to find a man that's like that as well too. Which there are men out there that are like that. There are websites you can go to. There's Christian Mingle you can go to if she's looking for that. That's what I'm saying. Like, when people stand so strong in percentages and not really looking at the number that it represents, you can say that that's 5%. What is 5% though? It's 5% a million people, and you can go to a spot or a place that you can find just guys that are just like that too. There's still a lot of options that she can go with, but the biggest thing is that she's okay with it. You don't need to use a car analogy to explain to her why most men won't do it. It doesn't matter that most men won't do it. She's past that, and she's accepted the reality of the smaller percentage. So this is incredibly redundant.
Why are we comparing women to cars?
I'm over it.
Isn't
I
this an
don't
old
even know.
analogy? Haven't we overused
Do
this?
you know
We can use a house.
Do you understand the difference between
I
a
don't like comparing
comparison
women to
and a-
objects or men to objects.
There's a difference between a
Bullshit.
comparison
You'll compare a
and an
man to
analogy.
object.
When you put
How?
when you put two things side by side, right? In an
Here's a great analogy for you, Mr. 23-year-old who's moving to Brazil to have an easier way to get women when you're supposed to be an alpha male that can get women anyway. Terrence Jackson said, I should get mad if a girl doesn't let me abuse her because she's been abused in the past. Great analogy.
analogy is not a comparison. A comparison
great.
means that you're comparing one thing
Okay,
to
so
another.
thank you. So you're comparing a woman to an object.
He just said analogy.
Isn't this
It's
like
an analogy
You
is
just
not a
said analogy.
comparison.
Okay, if you
A
want to get into
comparison
semantics, that's
means-
fine, but y'all know what I'm talking about. You know
No.
what I mean? I understood what you kind of where you were going with that. It's a old,
I know you were pretending you
old-
didn't understand. I know that. I debate a lot.
yeah, I
Hey, get
just
the likes
if
up,
you
guys. This is
say
fire.
what you need to say. I've heard it all before, to be honest.
How-
And,
how so,
hey,
Gross?
you know,
How-
going back to
how
my
am I missing
personal
the
story,
effects
'cause
from the
everyone's
soundboard?
telling me how I feel and my unlikelihood. You know, that's fine. I know who I am as a person. I know who I am as a woman.
I'm glad you did it.
And I just don't want to participate in that. I've made mistakes in the past. Again,
Yo, just think how crazy this is. Katie doesn't want a man to put his penis inside of her until she's married. That's it. It's just Katie. It's her life she has to live. Like, you know what I'm saying? Little 23-year-old dude, you're about to put yourself in a position you feel that you're going to get a lot of women that's going to like your specific thing that you think makes you happy in a relationship. And you're about to pursue that. You think, oh my God, I just realized how much Mr. 23-year-old is a fucking hypocrite. Mr. 23-year-old said that there's such a small percentage of the kind of women he likes in America. He doesn't care that it's a small percentage. He's going to run away to increase his chances. He's going to do what he has to do when there's a smaller percentage, but he doesn't want her to do what she wants to do, even though she knows there's a smaller percentage of finding a man that will wait till marriage. You fucking hypocrite. Checkmate.
Again, like I said, not here to judge anyone or shame anyone. But I do believe your value does not come from body count or lack of body count.
Preach.
I gotta
Your
disagree.
value for me comes from a higher purpose.
Ma'am, and I'm not trying to sound too sexual, but body count does matter because of the wall
To
separate,
you.
the value does go down.
It
because
matters
doesn't
to you
feel
as
good.
well.
Yeah,
You only have
so-
one body for a reason, and that's why you're refraining from sex.
But
So
you're
it does
judging-
matter.
you're
So it
judging-
matters, yes or no?
You're judging a woman by the amount of penises that enter her vagina.
Correct.
Well, what
Oh, boy.
about us judging you the amount of times that you
Y'all
mount
don't
a
judge
woman?
it. Y'all don't.
Y'all
judge us like
don't.
that.
You
And
don't.
Why does everybody want to fuck Chris Brown? We know he's fucked a lot of.
Right.
You know,
I
He
don't
probably
know.
has an STD or
Not my
many.
No,
type. Too
we're not
skinny.
going off probablys.
I mean,
Do
some
a
women,
lot of women want to fuck Chris Brown?
Do really?
I don't know.
They do?
You
He's
know,
really
okay.
skinny.
I don't know.
You might not want to, but I bet you he's not lacking no pussy.
Katie and Emily, the next time y'all go on a panel, don't try to fight the obvious. There's nothing wrong with giving in to the obvious. A lot of women would fuck Chris Brown. When you try to fight something that obvious, they're going to have something over you because it's true, and they're going to beat you over the head with it. Just say yes. It doesn't. A lot of women wanting to fuck Chris Brown has nothing to do with you wanting to be celibate to find another guy that's going to wait for marriage towards you. When you go to the places to debate, do not harper on shit that you already know that they're right on. Just give it to them. Give it to them.
I feel
Well,
like men,
Also,
My
He's
also
missing out.
I don't
life
think they're
is-
judging him off of how many women. He
Also,
I feel like
if you're a
men have
virgin,
that
if you're a
bias.
virgin on your wedding day, you have an 80%
Let's
chance
let-
of a happy marriage.
come back
if you
to
if you
reality.
if you are a virgin on your wedding day, you have an 80% chance of a happy marriage. If you slept with more than 5 people, it
It's
drops
just
to
a debate.
25%. So men
I
are
think I'm
gonna
gonna
care.
beat you
I
up
mean,
after this.
men,
If you're a virgin on your wedding day, you have an 80% of a successful marriage. And she said it drops dramatically if you have sex with 5% or more, 5 men or more. And Katie is telling y'all she fucked one guy twice.
Your
I
career's
don't know
over
where
with.
this
I feel like
is
it's.
going.
I feel
Lucky
like
for
it
you, I'm
just all
unemployed.
comes down to
What?
what our personal
unemployed.
standards are. You
Yeah.
know, and I can't tell a man what his standards are for if he wants a woman with. Look, like they said, I don't really care about a man's body count. I mean, at the end of the day,
Is he
like
gone?
if we're getting married, you know, it's in the
Did he,
past.
like, leave me?
Let's let bygones be bygones. But I can't be mad at a man
I'm so
for
sorry.
not wanting a woman with the body count over 10
Yeah.
or 5 or.
I think for us, like definitely one body is good. Like men like that, right? But the point is that you're saying that you gave it up to one person, but this person might have to wait X amount of
Can
time.
you explain why? Why
Okay.
is it that men are judging a woman based on how many penises enter her vagina? Please tell me
It's
that.
unattractive.
Why?
What it just is. Like
What do you think it just stretches out and it's never gonna
no,
shrink back?
No,
I feel like
I,
women-
I'm educated. Like I know that a woman's vagina can contract.
Okay, then
But I
with
can-
your educated experience, why are you not attracted to a woman that has, I don't know, 30 body count?
I feel like
Wouldn't
I-
you like her experience?
I-
Wouldn't you like the experience and the skills that she's bringing to the bed?
I would like the experience for me to be the next number, but
Mhm.
This could be an age thing. I ain't gonna lie. It would really fucking bother me if you had a high body count. If you fucked a lot of dudes when I was in my 20s, and this whole panel they're in their 20s. Those kind of things become a little bit more trivial the older you get. My chase for peace from these motherfucking crazy chicks and shit out here. My chase for peace. I really don't care about your past as much as I care about your presence, because your presence is who I'm about to date, who I'm about to lay in bed with. So I don't like. I give you an example. You can look at Amber Rose as really being once promiscuous. I guess that's what people. She used to be a stripper or whatever. But like when I see Amber Rose in videos, and like when Amber Rose dated 21 Savage, and she was on DJ Academics podcast. They tried to ask Amber Rose about who her favorite rap artists are. And every fucking word out her mouth, 21 Savage, 21 Savage, 21 Savage. she has shown when she gets into a relationship with someone, her loyalty is impeccable, and that came across as attractive to me. I didn't care about who fucked her in the past or her being with Kanye West. I saw this woman get with you when she's in the relationship. She's extremely loyal. She's extremely down with you. That matters to me more about somebody's fucking past. But again, I think that this is an age thing because the majority of people, the younger you are, they are going to care about those kind of trivial things. And I'm not saying that it's totally removed when you get older. You know, if you went on a first date and a woman told you I fucked 75 guys, it's going to be a strong percentage that's going to be off-putting to that guy. That's just the reality that we live in, you know?
Commitment? No, because why would 30 other people, let's say the body count is 30, right? 30 is decently high, right? Why, as number 31, would I fully commit to something that probably 26 of those 30 bodies?
But I ain't gonna lie. I probably wouldn't tell anybody my body count. If I went on a date with them, I probably wouldn't tell them my body count like in the past recent years. You know what I'm saying? It can work in reverse. A woman can like you when she know your real body count. She be like, I'll put in a real woman, you know, who about her shit.
Didn't have to commit to.
Because the brain is up here and it's not down
No,
here.
but I think at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to men feel like women have to do more to have sex. Like we have to like, I feel like in their brains, we have to like open our legs and like.
Is that how you feel?
The point is, we like exclusivity. Why would we want somebody that everybody else has had, right? And
I feel like we're emotionally attached.
But you get to have that. You get to have the liberty of having all the women that you want, but then you can't have like the woman.
Who wants a guy that you have to teach in bed? Like, come on.
I do. I'm actually a
good learning experience.
I'm actually a cougar.
Okay, this is cap. This is cap.
No.
So
But,
Ask all my friends. I'm actually a
second-
cougar, so I actually like teaching boys what to do because I want them to learn what I like.
Let me finish. And the second reason why is because men historically had to ensure paternity.
Kind of crazy that Pearl is saying this, but again, she's young. You give that woman the right emotional connection, she'll work with that. If she's feeling you as a human being, as a person, she's ready to lay in bed. She's not thinking, oh, you don't have lack of it. You lack experience in getting pussy. She's not thinking that. A woman, when men are more to say, yo, who's the best person I slept with? A woman, a lot of time, the best person they fuck is the person they're fucking now. They could have had amazing sex because of the mental connection that they had in the past. But if they get that with you, they not thinking about that nigga. They not, you know what I'm saying? Like for a Pearl to like pretend like this is so important for a woman and say that that's cap. I don't know. It just seemed crazy to me.
So they didn't like a girl that slept around because they didn't know if they're passing on resources
That's
to a kid
yeah.
that's theirs.
Mhm.
And you still see this issue today that men are raising kids that aren't theirs. Like there is a DNA
and
testing.
that's very noble.
There is a DNA testing center. No, it's noble if they know, but a lot of men don't know. Where they said 1 out of 4 came back negative. And so they don't want a hoe because she's less likely to be loyal.
What now?
A hoe.
A hoe.
Oh Lord.
And
we're calling
like she
women
was saying,
hoes.
there is statistics that like show that if the more body count you have, you can see that the divorce rate is higher based off what number she's at. So there's statistics to kind of back it up.
And
Or-
moving in with a man or a woman before you get married, the odds of you getting married.
Terrence said he wants a woman that hasn't been with a lot of other men, but will shame a woman for not giving it up. This logic is astounding. That's the red pill for you. And you guys, Katie just joined the chat. You might want to rewind it because we literally was just on the point where we was taking up for you at their crazy fucking logic to try to shame you for wanting to wait until marriage to have sex with somebody. Chat, say what's up to Katie. She's here.
Married to that person, it goes down dramatically.
Yeah, I just learned that one recently, actually. Yeah.
So that's why, again, I do not live with a man. You know, I don't plan on doing that.
My
and
opinion on that and the whole divorce rate with 5 or more, I listen. This is what I believe. I believe that maybe, because in my case, I have had multiple partners, but I know what I'm looking for. and in a man that I want to marry, because I do want marriage. So if I know what I'm looking for and I like what's up here, it doesn't matter. Like, I might actually, I think maybe I'll stay. Again, this is all hypothetical. I don't know. I have a strong feeling that I would stay with this man.
Nah, it's cool, Katie. Just on future panels like this, you got to understand that the red pill people, they do this shit all the time. So they're prepared. They have their talking points ready that they contradict themselves on all the fucking time. Even if you have ignorance and don't know how to debate on panels like this, all you got to stay is true to who you are. That's one thing I'll give the red pill side props and credit for. If I was on that panel, I could have flamed the shit out of Pearl, and she wouldn't have cared. She would not have gotten triggered. She really laughed and been cool, and that's an admirable trait that you should remember, because when you get upset, it will only more. You got two things on your mind. It will more take you off of your real point that you're trying to make. That's the only thing. But for them to try to shame it, like, it just triggered me when I got to the point that they try to shame you because you accepted the reality that it will decrease your numbers in finding a mate. There's no reason to argue numbers anymore. You argue numbers with someone who's debating the numbers, but you weren't. You're saying, I accept this. And when you're dealing with like a topic on wedding for marriage for sex, you do want those numbers to decrease, because the percentage that left are guys that want to fuck, and you don't want to fuck. So it helps you weed out to be more have a more direct route to find the kind of guy that you want. That shit is crazy, bro.
For life, because I know what I'm looking for. I know what I've already experienced, and I have no desire to go finding something else unless we agree on polyamory. Then what?
I'm too selfish for that. But I mean, in regards to like sexual encounters too, like you kind of brought up, like, yo, no one wants a virgin in bed. I think that's a great learning experience, like a great time, honestly, to
MJ, I
explore with your
disagree.
partner. And you know, after you get married, if you're like, oh man, she's a virgin, she doesn't have any experience, good. I am excited because you have the whole marriage to explore those sexual
I was talking
things.
about as a woman. Men want virgins. Women don't.
Okay,
By,
well,
by and large, women don't want
I
virgins.
want to address a comment. It says,
I don't
MJ
mind it personally.
MJ says, a woman that has multiple sex partners is looking for the next sex partner and not a husband. I would like to address that. I'm actually looking for a husband.
Same.
And
What's
I
your
have
body
had
count?
multiple.
What's your body count?
You have multiple right now?
What do you mean?
I'm gonna put all their IGs at the bottom, but Katie's IG is KT Dowden, and I'll put it right here. I'll make sure I spell it right. And I'll pin it so it'll stay up here. Oh damn, I gotta go to YouTube. I'm not on YouTube, I'm on StreamYards. Here we go. So I'll pin her IG, but when this is over, I'll put her IG up. Katie says, I was not told the topics beforehand, but the other women were. I hope it wasn't intentional, but who knows? I told the host that I would be reviewing this, and he said, cool. He said he's going to do a video reviewing my review, which should be great, because I would love to hear what they got to say to my viewpoints. He was badgering her about her decision. It's fucked up. Yeah. She says, and I have no kids. Yeah, the born again version comment was not mine. They made that a title for clickbait. I'm celibate. Yeah, we got that. Red pill must say that women aren't allowed to scream like men do. That's fucking crazy. I appreciate you, John, and all of you. Thanks. No problem, man. I don't like the shit, man. I don't like the little unnecessary bullying tactics.
Sex partners.
Yeah.
What's your
Right
body
now?
count?
I don't know if I want to say that because I don't
Why?
want to be judged.
No.
What's
Because
your
I don't
body
wanna be
count?
judged,
You
yeah.
have. You don't want to hear mine. You have multiple sex
do.
partners right now.
Yes.
Right now.
Correct.
So, okay.
And
I
you want a
wish I
husband.
was you, because I can't say that. I gotta wait till I get back to Brazil.
So imagine
What are you
this.
talking about?
Jeez.
I don't even.
This is what I'm saying. This motherfucker's supposed to be an alpha male that makes no excuses, but he's saying the percentage of the kind of women that he got in America is low, so he can't get pussy until he runs to another third world fucking country. How does that make you alpha male, bruh? You putting down a woman over there. She says she got a couple dicks. She says she's sleeping with 2 dudes, which she's gonna say she's gonna clarify that it's 2 guys coming up. But you just said, oh man, I can't do. I gotta wait till I get a passport. I gotta buy a passport. I gotta buy an expensive plane ticket. I gotta spend all of this money because I'm inequipped to get the woman that I like right here in America. But you alpha male. Make that make sense to me, bruh. You got to do all of this to have some sex? You say you articulate, you say you work out, you do all the right things. And in this, it is so hard for you to get the kind of woman that you like. You got to run to another fucking country. Fuck out of here, bro.
I understand what you're saying.
Well,
Why can't you?
No, I said you have multiple sex partners right now, meaning like you're with 3.
Yes, I'm dating. I'm going around and seeing who I match with because I'm looking for a partner for life.
So multiple is at least 4, right?
No, 2.
That's not multiple. That's
She's
that's,
been
that's a
played harder
pair.
than some guys.
That's a pair.
Why? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Continue.
So to me, multiple means
couple.
more than one.
I would have said
So-
multiple means more. I agree with you. I would say
Okay, so the
multiple's more than
question.
one.
So the
A
question.
couple
Can
is
you go
2.
back to the question? Can you go back to? Can someone expand?
Can I
the
ask you
question?
real quick?
All right, hold on one second. So it says a woman that has multiple sex partners.
It would actually be harder for me if I went to Brazil. I got to deal with a language barrier, learn a different kind of culture and how they do things. I'm equipped in America that I know how to talk to women, that I don't have these problems that this dude has. I don't know his name. I know Chef Don's name because I see it right there. Is he the Austin Holloman guy? I would assume, because I don't think that the host would tag his name. So it looks like the host, because it looked like the host tagged the red pill people. He tagged Pearl. He tagged Chef Don with the blue cap on. So I would assume this is Austin. I would get women in America far easier than I would if I had to run to another fucking country. That's just me though.
Is looking for the next sex partner, not a husband. I want to address that because, as she said, we both agree we are looking for our husband. Now, she's currently not in sexual relations. I am. And so I want to address that and say, yes, I am looking for a husband. I'm not looking for my next sex partner.
How can
about
you be
that?
looking for a husband while having sex with 2 dudes at the same time?
Well, I'll tell you one thing: the better you
I
get
would
at
love
that
to
sex,
ask
the
you the
quicker
same
you.
thing.
So I won't be harsh on Chef Don, even though I disagree with him. I don't think that he was that bad on this panel. So I won't be hardcore on him. Hey, but I will say this, Don. You know, the same way a man can have a chick that he's sleeping with, right? They got this arrangement, but he's still going on dates to meet other people. Maybe she has an arrangement where she can get her some penis when she wants to because she likes to have sex. And while she's doing this, she's going out there to have dates with other guys in hopes that these other guys have the quality that she's looking for to have that real relationship. But in the meantime, she's doing what you red pill guys are doing. She found somebody she could sleep with. I'm just offering an answer to your question.
You're gonna find a husband.
Hmm?
The better you get at that sex, the quicker you'll find a husband.
Do you think
Serious-
that my
no,
worth is
ser-
based
ser-
on my
Well, I
sexual
mean, if you're not,
capacity?
Yo, Austin not even old enough to get cheaper car insurance, and he ready to run away from the women in America.
somebody's socks off, they're gonna like it a lot, and they're not gonna be able to leave you alone. So I think you should keep practicing.
Hey, let's talk body count. What's y'all's body count?
She still hasn't answered ours because she literally just said she didn't want
Okay,
to be
she said
ridiculed.
2.
I just
No,
don't
she
want to
said
be
she's
judged.
hooking up with 2 right now.
Okay, what's your body count? Let's get to the T.
What's your body count?
I don't even want to tell you.
Over or under 30? Not sure, so over.
Okay, what's yours?
I don't think there's nothing wrong with hiding your body count. Again, when I attack, I'm attacking based upon the red pill philosophy. If he doesn't want to give his body count, he doesn't have to. Just as a regular person, I would never shame someone for not giving it. But if we go back to the red pill philosophy of being an alpha male, you do what the fuck you want to do. You make no excuses. You still gonna get your women. What would be a reason to hide your body count? I probably would want to hide my body count because I know that it matters to women, and they may be off put by that. But you're a red pill guy. You alpha. You can get all kind of women. You make no excuses. So why would you hide your body count as a red pill guy, as this alpha male? You should be able to conquer anything. Why hide your body count? Again, I'm not attacking based upon shaming anyone who wants to hide their body count. I think it's good to hide your body count. I'm saying if you're an alpha male, it shouldn't matter. You should get women anyway.
I'm curious.
Oh, why do you
silence.
share?
Interesting.
Probably around like 3.
3?
Probably around 3.
You mean
so that's
3-0?
not confirmed.
3-0? 3
Like
30?
around
Are you
3?
calling me cute?
What does that
You
mean?
think
Katie said they tried to turn the tables and they did not answer, but to ask me directly multiple times and make me share mine. But they alpha males.
I have a lot?
So if you think that's cute, then her having 30 should be cute to a man.
Yeah.
Like looping back to what
Yeah,
y'all
men
said
and women
about
aren't the
value.
same.
No, the walls.
Men
get
and women
looser.
aren't the same.
No, you guys.
The
Men and
walls
women aren't
get
the same.
looser.
Like he mentioned before, the difference is many women would be on the boat with Chris Brown, and have his babies by any means. If I'm on the boat with a porn star, I'm getting her out the way and then I'm leaving. I'm not
Where'd you be
going
on the
to
boat?
wife
Where
her.
y'all going on the boat?
It's irrelevant.
All
What
right.
is your cash app?
I want to
No,
know
seriously, what's-
commitment.
What's your cash app?
Can we talk about? Okay, this
So
is
double
a, this is
standard.
a
drop,
genuine
drop
question.
your cash app. You got 150.
So double
I
standard.
have a genuine question about the red
I
pill
don't need
movement.
y'all's
This
money,
is
man.
coming
This is a
from a
fire
place
show.
of-
Y'all just sub for me. Seriously, I don't want nobody's money. I'm just trying to bring content.
This
to the
is-
Not
world.
me, just Pearly.
I know.
People like to donate.
I'll give you my Venmo.
I don't want
All right.
y'all's money, man. Just
I
support
have
me more.
I
Share.
have a genuine question based on ignorance because I don't know about the red pill movement that much. Okay, so this is coming from
Remember my claim I made earlier? I said because Emily isn't used to being on panels like this, she came on stronger. But the longer you watch, the more you're going to see her evolve and learn. And now she's open and now she's asking questions. Now she's not as militant. That was my claim at the beginning. Was I wrong? Look at her now. She's asking questions. But they see this as a sign of weakness. So instead of just trying to have a mature conversation with someone who's actually trying to learn, they use her ignorance on panels like this to try to beat her over the head. So you're wrong if you bow up and be defensive, and you're wrong if you be open-minded as well.
I want to learn more about what this movement is about. Okay. What is your stance on commitment on a man's perspective? Because I feel as if, again, this is me just from the very little that I have seen, I have noticed that in the red pill movement, men do not seem want to commit to women. Again, now this is the one video that I saw. It was one of your guests. I don't remember his
I would
name.
agree.
Okay. One of the videos that I saw was this dude saying that a woman's does not have high value. A woman does not have high value. And a woman's prime is only between 18 to 25. And it's okay to recycle women as you get older. And so a woman, again, this is the video that I saw. The woman's worth only comes from being deemed a queen by a king, and she only gets her worth based of the last name that they get. So again, in my opinion, it seems as if this man is telling men to not commit. There's no reason to commit to men if they're just going to be jumping from young woman to young woman. So again, I want to open up the floor. Can you explain to me if the red pill movement is encouraging or discouraging commitment?
It's discouraging.
Mm.
But I think purple pill is encouraging. You need to get
That's
you
why
a
I'm
blue,
here.
You need to get you a blue pill or a purple pill guy. Don't get a red.
So I would say, Katie said it would have been a much more nicer and more mature panel if more questions were asked, more open-mindedness. But this environment was not safe or neutral to do so. And to be honest, because I've been on YouTube for a long time, multiple channels, it really depends on the motivation of the content creator. If the motivation is to get clicks, and to build your page up, unfortunately, the fastest way to get that is to have controversial panels. I think that's why the host is smiling most of the time. He's loving this. He knows that this is a fire panel. He got a good mixture up to get that. But if if it's for actual discussion, then you're gonna lose your point. You're not gonna get anything done. It's not of a real like discussion to where you can get anything accomplished, because right with after the introduction of the names, Austin was very antagonistic, which in turn caused you to be off put and be defensive, and Emily to be off put and to be defensive. So it really just depends on the motivation. There was a time where I would have loved this because I'm like, y'all might get a lot of clicks, but now I'm all about discussion. I'm all about learning. So I wouldn't purposely do things to seek. I know what to do. I know what to say to be controversial, but that's not an important thing for me anymore. I much more prefer discussions.
Red pill guy.
I think that it's kind of both, right? So red pill is like knowing your reality, right? So like obviously we're aspiring to be multimillionaires, right? A lot of men are comfortable within their realities, right? So they're doing their 9 to 5, they come home, they satisfy their wife, right? So if that's your reality, right? Don't allow your wife to take advantage of you, right? For us, we're going to continue to do our thing, right? So we're committed to the woman that we're with, right? But also as we build ourselves, obviously we're not going to, remain stagnant. If that answers your question.
So
I feel like okay, go ahead.
To answer your question, I would say that the red pill discourages men from getting married because men get a bad deal today.
I was just about to say that.
They get a contract that women are paid to leave, and they're men value purity and youth. And the average age of first marriage in the US is like 28, 29. That's not young anymore. And that's not pure. How many bodies you got by 28, 29? And so it's like they're accumulating all of the risk, and what do they get out of it? They don't get a virgin bride anymore. So it's like they're looking at the costs and the benefits, and they're just saying, you know what, we're not really getting the things that we want anymore, so fuck it.
And I'm sorry, all the
housewives.
Children.
If that answers your question.
So
I feel like okay, go ahead.
To answer your question, I would say that the red pill discourages men from getting married because men get a
I didn't say anything important. I was just saying that I didn't catch what Pearl said because I was reading y'all comments. So I'm just going back to hear what she said.
If that answers your question.
So
I feel like okay, go ahead.
To answer your question, I would say that the red pill discourages men from getting married because men get a bad deal today.
I was just about to say that.
They get a contract that women are paid to leave, and they're men value purity and youth. And the average age of first marriage in the US is like 28, 29. That's not young anymore. And that's not pure. How many bodies you got by 28, 29? And so it's like they're
Let's talk real. They say they want to like discuss what we are in the real world, right? Because they put out this thing that there's this rich fucking guy in this suit, Christian Bale looking motherfucker, 40 some years old, and he's going out and he's looking for the 18 and 19-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? And you do see that sometimes. You see that with Leonardo DiCaprio. I will argue with Pearl that that's the minority. When you go on these dating apps and shit, if a guy's 32 years old, he gonna look at somebody from 25 to fucking 35. You look at a guy who's 40 years old, he's gonna look at somebody 35 to maybe fucking 50 years old. The range in America here in real life that people are looking for people that's actually are around their ages. You don't see a bunch of fucking 40-year-old men that just going to pick up chicks in the club or go to a dating site and they're only swiping right on fucking 18 years old for their purity. That's not reality. That's not real numbers that they're saying. People are generally sticking somewhat around their age. Is there a tendency for a guy to go younger? Yes. There's tendency for a 35-year-old man when he's looking at this shit to go to a 30-year-old woman. But the extreme that she's saying to talk about somebody as if they're washed up and old at 29 would only be coming from someone who's younger than 29. Only. Nobody looks at a fucking 29-year-old as a has-been washed up person. That's fucking the extreme of the extreme from a side who said that they always want to look at goddamn numbers. That's fucking crazy, bro.
Accumulating all of the risk, and what do they get out of it? They don't get a virgin bride anymore. So it's like they're looking at the costs and the benefits, and they're just saying, you know what, we're not really getting the things that we want anymore, so fuck it.
And I'm sorry, all the housewives.
Children.
And so Emily is here from the podcast. You probably gonna go rewind this. I'll say your part where I really start to go in about when they start attacking you on not wanting to be in a fulfilling relationship just because a fucking guy paid your bills. That was the most asinine shit I've ever seen, but that's around the 2-hour mark. So both Emily and Katie are here now. But yeah, you probably have to do a little bit of catch up. I think there's one more thing you're gonna say on here that I want to go over.
They said purity and youth, y'all want to date children.
I mean, all the wives in my life, their husbands don't even come home to all the house.
Emily says if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. So Emily, I have a question because I put out a theory, but I don't know if the theory is true. We have to ask you. My theory was, even though he's paying all the bills and you said that the sex was great, it was misleading to you because there was no love in the relationship and all of the things that a woman requires that's emotional that you look for in a relationship. He wanted you to just sit in a room and be fucking quiet. And that's not what you signed up for. So even though he's paying all of the bills, even though you're having sex, it wasn't the relationship that you wanted. That was my theory. So I want to ask you, was that true? Was it there's no emotional connection in the things that he promised to give you emotionally, love, companionship inside of that relationship that most women would go for? High trauma, buddy. Now look, I told you I don't like accusing people of thought crimes because you don't know what's in someone's mind. Emily herself said that was true. So now that we know that that's true, how she feel, you have 4 people, and this is the only topic I would include the host. He pretty much stayed neutral the entire show, but on this topic, he did insert himself to jump in, so it seemed like 4 against 1 to tell this woman she's fucking crazy, to not let a man continue to fuck her just because he's paying her bills, and none of the stuff that we require in a relationship is important. That's fucking bananas to me. She said, let her explain. I can give you a link to come up if you like to, but I will post your comment when you explain. Terrence said, oh, I knew it was true, but I'm older than 23, so I understood. And she said, we had a discussion that I don't want kids, and he did. So just take that comment right there. If you fly a woman out, she comes to your city, to Kansas City, and shit, you're gonna pay her bills and you're gonna fuck. You done told this woman and told you she don't want children prior to coming up there. You get her there, and then now that's an issue that you knew beforehand. But to these 4 people on the panel, this guy was an amazing dude. So he knew that she didn't want children. He still moved her up there and paid the rent and everything to have sex. And now maybe we say he's having sex because he's purposely trying to get her pregnant. But he's going to resent her from something that he knew beforehand and use that as an excuse not to develop feelings. That's manipulative and that's toxic. But to these 4 people on the panel, the 3 people on the red pill, and then to the host himself, this guy was fucking amazing.
Housewives, I feel like husbands don't even come home to a warm cooked meal. Like
In Brazil,
they're eating leftovers
Oh
from the
my
night
gosh.
before. But like you said, I feel like men are realizing that they're getting like the shit end of the stick, and it's just kind of like it's not that they never knew their worth, but I feel like men are actually stepping into like a phase where they're like, I know what I bring to the table, and it's like, maybe she's not bringing. Why'd you do that?
He was threatening me
her career-
again.
Her career is over with. Go ahead.
You know,
I'm unemployed. I lost my job, so
Well,
don't worry about
dating
it.
career is over with.
How? Why?
'Cause I'm
In
here.
your
I'm
opinion.
here.
in
Oh,
your
you're
opinion.
interesting.
You know this
for
is
sure.
a fact that I ended her career tonight, right?
No.
No,
How old are
whatever
you,
floats
ladies?
your boat.
I think you look way worse than you think you are, douchey, and you look like a fucking beta male to run out of the country as your excuse to get some vagina. But let's play devil's advocate. Let's say that you did. Let's say you ended her career, even though she doesn't have a YouTube channel that she goes out and does this stuff right now. Let's say you ended that. Why should you be proud of that? Why would ending someone's career who you don't know, and the only thing you know about them is that they want to make a man wait until he's married? Why would you take pleasure in ending a career? What is alpha about that? This is why people say you red pill guys are douchebags. That's weak shit to me. That's weak. Ain't nothing manly about that shit.
I'm 34.
Whatever.
My blood
34,
would never
29.
sink.
29. Mhm.
And how old are you?
26. I
Right.
just turned 26.
So can we all agree that, as a woman, your fertility rate,
And I think you should word this differently if you bring this up on any other panels. I don't think you should use the words keep me company. Because when you say keep me company, that implies a positive thing. And I know you don't mean positive. I know you don't mean he enjoys your intellect and he wants to have meaningful conversations to you. But it comes across when you use those three words to keep me company. I think what you mean to say is that he wanted to keep you around without speaking to you. He just wanted you there in place, and then you can satisfy his sexual need or give him children. That's the only the disconnect. I said, I'm like, every time she says keep me company, like I know what they're thinking on the other side. They're thinking that he's a good guy and he wants to communicate with her. So I probably would change those words.
lowers as you get older, right?
Oh my God, does it?
Mhm.
I
Right.
didn't know
So the older you get, the less likely you are to obtain a man, most likely because a man is looking for a woman that can give him kids, right? That makes sense, right?
Depends on what they are looking for. There's other guys out there that don't want kids. Or
So
don't want to
that's
have
that's
kids.
what I meant. That's what I meant when I was doing the percentages before, and you said, "Where is this going?" Right? We can't go off of the minority, right? As a majority, most men look at the woman. Oh, me and this woman compatible. What's our kid gonna look like? Where are we gonna go going forward? Right?
I got you, sir.
So,
I got
moving
it. I
forward
just
from
don't use
that,
it. I
right,
got it.
That's what that clip meant, right? 18 to 26 or whatever that age range means. They're not saying women after 26 are worthless. What they're saying is 18 to 26 is that optimal range. You find a woman that has less bodies, is still fertile, and you can build a life at a young age rather than trying to have a woman like yourself. No, not to come at you or anything. You already have your core values. You
Listen, my dude, I'm going to use your own logic of men coming at younger women. When a woman is 29 years old and she goes out here to the dating world, a lot of these 40-year-old men going to be hitting on her hardcore. A lot of these 35-year-old men going to be hitting on her hardcore. When a woman turns 35 years old, a lot of these 40-year-old men going to be hitting on her hardcore. A lot of these 42, 43-year-old men going to be hitting on her hardcore. There's no age that you guys are implying that a women lack options. Let me tell y'all this. I went out with two friends last night. Extremely beautiful Dominican women, right? Beautiful women. One of them is a therapist that does relationship like counseling, couple counseling and stuff. I'm gonna show y'all. Let me show y'all. I don't know if it'll focus on them or y'all if y'all can see it if I make myself bigger. And it looks I'm doing the looks for a reason. Hold on. It's right here. It was the last night. Hold on. Beautiful women. Had fun last night. Lots of fun. Like, we open our dating apps. Open our dating apps, and you can see how many people have swiped right on you. We lit. I pulled out mine, and I'm like, dang, I done had a great week. I didn't know 30 women swipe right on me. 30. The women I just showed y'all are 35 years old and 137 years old. They pulled out their shit and had 350 plus swipe rights in a week. 350 plus in a week. Y'all trying to tell these women that when they get to a certain age, men aren't going to find them attractive. Men aren't going to want to date them. I don't know what world you living in because you're using numbers wrong. Maybe a 23-year-old will have way more than the beautiful 35, 37-year-old woman I showed you. But they damn sure ain't hurting. They damn sure ain't less or pressed upon options. So y'all trying to build a viewpoint based upon a percent. Yeah, the older you get, the more options that you're gonna have out there. But I guess what it boils down to is that the number isn't drastic enough to beat over a woman's head to make her feel like I should give in to what I initially wanted. Emily should not chill with her two dudes that she kicking it with while she go out on dates and try to find her man because you're telling her that lesser men are going to find her attractive. Katie should not try to wait until she finds a guy that's going to wait for marriage because you're saying that she getting the older she get, people are not going to find her a suitable carrier. You're saying that the numbers are going to be so drastic that they should give in to your ideology of not working, sitting there, letting the man fuck, and then go out into the world and have sex with as many women as possible. Don't complain, don't do shit, but cook his food and have his babies. That is their only option. And you back that up by saying this is because the older you get, the numbers show that you have lesser opportunity. But these lesser opportunities are still fucking plentiful. That people don't have to give up what they want to pursue in life, especially coming from a man who wants to run to another country to get some vagina. Fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Been through your men. You don't want to tell us your body count
So
because
you're saying that you want to groom women? You want to groom them
the
at a
difference,
young age
the
and
definition of
impregnate them and not commit to
that's
them?
okay.
Is that what you're saying?
the definition of grooming is somebody that's under 18 that you're trying to,
You can groom someone over
you
18.
cannot groom an adult.
Yes, you can.
How do you groom an adult?
They chose
Gaslighting?
Manipulation,
Gaslighting?
narcissism.
that's their decision.
Something else to go against the red pill point is what Emily is saying right here. Emily said, I've actually had more activity in my dating life now at 34 than before. You know why you have more activity? Because we live in a world that's becoming more connected by social media. We live in a world that there are different kind of apps for everything. Hey, you like larger women? There's a site you can go to for BBW. Hey, you want a Christian guy that's saving himself? There's christianmingle.com. They act like we're living in the Stone Ages. We are more connected that we can feel more confident in having the options out there to find specifically what we're looking for. And we're also forgetting one major thing. Being single doesn't have to suck. You're supposed to be have the mental health and be mentally available before you jump into a relationship, right? So that means that you being single is awesome. So if you being single is awesome, why would you lower your standards for what you want to leave the awesome life you have? You're only going to leave it if it's something that you really want, not something you settle for. So the option to be single is more attractive than these women to do this dumb shit to be your little housewife and let you go fuck all these other people out here while they just cook your goddamn food and have your babies. That option that you want to offer as a red pill isn't as enticing as these women lives that they live now being single. So in that case, fuck your numbers. Jesus.
Excuses.
She said she got
No.
tea on you. Also.
They're not a
No,
minor.
it's just facts.
They're not a minor
I think
anymore.
that's an
Women-
easy
women
way to get
always-
out of
no, it's
something by
like-
saying
So you can't manipulate
excuses.
someone at this table right
Women-
now. I can manipulate someone.
Women
so can
always
you.
want to be
You cannot
victims.
manipulate.
It's like you're
No.
not a victim.
I would love to
If you-
try.
You're not a
And
victim.
you'd have a very hard time.
Even in this
Well, hey, I like the
conversation,
challenge.
you wanted to be a victim with the guy
No,
you
you
slept with
wouldn't
twice.
Okay. Whatever,
That's
whatever
her
makes you
personal
happy.
experience. That's her
Whatever you need to say, get it out.
So
I don't have to say.
I'm a
much.
groomer if I go after an adult that is younger than me. That's
You
what
can
just said.
group. Yes, you can.
How?
That okay. Marilyn, have you seen the documentary with Marilyn Manson and I can't remember
I
Rachel
haven't, I
Evan Wood?
I have not.
She was groomed by Marilyn Manson. She was old enough to know what was happening, but she fell into the mystery and the allure, the allure of him.
Is that the one in California? They like murdered the family? Is that
No,
what?
there's no
okay.
murders in this.
Oh, that was man.
And no age shaming. I did think this part was funny that I done got so old at being 42 that there's a generation that like, yo, you mean Charles Manson? Like damn, people don't know who Marilyn Manson is now. The Dope Show. He just was on Kanye West opening tour for his Donda albums, and like Marilyn Manson was the shit. But hey, you get old, I guess.
Manson. No, she's
No,
talking about the guy that was
Marilyn
a super
Charles
gothic.
Manson.
Yes, the
guy.
guy that supposedly
Why
like
is-
sucked his dick with his
Oh,
mouth or
So
whatever.
why
That
is
dude.
it right? Why is it that in
With his own mouth?
2022 women are
Mhm.
allowed to?
He took ribs out of himself so that he could do
This
this.
is weird.
This is like
Yeah, that whole rib thing Emily talking about, that's just like common knowledge. Like everybody knew this, but hey, we getting old.
I
in
have
the
a lot of
90s.
questions.
So why is it in 2022 that we allow grown women
42, you old as fuck.
to say that they've been
I guess I'll
manipulated
know.
in all of this? I saw this earlier when he made a comment, and you're like, "Oh, so we're allowed to do this, right?" To you, right? You're like, "Oh, we're saying that this is okay, the R word, right?"
Oh,
You're like, "How do you know we drank, right?" Imagine if a guy, right? Imagine if I have a girlfriend and I'm just like, "Oh, I got drunk, I hooked up with her, I got R'd," right? We don't allow men to do that in this culture. Women are the only people that are allowed to go and do ignorant things or act a certain way as an adult and then say, "Oh, I was coerced. Oh, I was under the influence. Oh, this. Oh, that."
I remember that
We don't
too.
allow grown men to do that.
Oprah Money.
I agree with you.
And you ought to be
And I am
ashamed of
shocked.
yourselves.
No, but I agree. I think women, in a lot of ways, it's like okay to mention, hey,
Yo, I was so triggered by this. Like I watched this shit like 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Then I hit up Emily and Katie and then contacted the red pill guy. Not red pill, the purple pill guy in the middle. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. But like that's how I triggered. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna fucking do this live because that shit is crazy what they saying.
I've been, hurt inappropriately. But then for a man to
Yeah.
come out and say I've been R'd, everyone's like, oh no, like men have mental health issues as well.
Yes.
Like there's a lot of unhealed
trauma.
trauma
I
from
know.
childhood,
Yeah.
from lack of a mom there, lack of a dad. And so
I've literally been pressured into sex this year. Literally, just I'm fucking sore. We done fucked like 1 trillion times. I just can't do it anymore. And like the pressure was insane. And I remember this shit funny. You know what I'm saying? You get picked on, man. I remember laying there and she was just like, she didn't give a fuck. Like my penis was like raw sore. She didn't care at all. She wanted it and she was gonna keep going until she got it. And she got it. You know, red pill. Nobody put a gun in my head. Nobody made me do it. I did it on my own. But I'm saying like that shit does happen like both ways, you know?
I do consider myself a feminist, but I also do. Men need support. Men need mental health support. And there's
I
nothing
agree,
wrong with being a feminist.
100%.
All men are not
Men need to go to
misogynistic.
therapy,
Some at this
so
table
much
might
therapy.
be, but men need that support. Men need that. Hey, it's okay that
Men
you
are
struggle
told
with anxiety.
men are told to bottle up their feelings.
No,
Men
they're
are told
not.
most men
You can go cry in the closet, just don't cry in public. That's what
right.
they tell
Don't
me.
cry
And
in
that-
front
That's
of
and
your
not
that-
dad.
bottling up. I let it out, just not in front of you.
It's not
It literally is. Katie and Emily don't even have to say anything. Now he just said it. You can do it in private, just don't do it in public. That sentence alone, you're proving yourself wrong. You literally just told men to not do it in public. Oh, Woosah. Woosah.
Okay, but
You're
it
still
is bottling.
bottling it. you know?
Why then why is it that men feel so scared to go to therapy? Because they don't want to be vulnerable.
What's going
They've
on,
been
Crystal?
told to not be vulnerable in public.
That's not in public. That's a one-on-one session.
Okay, but unfortunately there are men out there that have been told that just
They're triggered by the word feminist. They're also triggered by the word victim as well, too. They take it and make it to such an extreme.
seeking help is a sign of weakness.
I see. I asked the guy that's
I
actually going to
understand your
therapy.
pain,
I
John.
want to note on this. A lot of guys don't go to therapy because we avoid anything that has to do with doctor. If I fell and broke my wrist, I'm such a little shit that I would put it off for a week before I go to the hospital
Nah,
and
I'm
have to
going
deal
to
with
the
it.
hospital.
And that's just for some reason men are like that. For some reason we just want to put it off as long as we can or avoid the
It's to
doctor as
show
much as we
strength
can.
that I
But
can take care of
but
myself.
it's just it's
So while the host is right, he's only right on one example. That just because he's saying like men are more often will put stuff to the back burner and just won't go deal with it. He's right, but that doesn't mean that's the only reason they don't say nothing. Like I'm gonna play a clip, bruh. If I can find this clip, I'm gonna play it for y'all. And now I'll end the stream on that. It is the most absolute beautiful breakdown of why men chase pussy so much. It's the best one I've seen. If y'all saw Hot Damn I Rock, you know what I'm about to go into. He's gonna do it breaking down Pokemon cards. It's the most beautiful shit ever. And it makes absolute sense.
just a man thing, but it also goes into mental health, yeah, too. But it's more about, man, we're just focused on our shit sometimes. Like sometimes I'm really focused on other shit, and I don't care about this little injury, or this little bullshit thing, or whatever it is. Especially when you have to be a provider and you have a lot of responsibilities on your shit, you can't be crying over a scraped knee. You know what I'm saying? So that's why a lot of guys don't do it.
To piggyback off of that, I think that men should feel empowered and confident enough to be able to seek help, no matter if it's the knee or if it's the mind.
You'd be surprised though how often, because our problems aren't that bad. You can literally talk to another guy usually or a family member or something to solve whatever that issue is that's making you sad. And that's the problem there. That's why I think a lot of guys also avoid therapy, is because usually it's just a financial issue. It's just something stupid that's getting you down in the moment. But we're supposed to but we're supposed to come up with solutions. As men, that is our job, to always come to a solution.
Exactly.
And so sometimes you don't need to go pay money to somebody that's gonna he wants you to stay bad because he's gonna keep making more money every time you come back to the doctor's office.
Not a good one.
Like you're right, not a good one, but a lot of them, aren't good. Like as somebody that's gone through, they're not all good.
Every therapist, like person that I know that's becoming a therapist, is batshit crazy, and I'm like, I cannot believe they're gonna be a therapist someday.
And
I know, like, everyone's nodding,
and
everyone's nodding, and I've had so many people go to therapy and they come back crazier. I'm not saying it doesn't work; it does.
They literally go by a book. That's
I ain't gonna lie, people may disagree with me on this part right here, but I'm rocking with Pearl, man. I believe, cause this kind of put me in a fucked up situation because I just showed y'all my friends I went out with, and one of them is a therapist, but I'm gonna see how I'm gonna say this. People are people. That's all I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying? And especially when you bring it to the point, like when you give a therapist only your viewpoint, only your perception, and you're not totally honest, and it may not even be on purpose. You may just only see something as one way, and that one way you see the world, that's the only information the therapist is getting. And I think that Pearl is going to give a great example of like your friends know, like, motherfucker, that ain't how I went. You was acting like an asshole. But the therapists don't get that information. And without the right information, how can they fucking help you? So I agree with her on that point.
For some people, but
that breaks my heart.
Literally,
yeah, I have an
they,
excellent therapist.
I love you,
Christina.
Christina.
General
I'll
book.
never see this, but I
It's
love
like
you.
a generalized.
Could you guys let her talk? Could you go again?
I'm saying it's mainly because like therapists, they can't get.
I guess I'll say you need to make sure you vet your therapist because they may be going through some shit too. Make sure, you know what I'm saying? Don't just like use your health insurance or whatever and they just tell you to go to this one place. Like do your research on the person because remember, they are therapists too. They went to school for it, but they're human beings. Human beings fuck up. So I would just say, because I don't want to put it out there like Emily said, she got better from therapy. It can help you, but just keep in mind that they humans.
Give you any like personal advice that, like he said, your friends can actually, they know your situation. They can actually give you like in-depth advice. Whereas like your therapist is going by like their DSM-9.
No, that's what, and a lot of times I feel like if you go to your friends, they actually know the context and kind of how you are in a group, but like the therapist kind of,
they're like, oh, did you do your exercises today? And I'm like,
or
I kind
they'll
of need your advice.
Or like, okay, I'll give you an example.
that's
Like I have a
good,
friend,
Emily.
and the
I
reason
didn't know
people
that.
react to her a certain way is because she's a bitch. And and so she'd go to the therapist and she'll tell a story and make herself out to be the victim. But I'm like, no, you were rude to everybody in the room. That's why they don't like you.
Right. You're going and getting false advice.
Yeah,
because you're saying a false story.
yeah.
Here, all right, everybody, get the likes up, please. I'm gonna get to a part where I like to get this gets a little juicy whenever we get into these questions. So these last questions, it's y'all are gonna kind of be judging each other here. We're gonna start. Oh, what's gonna be better here? If you say something, and they might.
I'm not gonna. Was there anything polarizing when they start judging each other? Nah, I do like that Pearl did not give a fuck. I think that's a great admirable trait to have. She like, hey, give me that shit. You know, the more calm you can be in a situation like this, the more your head is clear to articulate how you feel. What I will do, because I think that this video is very important, I want to show y'all why these red pill guys feel the way they do. And you know what? I'm not going to even say red pill. That's not fair. I'm going to show you guys the birth of why men care so much about pussy, where it starts from, and how we're taught this in society. I'm going to show y'all this video. I think it's very, very important. But before I show y'all this video, I want y'all to know the guy that made the video, the guy that's going to tell you the absolute truth of what we in our society have done to men to make them think that just getting the most pussy in the world is the most greatest thing. This guy blew up for making comedy videos online to a million subscribers, and he was fucking flying women in and fucking like crazy. He was living his best life, making all this money for millions from YouTube. And something happened to him that made him snap and made him just not care anymore. And that was him almost losing his life. That was him losing his best friend. And he went through this fucking cocoon stage to where he had this low haircut, clean shaven, dressed nice. And his goal is to be funny, charismatic, and get pussy. And then now he's dreaded up. He don't really care about his appearance. And he's only out to help people mentally to break out of the chains of what society has led us to believe what's important when it's not that important. The fact that this isn't someone who could not get women. This is someone that was getting women fairly easily and had the money to do it as well too. You see, Austin, instead of flying to another country to move and live, he just flew the women to him. And maybe some of you want to look at what your little red pill thing. So I really want y'all to listen to what he has to say and break this down. Hold on. Girls. To see this guy, look at his face. This guy don't give a fuck what you say about him no more. He's not here to be the cool guy. He's here to tell you the goddamn truth.
You know why the content on this channel has changed so much? Why I don't stand in the bathroom and call bitches no more? It's not because I woke up one day and decided to be on some kumbaya shit. This all started when my stomach was messed up. Remember that? When I was in and out the hospital for that year? Couldn't eat, couldn't drink, losing weight. Doctors didn't know what was going on. I had a team full of niggas. All went to school 13 years apiece doing this shit. Fuck you mean, nigga? This right here, this is not a reassuring feeling from a medical professional, let me tell you. You talk about angry. I had childhood rage.
I'm so sorry this stream is long, but I called out Pearl for her contradictions and specific examples. But like again, if you go about 2 hour mark, I think that's when I started getting my bag. But I called out her contradictions.
Flowing through me all over again. I wanted everything and everyone far, far away. Only thing I cared about was Kiko. And that nigga wasn't shit. I'd be curled up, fetal position in the living room floor. He come nudging me with his nose. Wake up, nigga. Ain't no
I want to go to the part where he breaks down why men want pussy.
Food in my don't mean anything to you deeper than some pussy. Still care about you enough to want to make sure it cow size shit in the middle of the lawn, come back in while I slowly wither away. I would have to listen to the sound of my dog lick his asshole. The same girls that you treat like whatever. The same girls that don't mean anything to you deeper than some pussy. Still care about you enough to want to make sure, are you okay? You need anything? Girls crying on the phone. Can I just come sit with you? So persistent, annoyingly persistent, to the point where you just give in. Okay, yo, damn. Come on. I don't know what we gonna do when you get here. Shorties is coming over during normal business hours. This is brand new to me. Sex definitely off the table. So the only thing left to do now is talk. It was at this point that I slowly began to realize I've been maintaining years of a relationship with people that I couldn't even hold a basic conversation with. And let me clarify something. When I use the word relationship, we're not talking boyfriend, girlfriend. A relationship is the quality of being between a person, place, or thing. Boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, friend, family member, those are titles. The relationship is the quality that you maintain with said titles. Relationship, title, know the difference. So when these girls would leave, I would sit and reverse engineer the entire relationship, trying to understand, why is this shit just now hitting me? How come I didn't figure this out a long time ago? Well, usually when you tell them to come over, it's already 9, 10 o'clock at night. You drink, smoke, put on some bullshit movie you know you're not paying attention to. Y'all fuck, go to sleep, and in the morning, you kick her out. There is no time to talk because you haven't made any. This shit your fault. This whole shit, your fault. For what legitimate reason are you ever pissed at these girls for? You did this to us. Coming to that realization had me pacing around the crib like, the same way that I was discovering, I've been maintaining relationships with people that I had little to nothing in common with. I was also figuring out that I've been dealing with girls that I relate to on a level that I didn't even know existed. Some would even acknowledge, this shit's so sad. This is the first time that we ever just talked. That shit's so sad. That is so sad. You give your body to me and you got some wet pussy between your legs. And you just be giving me that shit and I don't even talk to you? Yo, why? Why? I would flat out ask girls, why do you put up with my shit? Like I was fucking disgusted with myself. You know what the most popular answer was? Because you don't hit me. Hold up. Because I don't do what to you? Dudes hit you? Nigga. Girls will look at me like,
I don't think it's a rut, Emily. I think he's a way better man now than he was before when he was just being mean to women and fucking women. I think that he has awakened. I don't feel like he's in a rut. I feel like that year of having a disease that no doctor could figure out when his life is on the line and his friends and cousin dying around him, I think it was an epiphany that woke him up. But wait, he's about to get to this point. I really want y'all to listen to what he says or what happens to a guy when he first gets to high school and how that pressure and changes his guy to chase pussy.
Girls will
And sorry, Katie, I know you don't like the harsh words.
look at me the way that I look at them when they say some shit that makes no sense. Do guys hit me? You one of the only dudes, including their fathers. You one of the only guys never put his hands on me. So you're willing to subject yourself to the things that I do put you through because it don't get physical? They would say, yeah. In comparison to what I've been through, you a breath of fresh air. Whole time, I was dealing with girls that have been beat up, raped, held at gunpoint, kept against their will. POWs don't even have these types of stories. I had a girl tell me her ex choked her up against the wall until she passed out. That was the only reason he let her go, because he thought he killed her. Girls would say, when I'm around you, I feel safe. That's a big deal to a girl. Feeling safe, that is huge. Never knew how important that was to them. You make me laugh, you cook, you eat my pussy good, you be eating the shit out of my pussy. You don't talk to me like I'm worthless. You cuddle me at night. I ain't ever been with a nigga that cuddle. And you don't hit me. Yeah, you be putting the bitch out in the morning. But when I'm with you, I know what to expect. The most I ever got to deal with when it comes to you is you fuck other girls and lie about it. Like I'm stupid. Like I don't see hair around the house and plane tickets in the trash. I just don't say nothing. But you know, since we talking, they hit me with that shit. Since we talking, if you would just change a few things about yourself, stop doing the things that you know you're not supposed to be doing, and start doing the things that you know you are, you be the perfect nigga. A person ever told you they see perfection in you if you just act right? I had to change. Not for them, for myself. Because I was the one fucked up this whole time. I was the one creating realities for myself that didn't have to exist.
Here it come. He about to get into it right now.
Me. Now my head hurt, stomach still hurt, trying to figure out, what do I do with this information? I had to dig deep in order to understand at what point did pussy become so important to me. You know the conclusion I came to? High school, 9th grade, cafeteria, lunch table. That shit was like going to jail for the first time. You just got sentenced to 4 years. You don't know nobody. Most of the people you went to middle school with on different lunch shifts, and you standing there holding a stinky tray of food in your hand, searching. Where do I fit in? Come over here, yo. Sit with us, yo. Me? There go the invite. You don't know why they picked you. You don't know if this shit a trick. All you know is that if you turn down the one that invited you, the pack is going to now look at him, waiting to see what he's going to do in response. Jail. You really in that bitch making jailhouse decisions. So you just go to the table. Luckily, they cool. You can sit with us, but sit at the end of the table. You got to work your way to the front. Next thing you know, you hanging out with the varsity football team, The upperclassmen. That should just sound cool. The upperclassmen. All these niggas failing, but upperclassmen though. Eventually, you start eavesdropping on the conversations. That's when you hear it. Pussy, pussy, pussy. Niggas is talking about pussy like it's the new crack cocaine just hit the streets. I'm listening to stories about niggas getting their dick sucked in the locker room. I'm like, hold up. You getting your dick sucked on school property? I felt like a sucker. I'm coming in this bitch to learn. Niggas is getting their dick sucked. What class I gotta skip? But deep down inside, the person that I really was, I'm really the fucking anime table Pokemon card niggas. The motherfuckers playing chess and pulling out comic books and shit. That's who I really was, but I saw how they got treated. I was already dealing with that bullshit at home. You think I'm gonna come to school too and get shoved in a locker? You think I'm gonna come to school too and get my books slapped out my hand every time I walk down the hall? I'd be done shot this whole bitch up. No survivors. No courtesy calls. Don't come to school tomorrow. Fuck that, nigga. Casualties. I was an angry teenager, full of rage and vengeance. So to avoid all that, I'ma just hang out with these Rockefeller niggas. Because these niggas getting pussy. I chose pussy over Pokemon. You know how much a Pokemon card worth these days? Way more than some pussy hole, I'll tell you that much. Pussy 50% off on OnlyFans. If you act now, today only. If you act right now, you can catch you on them 24-hour pussy flash sales. You ever seen a Charizard, mint condition, still in the plastic, 50% off? Them bitches go up in value. Them the niggas I should have been fucking with. Denying myself of the individual that I really was. For what? To hang out with a bunch of people that end up making fun of you anyway? The moment they find out, you still a virgin. I don't know how it was for you growing up, but to be a guy hanging out with other guys who all getting pussy and you the only one who ain't? Oh no. You got clowned, you got joked, you got laughed at. Yo, what, you scared? You scared to get you some pussy? And what you do? I ain't scared. I ain't scared. This nigga's scared. Now it begins. The pressure is on. You got to go fuck something. That's the way that it's delivered to you too. You have to go fuck something. You hear that, girls? That becomes the way we see you now. You're not a person no more. You're not an individual with dreams and goals, hopes, feelings, aspirations in life. You something to fuck on. Something for me to stick my dick in so these niggas can shut the fuck up. How that make you feel? How does that make you feel, girls?
I didn't want to mess up his monologue. I just want to say to the women watching, are you looking at the guys' comments in my chat? Look at what they're saying. All facts. He not lying. This is what we went through. You got to go fuck something. You got to go get you some pussy or we going to pick on you.
When you find out your virginity to a nigga was nothing more than a three-way phone conversation or a lunch table story over some stale fries and Pepsis, how does that make you feel? Then is the one that took your virginity. Now I'm thinking shit sweet. I'm a part of the cool community now. No. You go from being made fun of because you're a virgin too, but you only fuck one girl though. So, welcome to the numbers game. You got to keep up with the rest of the flock. I figured out real quick, I'm still at the Pokemon table, but girls are the cards. The top tier bitches, the baddest bitches in school, they the Pikachus, they the Charizards and shit. If you got with one of them, they the ones you don't cheat on. Not because you love them, not because you care about them, but because you knew that if you messed up, she was going to be somebody else's, and you'd be back on the bottom with the rest of us, fucking with these Squirtle, Jigglypuff bitches. Can't have that now, can we? That's the cycle. Through 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, 4 years of conditioning yourself to fuck as many girls as you can. Not talk to them, not be friends with them, not listen to what they feel. Whatever I gotta do, whatever I gotta say, whatever bare minimum I have to achieve in order for these panties to come off, that's what I'm doing. You being conditioned in school, you being conditioned out of school. I was watching porn. I was watching hella porn. Staying up till 2 a.m. looking at Girls Gone Wild infomercials. Oh, I was on it. Developing a monster that's always hungry and don't ever get full. Eventually, you become the senior. You become the upperclassman. You become the varsity football player. Handing out invites. Come sit with us, yo. Doing the same thing to the newcomers that got done to you. Passing down the same poisonous ass game that was poured into your ear. You see how the clock resets? You see how before you know it, you 18 now. And the big pussy door called the world is wide open. You can go to college and fuck bitches. You can go to other states and fuck bitches. You can fly to other countries and fuck bitches. A never-ending supply of bitches coming down the assembly line waiting for you to fuck them.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's how Austin is born. You can go to other countries to fuck bitches.
And for the average male on a planet floating through an infinite universe, that becomes the only thing that they desire because it's the only thing that they've been conditioned to want for themselves. Fuck bitches, get money. Fuck bitches and get what you think is money. You ain't getting no money, nigga. Jeff Bezos getting money. Elon getting money. You just a nigga with a good job, hoping you still got one tomorrow. This pandemic, some shit, ain't it? But you know, I didn't make this video because I'm trying to change anyone's mind about anything. I'm simply telling you what I've been through. I honestly don't give a fuck what you do. To be quite frank, white nigga, you changing your mind about any aspect in your life is only going to come from your desire to want to be better than what you are. For nothing or no one except yourself. In my case, that moment came when my stomach was messed up. Never thought it would somehow mystically transform into me giving a shit about what a girl feel. That's for goddamn sure. But this is the situation. And fuck any nigga that don't feel me. New music and t-shirts in the description.
I find it shocking because we don't really talk to each other of different sexes. Like Emily is shocked by this video. All the guys know that this is true. I assume that women knew this. I assume that this was common knowledge, but this is the cycle that men go through. not black men go through, all men go through. That's the pressure that's put upon you until you get old enough, and then you break out of the cycle yourself. So then it becomes your responsibility that when you have children, or I have 2 sons, to teach them. And one of the things I drill into my children, you are going to get in trouble worse if you did something wrong because you followed somebody else than you would if you got in trouble because it was your idea. Very early on, to start the importance of not wanting to be a follower or caring what people think. So when they get into peer pressure situations, they can have the confidence to be like, fuck y'all. I'm going over here where these Pokemon cards at, where this chess club at. To break the cycle. One of the reasons I go hard against the red pill guys is because they're doing the exact opposite. I admire the red pill talking points of wanting to advance your career. I admire the red pill talking points of not making an excuse. I admire the red pill talking points on health and being in shape. That's pretty much it. The other talking points, the degrading women, the putting down women. I mean, if you look at Austin, who was on that panel, he was really happy to have destroyed of what he felt, to destroy Katie's life for no other reason that she's a woman who doesn't want to be submissive and doesn't want to have sex with guys. That has no ramification on his individual life. It be shit like that that upsets me, and why I speak out against the viewpoints of the red pill. What happened to respect then on the basis of being another human, regardless of gender? I'm devastated to hear this. Yo, clean black sneakers, all the women, y'all shocked about this too? This is fucking normal, man. Shit. When I was in 9th grade, my cousin then was already the most popular guys in high school. 11th and 12th grade, I'm getting up in there. What you think the peer pressure I went through? John Shay ain't getting no pussy. A silly ass little nigga. My cousin took me to these girls' house, and I did not want to have sex. I would have much preferred to just say that I had sex. But he went upstairs to fuck the older sister. The younger sister was in the room with me. My heart was beating fast as hell because I really didn't want to have sex. Yeah, I wasn't really mentally ready to have sex. So I'm nervous as fuck. But I go into the room where the girl is at, and the girl says, "You figure it out." And she walks out. No, the girl says to me, she says, "You get out." And she walks out of the room. My cousin comes out of the room for having sex with her older sister. He was like, "Nigga, did you fuck?" I said, I tried to be hard and gangster with him. I told my cousin, "Man, she's scared, man. She told me to get out." I'm trying to be cool, but I was happy. She told me to get out. Only I was wrong. She looked at me and said, "I didn't tell you to get out. I said, you figure it out." And then she smiled at me and she walked straight in the bedroom and closed the door. And my cousin looked at me, my older cousin, like, "Nigga, you better take your ass down there and get you some pussy." And I went into that room, heart beating fast as hell, just scared out of my goddamn mind. And I lost my virginity. And then I rode home with my cousin in the car. And then his older friends came over, and I'm still the little 14-year-old guy in the room. My cousin Buki and all his older friends, Pat, Rico, all of them. And then he said, "Y'all, guess what? John Shay got some pussy." And then all of them started smiling, dapping me up. And I was happy. I was extremely happy because I felt like a cool guy that was accepted. Same story as he talking about. But now I got to continue. I got to go make myself popular so I can keep getting pussy. Austin told me to my face, "I destroyed your career." Yeah, we saw that shit on the live. Like that's just bananas to me. That's bananas to me. Even if you want to be polarizing to build your YouTube career, why would you take pleasure in that? And what kind of society we got that people in the audience will laugh at you that a man say he destroyed your career? What did you do to Austin that was so bad? You just want to find a guy and be happy in a relationship. Like you was finna get a whipping. Yeah, that's how my heart was beating fast as hell. Like I'm about to get a whip. Boom, boom, boom. I was happy when I thought the girl said, "You get out." When she said, I said, "You figure it out." And I know I've exhausted all reasons. Every time I come into a close situation to have sex, I've been saved and something happened or not been around. And that was awesome. And I'm used to that happening to me. But when she said, "You figure it out," and she walked in that room, I can't name a moment I've been more afraid. I ain't even enjoyed this. I just wanted it over with. I just like looking to see a time period and my virgin ass trying to think what is a normal time to have sex so I can get up. Didn't even come. Just at the time up or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And get out the room so I could just say I had sex. Nigga didn't know how to put the condom on. Horrible. Horrible. But that's the world that we live in. And that is the birth of the red pill. They're just not ashamed of it. They went head first and diving into the notion. Instead of us sneaking around, I'm just gonna put it out here that I'm the man and I'm gonna just get a chick and they're gonna let me fuck anybody I want to because I'm masculine alpha male. Screaming insecurity inside. That's why when you do your homework on a lot of these guys, you see where they come from. They ain't never lived that life. They be calling guys beta that really get the fucking chicks. Former fucking nothing ass dude who learned nothing except for how to advance a career on YouTube. So I put myself out there to offer these breakdowns and shit that I see wrong with my YouTube channel. And I raise my children with the specifics on my sons that you don't have to do this shit to be cool. Yeah, society sucks. Yeah, it does. Doesn't have to be this way. I want y'all to thank Katie and Emily for coming over and checking out the channel. Make sure y'all go to their Instagram. I will put their Instagram links in the description of the video. I know I say that sometime. I'm gonna have to because this is over 4.5 hours. So I will come and timestamp this. It may be slow throughout the day, but I'm gonna try to get through it. But I'm about to go into my music zone, walk my dogs, enjoy my Sunday before I go to my 9-to-5 job that someone said I didn't have tomorrow. But thank you guys, and thanks to Emily and to Katie for being a great sport. Don't let anybody change how you feel or what you want to do in life unless they gave you a new viewpoint that you actually believe in it. But if you don't believe in it, you still believe the way that you think that you want to go as the best route, then I wish you success on that as well. So you guys hold it down. I know I put I'm gonna put them in my description, but here's Emily's right here, and Katie put hers up. But I will have it in the link to their Instagram in the description of this video. Y'all hold it down. Anytime.